into the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are, of course, in the EMEA region today, and I cannot, for one, be more excited. I'm Mark, of course, today joined by Teddy and Trav, my brothers in arms. Teddy, I'm going to start with you. It's a huge day for EMEA today. Like, what teams have you got your eye on? Who do you think is going to come out tops?
There are teams that can qualify today, so that is already incredibly important. Thinking about, teams like SK and Team Queso, but there are more teams that can really secure some points that can help them get that world final spot they are really fighting for.
Travis, well, fresh to the back of a back-to-back. How are you feeling? And you still got some energy left after a big East Asia battle today?
I've always got some energy left for my home region, I'll tell you that, Ark, and I'm just more than excited to see some of these teams excel, get some points, get some qualifications to Worlds, and see how it all plays out at the end of the day.
Could have said it better myself. Well, the format is ready and lined up to go, so in case you're new to the streams, here is how we do. Power match format, of course, that we all know and love. The draft, the picks, the bans, no duplicate brawlers found here, of course, this year. Top 8 single elimination brackets, so no second chances in that respect. It's no double elimination, not like the qualifiers. You got to bring your A game. Best of 3 for the quarterfinals, best of 5 the semifinals and the finals, so you get a bit of grace, a bit of a chance to take a loss here and there. But in those quarterfinals, Trav, it can be really quite stressful. Talk us through the bracket for today, Trav, and the schedule lined up.
Well, we'll be starting things off at the top with Reply Totem versus Dogster Lobster, which is pretty instrumental for Dogster Lobster. I will say Reply Totem already have their world spot. Next game is probably one of the most monumental games of the month. Tribe Gaming versus SK Gaming. SK can get their world spot from this game as well. Team Queso and Sampi up after that. NaVi and Bax to finish off quarterfinal number 4.
Looking very stacked, and yeah, Team Queso and SK Gaming, if they make the semifinals today, they lock their golden ticket in for the world finals, which is huge. Well, we're going to be doing our predictions along the way. As you guys know, we've been pretty good with that along the way. Don't hold us to it today, though. It could go either way. Events.brawlstars.com is where you guys can go right this second. I'm looking at you right now. You go there, sync your Supercell ID, and of course your game, and get this reward sent directly to yourselves, and play along. Predict correctly along the way, and you will get to that final tier. That Tara pin is waiting for you. I got mine last week, so I'm pretty good, but we'll still do our best to help you guys out at home do the same. Speaking of predictions, Teddy, let's get stuck straight in with yours. You deviated away in quarterfinals, so you went with SK Gaming instead of Tribe. Talk us through your thoughts.
Well, to be honest, Ark, I think that Tribe is the better team overall, but there is a big difference for this matchup. It's Tribe, they have their tickets for Worlds already guaranteed. SK, they need to win this match to make it to Worlds. They still have a second chance, next month, but this is their ticket straight to Worlds, so I feel like that should be about enough to be an extra motivation towards winning that matchup and just get them over the line and overtake Tribe in this quarterfinal 2 match.
Yeah, I think you raised a really valid point. We saw it, didn't we, last week in the LATAM South region, where Chazmac just brought the fire in what was one of the most monumental grand finals in that region all year long, and it was so back and forth because they really wanted it, they needed it, and that's where kind of SKR today for me. So that one was a 50-50 for me when it came to placing my predictions. I can absolutely understand why. Trav, you're copying my homework again. I vouch for that. I vouch for it. Here's the leaderboards for the EMEA region. Trav, talk us through it. There's a lot of teams as well. We got to mention there were 3 teams, big teams, that didn't actually qualify for this month.
I would like to mention your predictions. I had mine submitted at 6 a.m. this morning, so I think it might be the other way around. But Reply Totem and Tribe Gaming, obviously with their world spots already guaranteed, first and second, Team Queso and SK already, as we mentioned, can guarantee theirs if they get to the semifinals today. NaVi, Craze, 5th and 6th. And this is where it gets a bit shaky. Craze and SCMN haven't qualified to today, which means we've got some teams below them, aka Dogster Lobster, if they do well, who can spring up this leaderboard and make a leap into these higher places, but it'd have to be a very good run, and obviously, looking at their first opponent being Reply Totem, it's going to be a tough ride.
Yeah, the odds very heavily stacked against them. But hey, I'll have to root for an underdog. And I mean, that team has literally got dog written in its title. Here are the leading teams across the entire world, though. And I'll talk you through those that have already qualified. With EMEA, we've got Reply Totem already locked in. Tribe Gaming EU today just have to show up to their game, and they will also do the same. But Team Queso and SK, they need to make the semi-finals. If they do that, they'll claim a golden ticket. Whereas NaVi, Craze Clan, just a little bit more behind, have got to have a good day. Well, for NaVi, they've got to have a good day because Craze didn't actually qualify. If you saw the East Asia region earlier today, it was very, very fun, very enjoyable. But we saw Zero Division 1 and 0 both qualify for that region. Tribe Gaming NA in the North America and LATAM North region have just got to show up to their match tomorrow, whereas Vanguard and SC Men still battling out there. AC Milan Clash and LATAM South were the first team in the world to qualify for a golden ticket, whereas Chazbak had to battle their way through last week, and do so they did, whereas that last remaining spot is still up for grabs in LATAM South. In SSA and ANZ, a different story. Stalwart Esports have dominated this year. They're locked in with every single month a grand finals win. That is how we have got things shaping up to be. It's looking very, very exciting, Teddy.
It certainly is. I mean, I always love, the end of the year when we see which teams are going to make it to Worlds and which teams are going to have to battle it out in the last monthly final. Always so exciting as well. But yeah, this is going to be an important day because so many teams in the EMEA can secure a spot just today already.
Yeah, you don't want to get knocked out in those quarterfinals. And sadly, Trav, this is where we knock you out of the webcam because we're going to bring you back in for quarterfinals 3. Hope you understand. But don't worry, guys watching at home. He'll be back. I know there's an uproar right now because Trav's got more love than anyone. But Teddy, let's talk ourselves through our first match of the day. As Trav put it, Dogster Lobster, they've got a tough one on their hands here. Reply Totem are a team that are just looking absolutely phenomenal at the moment. Joker, Maori, and Maru are at the top of their game. They've just been going from strength to strength after the MSI. They had some promise prior to that, but that's where they really started to pop off after bringing Joker onto the roster. And yeah, Maori, nice chair as well for him. All color coordinated. You love to see it. But this is, again, like a big match for them. They are, however, coming off the back of a loss after yesterday's loss to NaVi, actually, in Rush, which I know you were casting, so you can talk about more of that later on. But yeah, I don't think that that's going to deter them. I think they're going to shake off the cobwebs pretty well, but it does just go to show that even a team like them can be defeated. If the draft is right and the circumstances are there, Dogster Lobster could cause an upset.
They're definitely not unbeatable. But the fact is that, yeah, they took a loss yesterday, which was like something that, we've barely even seen this year from them, which says a lot. But Dogster Lobster, it's a different breed here. They are an incredible team with, some of the most beloved players in the scene. Unfortunately, they don't quite have the level of achievements that Reply Totem have managed to secure this year.
That's true. Sometimes that can bring something to the table, though, as well. It can kind of eradicate that additional pressure that you get when you're signed to a bigger organization. But that's what I love about this team. They've just been so persevering in their approach. They've got a huge fan following off the back of this year as well, and has surprised us along the way. Going back to the earlier months of this year, they even almost knocked out Tribe Gaming and prevented them from qualifying a couple of times. They've had some really, really good matches. Reply Totem, of course, though, I mean, like you said, it's rare to see them ever take a loss. In the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1, they went from the entire way through that season undefeated. I mean, that is just incredible. I mean, they were pitched up against so many teams, and Dogster Lobster was actually one of those teams. So they've definitely got a long-term history, a long-term rivalry. But yeah, more often than not, Reply Totem are a team that just looks scary.
They definitely do. I mean, I don't think it's going to surprise anyone that Reply Totem are going to be the favorites for this matchup. But to be fair, Dogster Lobster, they've been fighting against the odds for the entirety of this year. And quite often they manage to turn those odds and actually make it work. This is one of those days where they really want to, because they technically still stand a chance for World Finals. So they absolutely need to pop off this month. Otherwise, they can pretty much give up to that idea.
Yeah, I'm just realizing I haven't said my favorite line, but I really hope the Dogster Lobster roster today brings some fights, brings some bites to this one, because I would love there to be just like an additional storyline to be considering when it comes to those golden tickets here. If this is a good month to Dogster and they just breeze through this, which I don't necessarily think is going to be a breeze, but let's just say out of a crazy scenario they're able to get a win here, this could change things substantially. You know, they're going to have to be very prepared for everything that's Reply Totem have got to throw at them. Again, we're coming fresh at the back of some balance changes there as well to consider. So realistically, you can't take chances. You have to really get stuck in quickly to seeing the patterns that are emerging, not just in the region, but across other regions, but in regards to the team that you're facing and what they're likely to do, because we've seen Reply Totem bring in some interesting brawlers, which they haven't really necessarily had as much playtime with prior to that. So, you know, Dogster Lobster are going to have to keep their guard firmly up, it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I think, you know, kicking things off in Brawl can be a good way to start things off for a matchup like this, because if Dogs are able to, you know, get an explosive start and an early goal that can provide them a big advantage. It is best of 3, so things can happen rather quickly already. Our bands lined up. It's going to be B, Crow, and Pam banned out by Reply Totem. Dogster taking out Stu, Max, and Gene. And Joker on Reply Totem here, going for the first pick, Janet.
I do like these bans, gotta say, from Dogster Lobster in particular. Gene and Max getting those eradicated, and Stu, of course, is such a prominent brawler right now to get out of the way. And Bonnie first pick, very nice. Colette as well, really fantastic brawler to lock themselves in for. But Reply Totem knew that was going to be the case, likely to be the case at least, because yeah, Colette has just got some phenomenal survivability. In fact, we actually saw Joker with an amazing play in the Snapdragon Pro Series towards the grand final stages, where he was able to like 1-3-3 SK. Pick number 4 coming in, and it does give up some options. They have got a Poco, they have got the potential for something of a more tankier approach if they want it, and that has got to be of some concern a little bit to Dogster Lobster. They're actually going to lock in the Gale. I love it. I love it. They're kind of locking that in early, because Dogster Lobster then can't respond to whatever this pick is next. It could be a Buzz. I've seen them playing it a lot. Maybe not, but Daryl, of course, is a staple diet for Reply Totem. Or they're not necessarily going to go with a tank at all. But I do feel like that Gale is kind of preempting something here, and it's going to be a rough, actually, surprise. But the wall break will come in handy.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised as well. Typically, Maru is going to be playing the Janet, and you know, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is here from Reply Totem. Seems like they're going for something a bit more standard, a bit more slow-paced, which I can respect as well. Gil always does a really good job at shutting down something like a Bonnie jumping onto you. Make sure you get that stun and clean kill, because more often than not, it's going to go the way of the Bonnie in general. It's going to be a squeak, actually, for the final pick here from Dogster.
I quite like it, though, from Reply Totem there, just because ultimately Dogster Lobster have the final pick. So the Gale is just kind of a safe bet to eradicate any unexpected surprises. And you know, having done that, Dogster have gone now for a more control-based idea. It's pretty smart as well, because ultimately, you know, you've got that twisted to hand as well for overtime, and just being able to pocket the ball and just plant the gadget over the top of the ball to make it just completely untouchable. The roughs here work so well. I mean, you know, Backyard Bowl, you know, is a tough one when you haven't got a wall breaker. So I do feel like that is going to be a big advantage to Reply Totem if they get that sort of mid-control, and that's going to be the first battle that we see as to who is going to be the one to do just that. Mari already tapping the power to win, and Bonnie's the tanky brawler, so you've got to remember that those taps have got to land, because they can get pushed back quite easily here already off the back of those connections, breaking that back left-hand side wall and giving Mari a bit more ability to maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, that Ruffs has something really, really strong in the pocket as well. If you can, you know, push forwards with a supply drop, open up those walls and time your shot perfectly with it, that can be a pretty safe way to secure a goal on the map, where often it can get quite stalematy, especially once you actually need to commit near that goal area. So far, very much just a fight for the mid, as we do have a nice super from Tom. Is going to take down Joker on the right-hand side. Mari trickled down to quite low HP as well. Gadget from Tom to stay up, getting some good value, but Maru flies up in the air to make sure he survives that encounter.
I like that from Tom's there too, but that double stun from Joker, my word. That's going to keep Dogster Lobster on the back foot. Just Kanan now, and he's going to be defending this for his life. But Maori and Joker are low. That is something of a consideration. He could have supered it, but he went for the shots. They didn't connect. But now Thompson coming back in has, I don't think he got any more gadgets left to hand either. So the utility is dwindling down. It's 2 versus 1 now. Maori going to get the break and the goal to follow up. That places Dogster Lobster on the back foot with 50 seconds remaining on the clock.
Not a lot of time here for Dogster to turn things around. Need an opening sooner or later. A gadget pump by How to Win, trying to speed things up a little bit, change the pace. Maru takes it into the air as he flies behind enemy lines. Will be landing in a bit of an awkward position. Joker left in a 1 versus 3. Should be able to defend it off. It seems like Dogster are going to get a final push here, a final chance at scoring against Reply Totem.
How to Win jumps in, takes down Maru, but Joker and Mari are still pretty high in terms of their HP, but this could be a methodical push here, but there's a twister. I don't think it's correctly placed, but I don't think it's going to matter. And the way that Dogster Lobster are at the present moment in time, no way they can get to this ball, and Reply Totem will take it. It wasn't quite that one-sided, though. There was a moment of promise towards the end from Dogster Lobster, and just that early goal, though, did help. It just kept Reply Totem in the game, and it was well done. They were able to push that ball through in that eventuality just very, very nicely indeed. But can they do it again? That's the question. Dogster Lobster definitely got to iron out a couple of things, but I did like a lot of their plays.
They were definitely not looking bad. The thing is, closure is what's most difficult on this map, right? Because, you know, you get some open fights in the mid, sometimes they'll go in your favor, but even then, getting that control is not always enough to actually secure a goal. That is the most challenging part on Banquet Ball so far. It is going to end up being a 2v2 with Kanan falling back a little bit, needs to heal up, and again, Maori opening up that left-hand side, the buff this time around going into the hands of Maru.
Okay. Well, Kanan's struggling to connect a little bit on the left as it does feel like Reply Totem's thumbs are nicely warmed up, and there's a great gadget there from Mario, but he does take a little bit of damage. Tomsy goes in and does take down Joker, and that's going to alleviate a lot of this pressure on the right-hand side. Might be able to find some space now in the mid in terms of control, and this is a pinnacle moment to do so, but they cannot lose this control. Joker in defense is such a daunting thing. You've got to get those squeak supers right in there deep and really cause a stir with that, and some swift takedowns. Pretty much a team wipe. There goes Joker. Maori's still alive, though. This could be a great chance for Dogster if they get the pass through. They do. How to Win passes it through to Kanan. What a play from them, and they bring back some feist.
Phenomenal goal here from Dogster, an important one as well. There is still a minute left on the clock, so Totem have time here to answer to that aggression from Dogster, but How to Win gets the ball out of the way. He's trying to get his super, does get it now as well. Don't think he can quite score here, but he is buying time and making sure that Reply Totem can't gain too much control of that engagement, and that might be exactly what Dogster need, because right now they have the goal lead. They don't need to score again, they just need to defend for another 30 seconds.
I wondered whether the timing there was a good time for Reply Totem to purchase, because How to Win was not in cannon form, but back in it now, and Joker is pushing up slowly. Can't be that far away from super either, I don't think, and Maru goes straight to the skies, just keeps the pressure on. Down goes How to Win. Kanan's still alive, though, does connect, I think, with Joker, but Maru will get the ball, super in, with just 7 seconds on the clock, and now into overtime. That was not the plan.
Dogster, they wanted to end it clean, but it's not quite going to be the case here. Overtime it is. Pretty iconic to this map, of course. Dogster, they do have a super at hand on Tom. Joker has a knockback as well if someone gets over aggressive. And so far, Dogster respecting Totem a lot, giving them a lot of ground to work with. Maru is low, will get shut down. 1-for-1 trade. Nice follow-up onto How to Win. Both low HP, but How to Win gets the ball, does get taken out. And Totem should be able to score this one in. Yeah, Joker just walks it through, and Totem will take the first set.
Just like that, you know, it was so close to go to a third game there, but they just snatch it from the grasp. It's again that experience that shines through with Reply Totem, and just how they're able to handle those stressful situations, and that they kind of force the opposition to do things which they don't necessarily want to do, but they have to do. You saw the collect go in this final moments, but that was basically to avoid the knockback. You kind of have to do that. You're not in a position, it's like a lose-lose. And that's what Reply Totem are so good at doing when it comes to just making sure that the game goes their way. But we did see signs from Dogster Lobster that they are able to, well, again, the draft itself was pretty solid for me. I did like what they brought into the table. But just those final moments where they conceded kind of turned the things around, and they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, on the one hand, you can argue that, yeah, Dogster, they showed up here in the first set, definitely had some great signs of life and showed that they can put Totem in risky situations. However, on the other hand, this was their chance, right? This could have been the 1-0 lead in sets that Dogster really desperately want. And unfortunately, they missed out on that. And how to win? I mean, phenomenal performance, 9 kills in that set, but a bit more even on the side of Reply Totem with 6 and 6 on Joker and Maru. Mari a little bit behind, but does have the highest DPS for the squad.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that split even scoreline. Reply Totem just keeps that additional pressure on. I mean, nothing to say that anyone on the Dogster Lobster side wasn't doing their bit. Absolutely were. Just small, tiny mistakes, but these are the mistakes that do shine much brighter against a team like Totem. In all honesty, I'm not sure whether Kaden could have prevented that goal if he just maybe supered well, he went for Joker, I think it was, on the longer side of things rather than the person who was the closest to him, but I don't think it would have made much difference, to be honest. I mean, I just think that Totem today just looking very, very strong and very calculated, and that's the thing. Going into Shooting Star for Bounty, not the worst map in my opinion when you are behind, to be honest. There's definitely worst front runners as far as that's concerned, but a very, very important draft for Dogster Lobster here, as again, the pressure is mounting against them. They are the underdogs, no pun intended, coming into this one for sure, it's safe to say, but that in a way kind of makes it even more appealing to try and really cause a stir in the EMEA region.
Yeah, definitely. So draft is going to be coming in, and our bans are all ready and lined up. It's going to be Max, Fang, and Lola. Banned out by Reply Totem. Dogster taking out Piper, Max, and Nani. And there's going to be the first pick on the side of Totem. It's going to be Bell, and that seems very much in line with the most popular brawler pick race on Shooting Star.
Yeah, 68%, and I think for the reason that more often than not, it's a very safe first pick. It's kind of quite a versatile brawler. It's got a lot of slow potential for any kind of assassination approaches, and marking up someone of value that can really go quite a long way. B followed up by Dogster Lobster to combine with the Bonnie. Don't mind B here at all. I think it's maybe not my go-to on this particular map against a Brock. But again, it kind of depends upon the approach of Reply Totem here as to what they want to go. Yeah, Janet, I mean, they saw in the previous sets how much of a problem that was for them, and Jean followed up nicely by them. No Max to combine by it because the ban is there, but nonetheless, still something really worthy to have. And the pressure that it has when you're stuck in that back spawn can cause you to make mistakes. And that's kind of how Reply Totem like to play and encourage those mistakes to be on your opposition side. Third and final pick coming in for Dogster Lobster. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, definitely. So thinking about how they can counter anything here, just going to go Brock. Pretty standard all around. A brawler we don't see the most in competitive at the moment. Especially at a pro level, it can be quite easy to dodge his shots, but he does have a decent amount of utility in his kit. Obviously, a lot of destruction and free destruction as well if you want to take out some of those walls in the mid, give your side the better matchup. It's going to be a challenging one, to be honest. I feel like Totem, they got away with a comp they want to play on Shooting Star, and that scares me a little bit here for Dogster Lobster, because I don't feel like they've brought anything, you know, substantially different to what we expect to see on this map.
Well, Payne is doing well in the mid so far, pushing Maru back all the way. Haven't quite seen yet what side of gadget he's running, but the fact he hasn't broken that mid wall might indicate that he's running rocket laces even. I'm not too sure just yet, but we'll surely soon find out. Yeah, that's the thing about placing that drop the base too close to a wall against the Brock. You can connect those, so a little bit of a mistake on the side of Reply Totem. We're going to have to be a bit more considerate as to where they place those next time round, but nonetheless, the mid control firmly with them, allowing Maru to put down a couple of nest eggs as well in the mid for safe measure. And Blue Star, though, with Dogster, it counts for something here.
Yeah, and Kanan, I mean, is definitely the reason they managed to snatch that one. He got so much early damage onto Maru that Maru had to fall back, play it safe, leaving mid completely open, and the blue star free to be picked up by the ranks of Dogster, Lobster. So far, slow approach, but Joker does have a pull, and this is where things can get really dangerous, especially when Kanan is marked up as well. Even some small gene shots are going to be hurting a lot. How to win jumps in, finds two. That's not what the plan was here for Totem. They went for the pull and they're both going down.
My word, there is Rocket Laces. I was thinking there's gotta be that for Kanan because he's just been like leaving the walls up for far too long for me if he wasn't. So there is some defensive measure. Massively so. You got the body jump and the Brock jump now as well to add to that. But 7 stars is something quite big at this stage of the game, but nothing that Reply Totem can't topple. As Kanan is marked up, the Spirit's going out as well. Tomsy blocking it with the Honey Molasses there, but everyone on the side of Dogster is pretty low for the most part. 10 seconds remain, Teddy.
Wow, 2 more kills going the way of Dogster, and this might just be a flawless game of bounty from Dogster Lobster. Beautiful stuff from them, and exactly what they needed as well. Didn't want to hand out any match points too early to Reply Totem, and that first game of bounty is certainly going their way.
Yeah, going to provide so much for them in terms of a boost, and it's going to be dangerous as well because you're ruffling the feathers of a team like Reply Totem. Joker gives the thumbs up, agrees with how that went for them, and definitely some mistakes to learn from on the side of Reply Totem when that's an early pickup this time round. Tomsy low as well. So 3 stars and that blue star already with them, but they now know that Kanan is not running the wall break, and that will like help them be a bit more defenseful as well. So Tomsy's got the amplified shot on the left and looking to connect it ideally onto Maori, but now he's healing up, and yeah, the opportunity's lost. Nest eggs as well in the mid is going to be something of a consideration for Dogster Lobster when they want to push through.
Jump in from How to Win, gets a kill again. This time does get traded out. That means that Totem keep a 3-star lead. It's a pretty different story now. The mark was missed by Maori, so that's some lost value as well. We can see that Dogster struggling more now that they didn't manage to pick up that blue star, but what a pickup from Kanan there. 2 shots onto Maori and grabs that elimination. Just 1 star now, and a single kill would turn the ties.
There are no signs of super being used by Kanan though. He's a little bit cautious to do so. Doesn't want to make Reply Totem think that they can push the situation, but now goes for it. But Joker far away from it. Mid now though is completely exposed and will provide both more maneuverability but also less unpredictability. Maru's got super, so he can just take to the skies if he gets too low here, but How to Win pops his gadgets and somehow Kanan comes in and clears things up. Dogster Lobster now have the lead, and if they hold on to it, they claim a set.
Yeah, some tunnel vision there from Maru. Looking at How to Win, but gets caught off guard by Kanan. Nice reset of How to Win's heals with the Vengeful Spirits. Goes for the jump in onto Maori, gets taken down by Tom before that. There is a trade there. Blue star is on the side of Totem, and that's going to be the difference maker. Totem, they take the game, and that's match point just due to that blue star.
Disaster. In much the same way that we saw Reply Totem in Backyard Bowl for Brawl will just steal it out of their clutches. Dogster Lobster are reminded in such a way that will sting that it's not over until those final seconds tick, and now they're forced to play out again. And not just that, but they're up against the match point now. Kanan trying to get Maori taken down, and Joker knows it's because of the body blocking. The right-hand side is a bit of a trade out, but the blue star does hand itself over to Reply Totem, and that's enough to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, that's a big trade, keeping the advantage on the Totem side of things. But Tom finds Maori out of nowhere again, and Dogster leading by 2. That's quite significant. Let's see if Totem can seal that lead again, or if Dogster can push things to a final set.
Missed mark there from Maori, so Kanan will have a bit of a saving grace. Maori has to land. What goes there must come down. The super over the top as well. Does pack. Oh, my word. Joker just coming in clutch there with the Magic Path healing. Oh, this is a good spot though for Maori. If he can use this box to his advantage, and How to Win now so incredibly low. Everyone on the back foot. Tomsy's got to come in here and swap lanes, but he can't juggle everything. Everyone healed up now, more or less, for Dogster Lobster, but this is looking like a close call here. One gene pull, and it's going to be turning back in the favor of Reply Totem. And How to Win knows it, jumps in preemptively. Beautifully done, but it's not out of the woods yet. Maru gets the kill.
I like the play, though, knowing that Maru has taken it into the air and leaves an opening for him to take down Joker. Well read. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but one that keeps Dogster in the lead for now. However, they can't afford anyone to go down. A super from Kanan does find a lot of connections onto Maru, but Maru is able to still stand. 10 seconds left, the final chance here for Totem to end things here. Otherwise, it's going to be set 3. Kanan is incredibly low. The pull connects. That's the kill they need. How to Win 1 HP as well, but it doesn't even matter. Reply Totem. They take out Dogster Lobster with a 2-0 scoreline. Some close games here and there, a close final set, but Dogster Lobster just falling short.
I fell for the man. I fell for them so much because it happened 3 times. I mean, it does go to say a lot, though. It was incredibly close. I mean, that was one that I think kind of deserved to be settled in a third set myself. But just that ability to stay composed. And again, you know, when you're able to push back your opposition, when you've got things like Bell to hand and Jean to hand and also a Janet, it's a really tough thing to be able to just stay on your feet in those final moments. And the pressure, you could see it really was on. And when a team like Reply Totem put you in those places of pressure, it's very, very difficult to still remain out on top. And time again, they were just able to make it happen for themselves. Such calculated plays, but kind of what we come to expect from a team like Reply Totem. But that 2-0 scoreline, I just don't think does Dogster Lobster justice, in my opinion, today.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you know, the games were very close. There were some good chances from both sides, and Bounty, even more than Brawl, really felt like Dogster might just take it. If you look at the scoreboard, I mean, that's 12 kills for Dogster, only 6 for Totem, but getting the opponent kills at the right time is so valuable. Plus, Dogster, I mean, you know, the scores might be a little bit biased because they did have one game where they absolutely stomped through Reply Totem, so took a lot of kills over there. But even then, you know, Dogster, definitely a great showing from them. Unfortunately, not quite enough to take down the almighty Reply Totem.
Yeah, and it's fair to say as well that their World Finals journey will probably come to an end there because there's no way they can bring things back. But MVP Maori takes it despite 0 kills under his name. But nonetheless, a worthy advocate for it, honestly. I mean, he's a dangerous player on the best of days and also in the worst of days too. So not at all surprised why the MVP votes went his way.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's good to see the MVP go to someone else than Joker once in a while as well, because the entire roster is just incredibly strong. Although Joker arguably is the star player, they did manage to get an important win here, which, you know, just secures their spot into the semifinals. Dogster Lobster, I mean, I wish they could take this one, but maybe next month we can see some more Dogster magic.
Yeah, certainly, you know, next year for sure. They're really on to one that I think is going to be a very respectful year. Well, our next matchup, Teddy, SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming EU, a rivalry that we've seen time and time again. Let's start with SK Gaming. I mean, you know, they've been struggling recently. I mean, they've had a great start to the year back in March. The Grand Finals win against Tribe, but they got reverse swept in that instance. But ever since then, you know, April, quarterfinals finish. May, quarterfinals finish. Semifinals in July, but August, back to old, you know, habits. Quarterfinals finish. We need to see more from Semantic, IKS, and Guille today, as if they can make the semifinals and get this win against Tribe Gaming EU, they will get a golden ticket for the World Finals. They need to turn it up. They need to get back to that old form that they know and love, and start to really, you know, show us what they're made of. They got to break this habit of these quarterfinal finishes.
Yeah, they definitely have to do so. And when it comes to third-party events, they've had some successful results here and there. Just, you know, not quite where we want them to be. I mean, you know, you gotta love them. You gotta love their personality and, you know, all the energy they bring in here. Threatening Tribe from afar. They know they want this win here. They know that this win sent them straight to the World Finals, and Guille is definitely letting that show on his face and in his attitude as well.
I think it's great to bring it, because you need to have a laugh and a joke, and you need to also bring, a lot of energy to things. But Tribe Gaming EU are a team that have got plenty of that as well. Dre, Yoshi, and Lanan. It's been a bit of a rocky road recently, it's fair to say. I mean, the year was phenomenal as a start, despite that loss to this very team back in the beginning of March. A grand finals appearance in every single month. But last month, that wasn't the case. They finalized the month in the semifinals after a loss to Reply Totem. So looking this month to come back a bit more refreshed and revitalized to be able to get this win, because again, this back and forth, we've seen it a lot, Teddy, as you mentioned in third-party events as well. It was in the Snapdragon Pro Series where we saw SK get the win over Tribe, and in the previous day, I think we saw Tribe get the win over SK. So it's been back and forth, not just in the BSC, but outside of the BSC as well. And both of these two teams, for that very reason, know exactly how the other likes to play, and that's what makes this matchup so interesting for me.
Yeah, I mean, SK Tribe, one of the biggest rivalries in Brawl Stars, especially when it comes to EMEA history across the years. Those guys have played each other over and over again. This is an incredibly important match here for SK. As we already addressed a little bit, SK, they can make it to the World Finals if they win this match. Just a little bit of an extra sense of security would really go a long way. Tribe, on the other hand, they are already qualified, but, if anything, that also shows that they have been already the better team this year with better results and more consistent brackets all around. So Tribe, in my eyes, are coming in as a favorite. I just hope that SK can perform to the level I want SK to perform, because I want to see SK at the World Finals.
Yeah, I don't want to see them, again, back in their previous form. I say that with hesitation because, it makes it sound like they've really fallen off. They haven't. They've got it. They've demonstrated it. This is a team that went head-to-head, neck and neck with Zaza at the MSI to match point. They're capable of so much greatness, and they really thrive in a LAN environment. We saw that, with the Snapdragon Pro Series just very recently as well, and they went to the grand finals against Reply Totem there and forced Tribe Gaming out. So that is still a bitter blow that's going to be remaining there for Tribe Gaming here today, and they need to shake that off and just focus on the now. As you rightly say, they've already qualified, so there's a bit more off their shoulders in that respect, a bit more pressure on the side of SK Gaming. But again, that's a team which respond really well to pressure. They love to be behind because it makes them want it even more. 57% of you watching at home think that they have got the edge here today, Teddy, similar to yourself on your predictions. And again, I call this as a 50-50 earlier today, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if SK do pick up the win here today simply because of what is at stake.
Yeah, exactly, Dan. There's a lot at stake for SK, a little bit less for Tribe, but it's still Tribe, and they're a proud team. Just the bragging rights, plus a little bit of a prize pool, getting some better seeding, perhaps on the leaderboards when it comes to the final leaderboard at the end of the year. All of that goes a long way as well. So it's not like they have nothing to play for. It's just that in comparison, it does feel like SK have much higher stakes when it comes to this match. Our bans are there. It's going to be Amber, Janet, and Jean, banned out by SK Gaming. Tribe also banning Jean and Janet, and Amber. Seems like we have only 3 bans, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, that is really quite rare. Honestly, it's going to open up a lot of doors here, and they might not be doors that everyone wants to necessarily open, as the Poco first pick by SK Gaming. I don't know whether it's my preferred mid here, but I mean, it opens up a lot of opportunity. That is safe to say, and also just the way it's shot into the meta, it's a very dangerous brawler. So Yoshi's responded and Drage with Stu and Colette, and they are both great picks as well. Stu mid could be quite troublesome actually against a Poco, just simply because of the aggression that it provides. But again, the healing on the side of SK is going to be of a concern here. I've seen SK go Penny here quite a lot. It does seem to be something which they quite like, and Pam as well, as we know, is a great lane on these circumstances here. Bonnie's available as well, another one which they like to actually ban as well as play. So there are still opportunities, but they're going to go with Crow. They were playing it a lot yesterday as well. Hasn't necessarily dropped off as much as I think it felt in the last week's shows, but nonetheless, we have seen a little bit of experimentation of gadgets. I think slowing toxins is still there, and also with the poke on their side, it means that with the protective tunes as well, able to cancel out that slowdown. That is not going to be something that Tribe have got the luxury of having. So this fifth pick's got to be an aggressive one for me, a little bit. So they are lacking a little bit of their lane control for me, as the SK do have a lot of aggression on those side lanes here. I think they've got to go with something here. They're going to go with Beast, going in range today. Different approaches, but it's what makes teams like this so great, because they keep you guessing all the time.
Then that's such an interesting draft from SK, because I'm assuming that B is not being played mid, right? I would think that Semantic or whoever ends up running the Poco is going to be in the mid, and then the B is played on a lane. That would make more sense.
The left lane, I think, yeah.
It seems like a nightmare to me to try the lane as 2 with a B in mid, you know? But Lena is going to be going for the squeak, so very much controlled approach as well on both sides, really. So this is going to be an interesting one. Poco is strong, and I think where it can be very strong as well is with solo screech against something like a Stu. Sure, you can dash out of the danger and get back to safety, but that solo screech is going to come hunting you all the way on your side of the map. It doesn't matter if there's walls between you. That can be a great way at getting eliminations. We'll see if that is going to be the star power of Troy. Seems likely, considering Guy is playing pretty much isolated from the rest of the team anyways.
It seems like Yoshi is already rooting for his opposition there. Drops the SK pin. IKS, though, has got the amplified shot and does connect it, the residue behind him. And that will allow Yoshi to have a little bit more of an idea as to where he might be lying now, but healing up as well. And yeah, be left lane here, because ultimately the right lane is very hard to push into. So you need the Crow to kind of basically show where your opposition are going to be, to give you an idea as to where your hits are landing. And it's kind of that area spread that's kind of perfect for it. But nonetheless, Yoshi is definitely feeling it on this left. And 3 gems in the pocket for SK, but 3 also in the pocket for Tribe. So quite neck and neck, and just both teams just, creeping out to try and get their gems.
Yeah, I like as well on the Poco how much they can scout just by, shooting in those bushes, shoot on both sides of that mid wall as well, which usually when you go for those gems, you'll shoot at one side and hope that, you either mark your enemy or dissuade them from pushing you and taking any risks. Here, Ye can cover both sides if he wants to. That's a big pickup. Ye should be picking those gems up. They are going to be dropped down in the mid. He's low HP, but IKEA still manages to snatch them off. Luna ends up going down, and SK, they have a pretty strong countdown now.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to be able to stop this on the side. Tribe, a bit of a mistake there from Drage, and also gems over Chaos and Guille, so you can go in super aggressive on the Crow, but Lanan's going to try for it. Not enough time. That's what I thought. And SK would pick up the first game in a nice fashion. They played it slow and steady at the beginning and just played it safe, but allowed Tribe to make that mistake. And as soon as they did, they capitalized on that, and thoroughly deserving, in my opinion, of that first game.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's an interesting draft they brought to the table, but that slow and steady approach paid off. Let's see if they can do it again, or if Tribe have managed to think of some solutions to deal with this unorthodox comp from SK.
Actually pushing through that left-hand side lane and forcing Chaos into the mid, but the lack of numbers here, and he's all on his own as Semantic respawns back in, and Drage picking up the aggression on the right-hand side to keep Semantic at bay. Lanan going into the mid, and they've swapped over, actually. Lanan seems to be the gem carrier now a little bit. They're getting big taps from Chaos, and Yoshi now slowed and taken down quickly. It's going to be really tough, this lane matchup between the Squeak and the B, and for the moment so far, Chaos seems to be winning it more often than not.
Yeah, it is interesting that Tribe went for a lane swap. Usually it's not the mid that's going to be swapped. It seems to be somewhat paying off so far, much more even than the previous game, although the previous game really ended when SK were able to steal those gems. A nice push forward from Guy, has a super as well. He's gonna go for it now, scouts Rage in the bush and finds a 5th and 6th gem for the side of SK.
I feel like this Stu lane is working out better than the actual gem carrier idea that they were with before, though. I mean, Drage is being able to get a lot more in the face of SK. IKS has actually come over to that right-hand side lane now to deal with it and put Semantic against Yoshi. I'm not sure whether that's going to work out as well for SK. I actually quite like the way that IKS was able to keep Yoshi suppressed. Slow will connect as well, and Drage just about safe, but couldn't quite connect the shot, but the Nun comes in now, and Gem leaders with SK. Semantic jumps in. Bit of a body blocking there from the speed zone, and now EA completely out of position. 3 versus 1, forced back.
Yeah, this is looking better for Tribe, although SK are on 9 gems. Tribe matching the gem count, 1 away from a counter. Nice pickup from Drage onto Ikels as well. The counter is still initiated by SK first. Tribe should be able to cancel it out quite easily. They're not doing just that now, as we have a 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side.
Well, oh, and None does get it. I was a bit hot in mouth then, but still SK, who just keep continuating this count, and they got 12-10 now. None is weak and weary as well, pinched between himself and Chaos, and the gems are dropped. Chaos picks them all up, and oh my word, SK have breezed it. They take the first set, no doubt about it, and place Tribe firmly on the back foot.
Wow, what an explosive start here from SK. I mean, you have to give it to them. That comp was very, very interesting, but Tribe, they just didn't really know how to deal with it. They tried. And I think that their second approach was the collect mid worked out better, but in the long run, it was still SK. You know, once the fight got messy, once those gems were dropped from Semantic onto Ikels, I believe, it was a huge mess, but a mess that SK somehow managed to tribe.
Yeah, when you got brawlers like Crow that can just kind of jump in or jump out with gems as well, that's another thing of a consideration to have. It's why I guess it's quite still viable in that respect in Double Swoosh. Interesting to see a different kind of play style actually as well, because we tend to often see both of these two teams kind of considering tanks. I mean, Colette tends to be more of a Tribe kind of pick. If they can like land it in, it's pretty much always Lennon who does get to play it. But the gems were split as well, and that moment there, Lennon just not able to realistically come out with anything. Just the angle wasn't quite right, and the return had been another way, then maybe he would have got some out for his troubles there. But it was that moment there where we just saw Lennon get caught off guard as Chaos came in and then really cleared up Drage, and then he was then out of position, and just then the walls just came crumbling down. And this is what Tribe are going to be aware of going into this second set is SK are playing a very, very cautious game today. They like to play the slow game normally, but in Gem Grab you can't do that. So they're just taking their time, keeping the resets going and just keeping the pressure on, and it works out time and time again.
Yeah, great stuff overall here from SK. Tribe definitely not far behind. Both games were fairly close, but eventually the gem carries did fall for Tribe, and that's something they need to be careful of, despite, you know, having some pretty impressive strats on both sides. I do feel like, you know, SK, they're all up at 5-4 kills. It was only Drage on the side of Tribe that was able to match that. See if Open Zone can be a new beginning, a fresh start for Tribe, or if SK are going to run away with this one.
Well, I know Tribe do like to play Squeak here, and I'm sure they will have the same memories that I do of the Snapdragon Pro Series, where SK brought in a final moment Mortis, and it really just stomped them in that instance. So this draft is actually quite a crucial one. They've got to realistically on both sides plan ahead, and the coin toss here is quite important. I've been waiting for Griff here all day long, but it hasn't really shown its face so far. I think a Stu ban would be a worthy one to have here as well. It's not, but Poco is. Crow, B, Amber, and Squeak all banned out. It's Tribe actually banning out Squeak as well, which is interesting to see. And they go with the first pick of Janet, which I quite like here. But there is still a lot of options. This map is quite versatile, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, there's few brawlers I'm gonna fear as much as this Tumantic on Open Zone. He is really strong on this map. They're gonna go for Lola first, which would definitely be a viable option to pair up with the Stu, just because of the way it can counter it and not want to leave that option open to your opponents. Also just very much in line with the most popular brawler picks on Open Zone, it seems like. But maybe SK are going to go for a different idea. They do have some momentum on their side and can try to switch things up a little bit. It's going to be a max, so still matching that high energy, high movement speed mindset, but with the max rather than the Stu.
I like it. Really aggressive, really in your face. And for me, I would like to see Griff. I would follow by a B, because B can like slow down so much of this aggression as well. And it just helps to have the map so open. The walls are going to be quite crucial here, but Pam, for that same reason, can come in really nicely. It's just a tough one to pick for Tribe here because ultimately SK didn't have the opportunity to wall break, and then your walls did not carry nearly as much. Could be Stu. It is going to be Stu for Lenan. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. It's very quick with the speed zone to get back into the mix, and also considering that they are up against the max, they have to bring some aggression of their own, but they'll be a bit cautious not to feed with that as well. I kind of wonder who is going to be playing on that particular pick here, but definitely going to mean that they're going to have to consider quite heavily the lack of range that they have with that particular brawler, and trying to compensate for it. It's going to be Bonnie coming in for that very reason. I quite like it. SK love to play Griff. I know I keep banging on about it. I have done all day. I'm not going to stop, but I feel like this is the time for them to bring it in.
It might be. It might be. I think it would have been a great option as well for Tribe because it does quite well against both Max and especially Lola. But SK, it's definitely still an option they have on the table. They could maybe go for something like a bow as well, pretty standard. There's still some long-range options open too, but it's going to be the Pam. And then they decide to bring in, which I really don't mind. I do find that it's kind of hit or miss on open zone. Sometimes it can get great success, sometimes not nearly as much. But from the looks of it, both comps seem fairly even. I would even dare to maybe side a little bit on the side of Tribe, just because personally here I do prefer the 2 over the Max. I think Bonnie has great range as well, although that can be challenging when facing a Max that can speed up not only herself, but her teammates too, of course.
Exactly that. That's the worry with Bonnie. And, for me, I think it makes perfect sense to draft the Pam here because there's no wall break. It's going to be speed zone for Drage. And that does mean that despite Tribe having the early mid control, if SK start to get their utilities down, it's going to help them out so much. Where you see Stonks Pam coming in, and EA forced away with the phase shift, and low, can't really push now on the aggressive and just using the speed on the defensive. Not necessarily how you want to be using the Max, but when you've got no choice and being forced into this corner by Tribe, then it makes a lot of sense. Ego goes out on that left-hand side, not going to in that much other than a couple of taps onto Yoshi. So far, so good for Tribe as they approach 50%.
And this is a phenomenal start from them. Really not much contesting from SK until now. That healing station is barely gonna get any value, which is exactly what Tribe want. A bit of a stomp here actually, as Lena takes out Ikeos. Guy is left on 1 shot. Semantic falls next, and this is looking very complicated here for SK Gaming. Tribe, I mean, they're gonna take this one. Wow, and so dominantly as well.
Yeah, they just didn't give SK a look in at all, and I think off the back of a set loss, that's how you have to really get inside the minds of SK. You have to come together as a team. I think last year Hot Zone was a game mode where Tribe really kind of struggled. This year it's been a bit of a different story, and they know the importance of just getting and confirming the kills, and utilizing that mid control and trying to dance around the aggression, combining with the objective. But now SK starting to work a bit better as a team, getting these angles a bit better. Drage just surviving there on 189. Lenan pretty low himself as well. This is where SK need to push, and they can't do that. The speed is available to Guy, but they haven't got the HP to utilize with it.
Well, again, Tribe was just such a phenomenal start. Not much they can do about it. Guy dashes straight into Lenan, is able to survive, it seems like. Might even win that fight in the end. Both are incredibly low. It is going to be Lenan to take it, playing it blind in the bushes. Thing is, in the meantime, it's still Tribe getting percentage after percentage, and SK, they just have yet to really find an answer.
Yeah, they're really not in the element at the moment, but Guy with the speed now places Drage and Yoshi under pressure. Drage goes down, Yoshi the last one standing. It's quite a big lead, though. A substantial Tribe and the team wipe there now as well. They can just sit on the zone and wait and just keep their distance between themselves and Guy not to feed. 90%. Tribe have absolutely hammered down this set. And rightly so when you consider how things started. We're now even, but I didn't nearly expect it to be as quickly as that to become even, to be completely honest.
Wow. Impressive performance. I mean, to be fair, SK, they brought the stonks, but Tribe brought the stomps, and that is a very one-sided set here in favor of Tribe, pushing things all the way to a third.
I've got to point out that play on Wes today. That was like, I mean,
You're welcome. I've been preparing it for
I enjoyed
minutes,
that.
so.
I really did. Okay, well, hot potato for heist. I mean, this is kind of where SK like to be, actually. Like, I mean, this game mode, maybe not the map in that instance though, but certainly as a game mode, SK really like to just rub salt in the wound and just kind of play more of a control-based game. But hot potato as a map doesn't really necessarily cater to that same idea. So definitely something of a bit of a saving grace there for Tribe. However, saying that though, Tribe have really cottoned on to how SK play and have shown that same approach when it comes to playing out heist against them, and have actually started to win more than they've lost in that sense as well. But I think what we've got to say more than that before we go into that is just how much Tribe shook off that first set. You know, coming in, I love that little moment between Lenan and Guille there, because I was wondering how long it was going to go on until someone got the kill. But, you know, this is what I mean. The sixth sense that you have with these sort of teams means that when they are juking, they are able to play it off like that and have that survivability. Stats are in, heavily favored in Tribe, kind of what we expected to see realistically. Only one kill for each of the SK Gaming players in that entire set, which is pretty dominant, if you ask me. On the side of Tribe, of course.
Oh, it's absolutely dominant. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think this is something that may be a little overlooked as well, is that, you know, very often we hear about comfort brawlers, but Hot Zone is a comfort mode for Tribe Gaming, just like Siege may have been for SK last year. And having, you know, those sort of game modes, if they are in the rotation of your match, that can be a massive advantage, because as you said, they just shook off that momentum from SK like it didn't even happen. And now we're going to set 3 with a whole lot of momentum going the side of Tribe Gaming, and that's something SK need to worry about.
Oh, why did you have to bring up Siege, Teddy? It's still too early for me. It still hits me hard.
I'm sorry.
Well, it comes down to this. This could be SK Gaming's ticket to the World Finals if they can get a win in Heist and Hot Potato, or it could be Tribe Gaming EU denying them and forcing them out of the quarterfinals yet again for what would be a 4th time this year in the BSC. And that is something that SK will be thoroughly aware of. They went out in April, May, and August in the quarterfinals. They do not want to be adding things up here to add then September to the mix as well. This is going to be a good draft. I'm looking to see some good bans as well. Rika banned by, I think that's from the side of SK there as well, which is kind of a usual thing to see because Chaos would like to really have it. Griff, Ruffs, Surge on the side of Tribe, and an early pick, an early draft there of Gale. I think wisely so, because SK like to play a lot of Primo here with the Daryl ban as well. That's going to like maybe eradicate some of that. M's coming in as well. I like it, but there's a lot of potential options here on Hot Potato to consider as well.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, M's this early and Gil this early is interesting. Shows how scared they are of those tanks and what can be brought in by either side. Seems like some of the draft is being fixed right now, and there's gonna be the Nita. First one we see today, a brawler that they honestly I didn't expect to see as much yesterday when casting Rush. So I'm interested to see how that's gonna pay off, and I think that, you know, it says a lot about how good the brawler is at the moment, just because, you know, SK Gaming are willing to bring it in when it matters the most.
Great brawler to have to be able to throw the wall. You can just kind of control multiple lanes in that respect and get on the safe, and more than likely it's going to be Hyper Bear just swiping away, and that causes so much damage. You cannot leave a Nita on the safe with Super. That is just a given. You cannot do it. We saw it actually happen against Tribe and STMN in the North America and Latam North region in the Snapdragon Pro Series finals, and yeah, that was just enough for me. And STMN, as we know, went on to win the whole thing. So yeah, Nita here, very, very I want to say underrated. It's not underrated. It's just like that people don't necessarily know how strong it is at the moment here. A very, very strong drafted for SK. Drage coming in with Buzz. I was thinking that as well on the side of teams like Reply Totem. By banning out the Griff, it makes a lot of sense. No wall breaker on the side of SK, you can really utilize that. So surely SK have got to be thinking a little bit now about how they break some of this cover to deny the Buzz, or bring in even like a Barley and a thrower to double down on that same idea.
Buzz is an absolute threat on this map. You have to be really, really careful facing it. They need some sort of strong answer on the side of SK to deal with it. And it's gonna be the Primo. All right. I mean, definitely making things interesting here for us. They showed it already in the first set, willing to play around the draft and bring in some unique ideas. It's gonna be the case here as well. I mean, if you asked me a month ago if I'd expect to see a Primo and a Nina on Hot Potato and Heist, I would have not believed you. I would have not believed you. But there it is, and that is going to be an interesting final set here. Again, just as a final reminder, World Final spot on the line here if SK Gaming can take this win. Tribe, they want it just as much, but don't have to fight for that World Final spot anymore as they're already qualified.
I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of Primo here. I've seen a lot of teams try, but that's a nice throw over the wall there. There's the Mantic that actually forced out Lenun's stun to be then used on the defensive. But it can work. I just see it breaking up the map so much. And with this kind of comp, you kind of want to keep some of that as well. Semantic will be healing off now, but it's also a big threat to pick a Primo into a Gale that you already know exists here. Buzz and Yoshi gonna be able to do a lot here, but only so many gadgets for Semantic until he has to handle this left-hand side lane. Now Gear creeping forwards as well. Chaos is gonna get a lot of damage here with these shots that are gonna land. He has to aim a couple onto Drage, but some will land, and that's 80% left into the damage, 20% dealt by SK Gaming.
Early lead for SK, but Tribe now with all the positioning they could ask for. As Lena goes for the stun, but Achilles is quick on the gadget to not let that happen. Still, Lena gets the kill. Drage is on the safe as well. That's a whole lot of damage. Lead now in favor of Tribe Gaming. Not by a whole lot, 21% in it, but still. SK need to be careful. Every percent that hits their safe is making their journey tougher and tougher towards those World Finals.
Semantic now getting some very important shots, but Drage clears it up. Leads to a Tribe, and I do love that Gale first pick. It's just such a great way to make sure that you're covering your bases. But now with Gear and IKaos in position, Yoshi's got his work cut out. He's got to choose one person to go for, and that's the final gadget for Semantic. He's got super as well. He's going to keep the flames ticking down the safe, and now the lead firmly with SK, and these shots coming behind this situation could lead to a match point scenario here. Just the 10%, because surely Drage will pick it up, but they cannot lose this mid now. They've got to go on the offensive. There's no more second chance for Tribe here.
Yeah, they have a lot of utility to work with. That Primo super still is going to get pumped now. Drage falls. Yoshi gets the knockback onto Semantic, but that feeds yet another super for that Primo. And surely that is going to be a game here, going the way of SK Gaming and a match point that goes along with it.
Solid stuff. Great from SK to be able to stare the eyes of defeat and keep your composure regardless. I felt like Tribe had it, to be honest. They just dropped the ball a little bit, and you can't do that against a team like SK. They'll punish you for it. Semantic as well, having super, it's something that keeps you having to be on that back side to defend, and you can't really just commit. You've got to be able to clear it up before you can really push forwards here, but I think the comp is good on both sides here. It could easily go to a match point, but that loss for Tribe will definitely be lingering still.
Definitely so. This could be it here for SK. All they need is one game, and the World Finals are theirs. Drage, though, is let all alone on that safe, and that can be very dangerous. Sure, there's a lot of DPS onto Tribe Gaming safe as well, but look how quickly Carl on his own can match that up if Yoshi's able to dispatch a couple players, and he will find one, finds a second. That's only Semantic left alive, and now suddenly Tribe, they have the lead.
Unbelievable defenses there from Yoshi. It's actually better with me being run by Gia as well, by the way, not Hyper Bear. So going for more of a healing idea. And look at the double stun potential here of Tribe as they just start to encapsulate the safe. The damage that is needed now is 21%, but on the same side of things, SK have done so much themselves. Just 10% now for Tribe. Yoshi just got to hold firm here. Not out of the woods by any means, but my word, this could go one of two ways. It's either going to be SK Gaming qualifying for the World Finals or Tribe keeping themselves alive in this tournament.
Semantic goes down. Lena is going to be low. The flames make the heals go even slower, but it doesn't even matter. Yoshi settles it here. Double match point. This is getting intense, Art. a single game to decide whether SK go to the World Finals. I mean, they're not out if they lose. Yeah, they're not out if they lose, right? They get 2 plays till next month and still have a good chance at qualifying. But this could be it here for SK. In Tribe, they're to shut it down.
Semantic low HP, and Dre's just going to be able to push this. That's one gadget used, and the way he just was able to juke Chaos in the process allows him to push forwards. Yie now and Chaos are going to hold this mid, but there's damage that's dealt that SK can do nothing about early on, and that could come full circle later. Semantic will clear things up now, but the Nun does not win that right-hand side lane, so now SK are in a really formidable position, and Tribe are going to be defending it.
Oh, Dre just slips through again. He knows how much value he can get if he's alone on that safe. He showed that in the previous game. SK underestimating the call damage. Semantic does get cleared up. And for now, SK, well, they were in the lead. Drage turning things around nicely here with a nice couple of shots. And SK now 10% behind. But not out of the equation just yet. A great super from Drade, getting a lot of value, some good damage, and is reloading part of his next super in the process as well. Still, it's 8% in the mix.
I'm loving this aggressive approach, and Yoshi and Lenan doing great for the defense. He's just keeping Semantic back, and ultimately, you know, by just hitting Primo, you're going to feed that super eventually, and that's where you need the support of your teammates as Yoshi comes in, tries to help out. Yeah, he's just surviving on 48 HP as well, and will Yoshi be able to hold this firm? No, he goes down, but Lenan straight off the back of the spawn, and straight onto gear after that. This is a great chance for Tribe to get a push in and get more continuation damage.
Now Lenan has the super to do so. Semantic going aggressive down in the mid, but not all that much he can do. The Twister is problematic. Yoshi has a super as well, so does Drage. Everyone, as a matter of fact, on the side of Tribe, have a super in hand. Can be a lot of value. Both sides very, very careful here. 25 seconds left, and SK Gaming, they need some more damage. So just defending is not going to cut it. They need to get to that red safe as well. And make sure that Tribe don't finish things off either. Lenan goes down. Drage is quite low HP. Gets addressed as well with very minimal damage onto the save. Semantic drops in. That could be what gets them to the World Final. And I think it is our SK Gaming. They have done it. They take down Tribe Gaming in the quarterfinals and lock in their spots for the World Finals. And it seems like immediately as they win, some relief from Guille. Did you have a heart attack? Okay. I was scared, Ark. I was scared.
Clearly celebrating. I was wondering whether he was about to just, I don't know, fall to the floor then for a second there. But clearly, Drake's not pleased about it. I want to see what happened towards the end as well, because I think the defense was a bit amiss. I think a couple of missed stuns there on the side of the Gale. But nonetheless, I mean, you got to hand to SK. This is where they needed to shine. They were able to lock in themselves to the World Finals, and they wanted to get that clarity on things. They had to start to break some of their old habits, you know. I mean, going out in the quarterfinals is not a place that we expect to see SK happening this year. It has happened 3 times. It almost happened 4 times there. But nonetheless, they are through to the semi-finals, and that is exactly where they needed to be this month. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, great stuff from them, and always excited to see them at events. Worlds obviously would be amazing to see SK, and we will, as a matter of fact, see SK as they just now qualify, joining the likes of Tribe and a Reply Totem in the region. We'll see later on today as well if Team Queso can secure their spot for the World Finals, as they still have a chance to make it happen now.
Yeah, that was the second one. I don't know where that aim was there on Yoshi to try to prevent the push, but either way, there was so much behind it anyway. I don't think it would have made that much difference, but the kills were well, quite balanced for the most part, but Lenan out there in front, but on the side of SK, 11, 7, and 9, really quite higher up in terms of the comparison, but yeah, a tough day for Tribe. You've got to remember as well, this is the first time the Tribe have ever exited in the quarterfinals. I think they almost went out in the round of 8 in the qualifiers as well. So a really rough month for them. Geared, the star player for SK Gaming, Rightly so, I think it's fair to say, not just for the players in the game, but for the reaction cam today. Oh, it was quite the treat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you give us reactions like that, even if he lost, he would probably still have been MVP. Just so much charisma in the man, and you love to see it. You love to see it. Just seeing him smile as well, and how much it meant to those guys to make it and qualify at last for World. Because last year it was a different story, you know, for many of those guys, where early on during the year they knew they were going to Worlds. Not much was questioning that. This year it actually got to a point where, are we sure that we'll see SK make it? And some legendary players like Ye that have made it to nearly every single World Finals event. Great to see them make it once again.
Yeah, absolutely so. And yeah, a great way to do so, to be able to break that trend. Very, very important for SK today. So they are the first team to join then Reply Totem in the semi-finals in the upper bracket. But we're going to find out what's going to happen in the lower stages of the bracket. Our next match will be Team Queso up against Sampi Esports. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a short break just now as we go behind the brawl.
Wow.
And stay tuned until the semi-finals to see how that one goes. I'm really looking forward to that one, Trav. It's been a while, or at least it feels a while, since we've gone behind the brawl, and it looks like quite a nice collaborative edition as well. So I'm keen to see how that unfolds.
I am as well, you know. I love the sights of Spain, and I can't wait to see the players explore them. And also a Spanish caster as well, so it's nice to he's getting involved as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, welcome back, Trav, by the way. What do you make of the games that you just saw from the sidelines as you talk through the bracket?
I mean, that last one, SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming, it was everything it promised to be. Absolutely phenomenal game. And, you know, I thought Tribe were going to clutch it at the end. They were up in percentage, but they just let go on their defense. But that first one, I mean, the scoreline just doesn't reflect how close it was. Dogster Lobster had multiple opportunities to win, you know, a set in Bounty. They could have won a game in Brawl, and that could have changed the tides massively. But not their day today, and Reply Totem did 2-0 them, obviously. Team Queso and Sampi Esports up next, and NaVi versus Bax just after that. So we've got a couple more games that we're looking forward to as well coming up next.
Yeah, I'm excited now to see Reply Totem against SK Gaming, and that's going to put SK really to the test. If they can make the grand finals, or what a day it'll be for them, just the cherry on the cake. But like you rightly say, yeah, I'm with you. Dogster Lobster scoreline did not do it justice. Well, Teddy's out in front when it comes to the predictions, Trav. You know, we're behind, so we need to get this one right moving forwards. And of course, if you haven't already, head on over to events.brawlstars.com yourselves and sync your game with the Supercell ID, of course. You know, earn those rewards by getting those predictions right, playing involved in the trivia along the way as well. And make sure that you get that pin, because this one, I feel, Trevor, is a particularly good one this month.
Yeah, I guaranteed it during the East Asia cast. I put my predictions in beforehand, made sure I got it, so I didn't even need to submit my predictions on this one. It's a good job I did, because so far, not so good.
Yeah, oh, great. Well, I mean, 1 out of 2. I mean, 50-50. That can only get better, right? Well, we both put down Team Queso for this one, Trav, as did Teddy. So let's talk through the roster. NaVi, alias Jay and Boss. This roster has had a lot of amendments as of recent. Of course, Team Queso waving goodbye to Rafa and the Black Sea as well. And you know, big changes on the whole, realistically, here that have got to pay off for Team Queso. Again, in a very similar position to SK Gaming. If they can make the semi-finals today, then they will qualify for the World Finals as well. And all together, which is a great thing to see. I mean, that can really make all the difference, genuinely. But the best month back in May, of course, was the Grand Finals against Tribe Gaming EU, where they got that 3-1 just prior to the MSI. But a variety of results along the way, realistically. A lot of quarterfinal finishes, well, 2 quarterfinal finishes, 2 semi-final finishes as well. They want to be able to get through this quarterfinals today for sure, because ultimately, for what it means to them to qualify for the World Finals with certainty, I mean, that will be a huge relief for them.
Yeah, and you know, after Boss has obviously left Grombom as well, it's kind of a big turning point for him. Needs to prove that he's made the right decision and prove the fact that joining this roster and leaving Grombom, who played so well, was the right decision. Vargic, Salty, and Karjar from Sampi Tipsport as well. First monthly final ever for all of these players. Full team from the Czech Republic, I believe, as well. So they've definitely got the work cut out facing Team Queso, and they definitely don't want to lose it because they need to make a really good first impression on the Brawl Stars Championship.
Yeah, it's exactly that, and those kind of first appearances can go for or against you. Sometimes it's nerves that play the bigger toll, and sometimes it's just the sheer excitement and the adrenaline that runs through your veins that brings you the ice. And I really hope for them it's a good debut. But yeah, Team Queso, for them it's fair to say there is more on the line, so they're going to be absolutely fighting as hard as they can to lock themselves in. But what I love about Sampi Tipsport is that there is a real opportunity for an upset, despite what the polls may be over at event.brawlstars.com, and I guess on the casting desk with us. I do feel like, this is still a team that Team Queso shouldn't underestimate. Just getting to a monthly final in the BSC is worthy of immense praise. So, you can't really underestimate anyone that gets to this stage in the competition and just treat every game as, what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a lot of the reason that Sampi have made it this far. A lot of teams did underestimate them in that qualifier run, and they managed to make the run all the way through and qualify to this stage anyway. So it's definitely not a team who can be underestimated. You need to come at it with your full force, and I'm sure Team Queso will, considering how instrumental it is for them through their yearly run. This can qualify them to the World Finals, and that's just a massive thing. And they need to pin this one down and get that in the bag before they go any further.
Well, we'll get the battles to you shortly. Pick number one coming in for Team Queso already, and we've seen them play a lot of Eve on this map, and I'm kind of actually now growing towards it. I've started experimenting with it because I always kind of give it a really bad talking when it comes to their drafts and watching them play with it, but it actually is really solid on this left-hand side lane, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see it even with an early pick or a later pick at all. But we might be coming back to the draft in just a minute as we iron out some things, so we'll let you guys know what the picks will be. But ultimately, for me, Trav, a map which can cater a lot to brawlers like Penny. You've got Crow that can do a lot. Even Brock actually is not the worst of ideas, just to go straight in with a rocket fuel wall break and just eradicate those pushy areas. We've seen a lot of Sprout having some moments as well, where if you get that kind of final pick moment, you can really have a spawn trap in play if the eventuality is an Eve is not in motion, of course. But as we know, it's one that Team Queso like to play. I kind of wonder in that same respect whether Sampi Tipsport might even ban it for that same reason if they've done their homework.
Yeah, well, we know Team Queso love to play it, but I also love to hate that Team Queso like to play it, because I just do not think that Eve on near enough the majority of the maps is that good. Yes, it's all right here, but if you can guarantee yourself a Brock or something that can jump over the water or break up the walls, I think that's just way better. And I think there's a lot of ways where you can kind of build your comp that makes it so it is just better without the Eve. And we've had brawlers like Sweet coming in heavy, Brock to break the walls, Janet can now jump over the water or the walls as well. So there's just so many possibilities, I think, for Eve to really be that far in play and have that much of an impact on a map like this now.
Yeah, body as well, another one which is really up there. And I've got to say though, I was like you. I was angry almost when I saw Eve being played here. But then I thought, you know what? I need to try. I need to feel it. I need to kind of just make sense as to whether I'm right or wrong. And I did feel like I was in a good spot when I was on that left-hand side lane playing it. I did enjoy it. I will probably do so again in Power League. But at the same time, I think that the most important thing is making whatever you've got work. And products like Max as well, even here, can work out really well to go on the aggressive. B as well can shut down a ton of ideas that you want to bring to the table. But ultimately, what I would say about this map is having an escape plan is really quite key. The jump pad is not really going to cut it. And if you're in a position where you're really pushed back into the spawn, against a lot of really strong contenders in the meta right now, like Colette is one that I always tend to forget on this particular map, but one that can really thrive. Carl as well. It's, again, such a diverse meta when it comes to out in the open for knockouts, and having something of a wall break into the mid, which it seems like actually Team Queso are going to go with as well. Yeah, bringing the Bonnie and the Brock and the Penny are all three brawlers that I really love. One thing we didn't mention necessarily was the Jean. I mean, we didn't mention Nanny, but I didn't necessarily expect to see Nanny here, if I'm being completely honest. But one that definitely can get some good results here, no doubt about it.
Yeah, neither did I, and I'm glad we're not seeing the Eve, because we can't compare, I don't know what you're in, Bronze Power League to competitive Brawl Stars. I don't think that comparison can be made, to be honest. I don't think it'd be that good, but we are in the game, so we'll talk over this now. Enough of that slander of you and Team Queso's pick with Eve. Boss has already got super, and so's Karjai. Goes in aggressive, taking him pretty low early on. AliSSJ in a good position, to be fair. 2 salty barrels down, and not a lot to show for it other than some lost health, and does have that mortar now, but Vaj just coming down this left-hand side, not able to get too much done.
I'll have you know, Trav, that me, IKS, and Mari, the Dream Team Power League, and they carried me all the way to victory, mate. We're untouchable. Great start, though, for Queso. If Boss can stay alive here as well, the Gotcha Gadget is strong, though. If Karja can line this up, no super to hand, but that could have been a double takedown at the end. Somehow, Team Queso able just to stay on that, and wow, I've got to hand it to them for that, because I felt like that could have gone seriously another way, especially with Colette's ability to stay in the mix. Popping that gadget, keep coming in though, going around the houses, getting some momentum. Is it going to connect? It does! Gets Harry taken out immediately out of the mix. That's already putting Team Queso at a disadvantage.
Great start from Vajik there, and Boss is going to fall as well. Salty's got his pull. Kajai's just healing up. Not really needed in this matchup as it is a 3v1. They can probably just pinch him down quite nicely. Damage gear activated, and they're going to be working for another nanny suit because everybody else has got theirs. Just don't want to feed AliSSJ at the same time. So needs to stay passive, but also try and get it on his own, and there he has got it. Now they can just pinch him down, finish him off, and ensure that they get this round in the bag.
You're going to see a peep coming in immediately again. Probably going again for Javi's. There's the lowest of all the HPs there from 4,200. It was actually Team Queso who banned Eve, Janet, and Max, by the way. So they actually banned their own kind of beloved brawler. It was Fang, Bo, and Squeak banned out by Sampi Tipsport. Now the peep circling around, and Javi is low, and I'm looking to him. The body block was well there, done by Boss, who can... Oh, he can't jump away. 3 versus 2 again. Sampi Tipsport. Now, a great opportunity. Oh, but that dash in there for Karja, a little bit misplaced.
Composure lost, but now comes the pull, but the splash is going through both of them, placing the mortar as well. Pretty decisive moment in this game here. Do manage to avoid it, and Vajdik now going to be healing up, and the same with Salty as well. Should be able to take this one now, especially as they've got that mortar down. No salty barrels in hand as well, and now they're just spraying shots at him, keeping him low, and there shouldn't be anything he's able to do here as Salty can just maintain this low HP that they've provided him with. But he is managing to do a few shots, and Nani's not hitting anything. Healing up now, and there might be a chance.
He's got no salty barrel, by the way. Now, I think it's fair to say that, yeah, they'll finish that one off. You've got to hand it to Sampi Tipsport there. I mean, there was a moment in that 2 versus 1 towards the end where just genuinely a little bit of a misplacement of a few pixels here or there, and they would have burned down to that penny turret, and then that would have been a very different story. So, got to hand it to their composure in that situation. I mean, coming out straight off the bat strong and keeping Team Queso at bay, and this is really interesting to see. Javi going to break immediately into that mid, and I do like that strat with the Brock. I can see it being very viable for that reason, just to kind of instantly know where your opposition is going to be crossing through is quite a crucial thing to have on your side. But can they get some takedowns? Can Team Queso start to get back into the mix?
Karja had to just run away there, pop the gotcha gadget as well, not any value from it, just got his base heals and some from Gene as well to be able to get back up to top HP, and Team Queso have taken full control of the map here. Not really too much pushback at all from Sampi just yet, and Vajdik just getting hit pretty hard as well. Boss has the super in hand, able to aggress, great splash through from AliSSJ as well, and Karja now having to retreat as well, and they've got them completely pinned in the back line.
Yeah, this is exactly where Team Queso need to turn all the screws and start to secure some kills. Oh, but there is Boss having to jump away. The gotcha gadget was popped there by Karja. No value for it, though. He could utilize another one as the return to center is popped there by Vajdik, and oh, the connection is there to Javi. But look at this. What a rocket rain from him, and the support is there. Oh, my word. Team Queso just exploded into action and came back with the round.
Javi with an absolutely incredible super there, and Vajdik choosing not to use the early super this time, or as they probably would lose control and not the best position to do that, but Salty has this pull. Salty barrel still in hand from AliSSJ, however, though, and Boss no super. Javi doesn't have rocket laces, so unable to avoid this. In comes this Nanny Peep now, needs to try and make a connection. Going for the Boss, and he should be able to hit it, but the pull hits AliSSJ. Maybe bring him down, with the salty barrels placed. The tank's there, return to sender takes down Javi though, and AliSSJ and Boss are pretty low. Karja's looking for the super, but Vajdik's going to get them anyway. AliSSJ one shot, and they have brought him down. One round between Sampi and set number 1.
Oh, my word, now this is tense. very tense indeed. Because Sampi Tipsport, they can just keep themselves in motion and juking these shots and just try to get the peep to connect here, and it's going to be going round again. I wonder whether... Oh, it's going to go for an early connection onto Alias's J, and the pickup straight away as bots jump directly onto it. Oh my word. Even if they can't get Alias's J secured on the right-hand side, it's a 3 versus 2, and NaVi tapped up as well. Peep coming in. I love the way that Sampi Tipsport are cycling this comp, and there's a 3 versus 1. What can Alias's J do about this?
Absolutely nothing. He places the mortar, but he's going to get pinched down anyway. Gene shot follows up, and the pull is not needed. Sampi take the first set and have started very strong against Team Queso, who are looking pretty much out of the game at this point. Not really anything to say about that game, and definitely a definitely dominating set there from Sampi.
I really love the way that they approached it. I mean, for what is a team that we've never seen before in the BSC monthly finals, for a team that is their debut, I mean, that's how you want to start your debut, isn't it? I mean, the Nanny pick worked out so well, and that's the thing about Nanny. It's a bit of a dangerous idea sometimes if you're not bringing in people, if you're not bringing in value to your team, if you're not connecting, if you're hitting walls and that kind of thing, then you're really not doing your bit. That didn't happen. Every connection really brought something to the table there, whether it was a kill or just low HP or pressure. It was doing its thing, and we didn't see it coming on our side. I mean, I have seen it there before. It's not a Brawl that you can just instantly discount at all, but there's definitely some more favorited ideas that teams tend to go for. First set goes the way of Sampi Tipsport, and who would have thought it? Because I'm pretty sure everyone at home, more or less, if event.brawlstars.com has got the poll to look at again. I think it was like, what was it, 93% or something? It was a very big margin in favor of Team Queso.
91% to 9, I believe it was, in favor of Team Queso, and a lot of people are going to be disappointed about the predictions if they do not manage to pull it back and win 2 sets in a row, because if they carry on like this, they're just not going to. And if Sampi continue playing the way they are, if they're able to get another good draft, I don't think the draft was even like that far in their favor. Like, it wasn't 100% to 0 draft. They just played it really solidly, and Team Queso the complete opposite. They did not play it well at all.
I have to take some learnings on board for sure, but Gavashnik there, just 7 kills and right out in front. I mean, almost more than the entirety of Queso combined. 3 for NaVi, 3 for Boss, 2 for Alias's J, but that is, yeah, very, very healthy statistics in his favor, and certainly, I mean, if they go on to get the next set, worthy of an MVP for me. But everyone doing their bit, and I do love it though. I do. I mean, not that I don't want Queso to lock themselves in for the World Finals, but I mean, underdogs, Trav. I mean, I'm always rooting for them. I've got to this stage now where in my predictions, I just root with my head, but not with my heart, because last year I wrote with my heart, and yeah, everyone laughed at me. So I'm playing it safer this year, I think for good reason, but this is what I love about the BSC, is a team like this to come along. But there is plenty of time. Let's not, trifle around for Team Queso to bring things back in Bounty or in Brawl if we go all the way. So let's see if they can be able to recollect. They are all together, remember, as well, and that does make a big difference when it comes to communication and team morale as well. So that's, I think, could be well in their favor here today.
I don't know, it's Canal Grande. I feel like that's... I've seen... I just think of Canal Grande, I think of Team Queso, and I don't like the chances. I don't know why. It might be some, like, memory from a while ago of them just getting absolutely destroyed. I think it was in a monthly final against Tribe, where they just got absolutely destroyed by Tribe Gaming on this map, and they were clinging to the Eve, and it's another one of those things where I just absolutely hate Eve, and that was the reason why they did lose. But they need to come in, they need to get a very good draft, and they need to play better as a team and individuals at the same time, or is Sampi going to walk away with this one?
I gotta say, it's kind of ironic, isn't it, that we got this kind of map rotation for Team Queso of all teams who, like, I think it's the first time I've not seen them play Eve actually out in the open. I always see them playing Eve in Canal Grande. I kind of wonder whether they might ban it again, just if they do or they don't. Because I was going to say, that would be a big statement here. The first pick will go the way of Sampi Tipsport. Bans of Max, Penny, and Squeak, as well as Max. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, this is going to put things very much to the test. Eve for Sampi Tipsport. Alice J will lock in the Poco, and it was Gene and also Janet banned by Team Queso.
I mean, does Eve, like, regardless of the hate against Eve that I always put forward, does it even have the DPS to deal with something that a poker will be healing? Because I just don't think so. They had a Surge Stunner as well, which Boss will be playing, and I think that's a very solid pick. Now they're just accounting for the tanks being taken off them, as well as being able to counter out a lot of different brawls with this Surge, and it just generally does a really solid job, and you can never count out a poker in nowadays meta.
No, you really can't. I mean, it's especially in maps that have got a firm spawn trap potential, it's dangerous. It really is for that kind of push. Screeching solo as well, just to keep that pressure on and keep everyone low in that area. But as if you lose control, and Sampi Tipsport are going to go a Sprout, and I love the way that just fed so nicely into that little segue there. It is a very strong brawler to have, but at the same time has got a lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of potential to counter as well. But of course, in a map like Canal Grande, and you've got the Eve on your side, you can lock down the entire center of this map and just make it more of a kind of horizontal, kind of playing things out style of mode. And Gale coming in, Sampi Tipsport taking no chances for that third and final pick for Team Queso, considering that they have the poker to hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've got to account for something. They're going to bring the Jackie. It did have a buff. I've had a look. I've played some Jackie, and I just don't think it was that influential to the brawler in general. I don't think it's like something that you'd play as opposed to like a Daryl or something like that on this map, of Fang. And it's quite unusual to see Team Queso play. They're obviously pairing it with that Poco. They're just going to try and walk straight towards the Eve and Sprout. But Sampi, to be fair, they have accounted for it very well with that Gale.
Yeah, that was a solid idea from them. And Queso as well, you know, staring the face of Gale. Staring into the face of a Gale with a Jackie, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Salty can evade a lot of that as well, and it's going to be kept heavily on the back foot those so quickly. Sampi have got to be careful here that they don't find themselves in a spawn trap immediately off the back of this one. Let's see. Good heals from AliSSJ, and it looks like for that reason that we're not going to be seeing any Screeching solo. But so far, Blue Star is with Sampi. So it's Team Queso that have got to make the play. Boss going to pop gadgets and does, I think, get one shot off. There's a heal coming in there as well from the tuning fork, and Egg going to be going down from Salty soon. But yeah, like no kills or deaths so far, but that's the second gadget for Salty as well. So some utility going down for sure. But so far, so good, at least if you want to look at it in terms of the scoreboard, which is just that Blue Star.
Yeah, not really too much going on at the moment. It's Team Queso with all the control, but nothing to come along with it. Now he's getting some shots onto Javi as well. Boss just trying to work for a higher level to be able to play at a range rather than having to wait for them to come towards him and push. Karja just waiting. He's just waiting a Poco or a Jackie to push so he can get the super, get the stun off, and surprise them with a quick kill.
Just goes down, and that's going to deter where AliSSJ and Boss can go, but that's the last gadget from Salty, and he's been quick to use them so far, and he might want to have reserved one at least for this push coming in, because Team Queso can smell the takedowns. So far, though, everyone on the Sampi Tipsport is staying alive, and Javi just very patiently there waiting. I'm not sure that that was the play. If he's got one shot off, he can get super and just keep cycling it all around, but so far, you've got to admire how Sampi is staying alive considering the scrutiny that they're under. I mean, if Karja gets super, it could even be a kill. Javi picks it up finally, but Vargic could... Oh, the Poker Hills are strong, and they can't reach him now. That should be Team Queso home safe and sound, but only just... I mean, Sampi held on for so long there. Just the one kill for a game of bounty, but it is enough to take the game for Team Queso.
I mean, it's all about that opportune moment. I feel like, you know, they just needed to try and hold that mid a little bit more. They're just always in the back, and they retreated instantly. It's not like they got pushed back. They got that Blue Star, and they just ran. And it's not the best tactic. Yes, you've got to stay away from the Jackie and Poco, but you need to actually contest something, especially now that Team Queso have got the Blue Star.
Yeah, that was not the case in the previous game. Ooh, Salty finds Boss and keeps him very low. Ultimately, those surge stacks are going to be very important to get as quickly as possible. Boss running speed gear as well will allow him to be thriving more within the mid than not, and Sprout Wall can obviously eradicate a lot of that, so big taps onto AliSSJ as well, but puts Sampi Tipsport in a bit of a tough spot here because they can't really just go in to these bushes and go aggressive on this with this kind of comp. They've got to seek out and destroy and just kind of try to exploit Team Queso and get them and catch them off guard effectively.
They've managed to wall off the Jackie, and that's an indication for me to just go for one of the sides. You've just got to full commit one of the sides right now and just try and get the push back. Wall comes in once more, and it's just NaVi singled out again. Can't do anything. Well, I mean, he can't do anything because his team's not there to back him up. Karjan's going to push him and try work for the super. Gadget popped, and he's just going to run away. Karjan going to be trying to follow, but unable to do too much yet. Boss might go down, though. The shots are following through, but the heals are there. The takedown's there from Sampi, and they actually managed to take a 2-1 lead.
My word, but they've got to hold this mid now, and it's going to be a tough thing to do. Sprawl to hand. And to be fair, I think Boss could have shot that nest egg as well before it popped, but chose to not, and it kind of forced NaVi's position to be known to Sampi there, but there is so little in it. Realistically, they're big tap onto Boss as well there. Alias J there has super to hand, and got to use it though. I think now, yeah, NaVi going to come up with this bottom right, and down goes Boss to Salty. This is a great opportunity for Sampi Esports to get to a match point.
I mean, it's there. They've surely got this one. The stun comes in. They just need to stay away from NaVi, who pulls them in. Almost gets the takedowns, but doesn't do it. Sampi are going to be going on to a match point, and Team Queso are on the verge of elimination, being so close to their World Champions qualification spot. They might be cut short.
Who would have thought coming into the day, I'm not going to jinx it or say anything at all, but Sampi are on a match point against Team Queso, who have been consistently qualifying month after month. NaVi going in super aggressive and just get the pickup for it. All the heals were needed there from Alias J to get him back out though. But that is going to be a good start for Queso. Arguably their best start so far. 3 stars on that blue star, and now with that mid control, they cannot afford to let this slip now. They've got to just hold on, buy down the clock, and just start to work more as a team, because this could go from bad to worse very quickly.
And they've gathered some control over the right-hand side, but Boss now popping that gadget and trying to push him back, and all of them are just rotating over. They see it, but Boss might be able to be taken down here. The heals come in once more, though, and Alias J keeps him alive, but they pin him in. He can surely get this takedown here. 2 shots. He's still got the gadget activated onto him, though, so he out-heals it. But Vaj should be able to get the finish off, and he does. Bringing it closer. They've got the blue star now, and they only need 1 takedown.
NaVi stunned out as well here. If they get these shots on point, he's able to just use the speed to maneuver himself around, but these sprout walls are brutal, and NaVi's continuously taking damage. Boss goes down yet again. Blue star, 4 stars to 3. Sampi Esports are on the road to a huge upset today. Team Queso need this win to lock themselves into the World Finals, and they're going away from them. Oh, terrible trade out. It was just the wrong timing. Probably even more stars in the end. 8-5, Trav.
Gadget's there on the backside as well, stopping Boss from getting the rotation round, but Vaj might be caught off guard here, but the wall comes in as well. They're fully pinned in spawn though, and Boss needs to try and get some shots through. Karjan's still got this knockback as well. He just needs to focus heavy, in my opinion. This wall's going to go down before the end. He's got a gadget though, he pops it, he cycles it, he places it down. Boss is low. Alias J has this heal over a couple of follow shots from Sprout. Doesn't get it, but now the takedown's there, and they lengthen the lead to 10.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it, but boy, was it deserved. Sampi Esports have just prevented Team Queso from qualifying for the World Finals, and who would have thought it? What a day for them. And I mean, I'm just so happy for them, Trav. A huge underdog, and they've made the semi-finals. I mean, what an amazing moment it is for them today.
I mean, that is absolutely massive, and just to rub some salt in the wound as well, just throw up the Team Queso pin when you've just defeated them and stopped them from guaranteeing themselves the World Finals spot in this monthly final. Yes, they've got another month, but they need to perform next month now. They've got an obligation to do well. They can't sit back and relax for a month because they're not yet going to be there, and what a massive win from Sampi. Not even a 3rd set either. It didn't even need to go that far to decide it.
I mean, going back to what you said earlier as well, Trav, you got to remember, I remember like this morning thinking, oh my word, yeah, Grombomb was actually last month. It feels like 2 months ago now almost. I mean, Boss, like you said, was on that roster, and I guess the motions had already been put into play, and going into the monthly final, the plan was always that I assume that Boss had already signed himself over to Team Queso, but for a team that made the grand finals last month, that's a huge achievement to then have this happen. I mean, it's gotta be so worrying now for Team Queso, just because, yeah, you don't want to be depending upon things that are not confirmed. This was their best chance, realistically, today to lock themselves in. I mean, they've got to qualify for the next monthly finals, I assume, depending upon what other teams do, but I don't think anyone expected, nonetheless, for them to lose in the quarterfinals against Sampi Tipsport, who it is their first appearance here today in the BSC in a monthly final. But what a debut for them to make the semis like that. Oh my goodness me. No MVP, but if I had to place one down, the way NaVi as well was playing that first set, I've got to give one to him for that, because he did so well for himself in that first game of knockout.
And Boss and Alice just sat there with 0 kills each in those games of bounty there, and no matter how much damage Boss is getting, he's getting no kills. NaVi managed to secure a couple, but it wasn't enough to combat Sampi's amazing plays, teamwork, and honestly, their mechanics as well. They played really well as individuals, not just as a team.
I don't know what to say. I really don't. I mean, that was just well, looking at our predictions, I can see a lot of red occurring on the on our side monitors, Trav. We're not looking great now. That's 2 losses to 1 that we got right with Reply Totem. But what an outcome. What an outcome today. I mean, I can't wait to go back after the stream and watch the VOD to see the chat and what they were saying around that match, because it was deserved. I mean, Sampi were playing it better, and the draft and knockout was unique and different, and it worked. Most importantly, they made use of their chances. Anyway, our 4th and final quarterfinals matchup is being lined up as we speak. So let's talk about that. NaVi versus Bax EU. Let's talk about NaVi first, of course, because, you know, they are on the left side and, like, they've struggled to get out of the quarterfinals. But I feel like this could be their month. We both put them down in our predictions, but we know what they're worth today. They were looking great yesterday in Rush, and they did beat a team like Reply Totem. And not many teams have, you know, at all can say that in this region. To be able to get a win against Reply Totem is a big deal. It tells me that they're doing something right. It tells me that they're making amendments where they need to be made, and draft-wise, they're starting to get a bit more, you know, of a handle on that right now.
Not only did they beat Reply Totem, they swept them twice. That's just absolutely huge at this point in the year, where I think Teddy had thrown some statistic like 94% win rate since they picked up Joker or something like that. He was talking to us before the show, and that is just ridiculous. To have NaVi sweep them twice in one day in one competition is just absolutely huge for the roster, especially since they've been struggling quite considerably in the BSC. You know, as you've mentioned, going out in quarterfinals time and time again. I think if they're going to get out of a quarter, this is going to be the one where they do it, because they're against Bax, who have had a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, it's been a rough road in the quarterfinals, but NaVi have been consistently qualifying. So Angel Boy, Cubic, and Alex today. EMEA as well, I'm pretty sure, but maybe this is the roster of the starting players that we're going to see. They've got to bring what we know and love about NaVi. I mean, the brawlers which they like to utilize as well have got to be on the radar of Bax, and I think that's a really important factor here. If Bax haven't been kind of keeping a close eye on what NaVi have been doing recently, and don't kind of, you know, preemptively ban out the brawlers which they know they're going to give them the best chance of this win, that's going to play a big role. But Bax EU as well, roster coming in thick and fast. This is a squad that I've been watching closely, especially over the past few months, and they have been making some really positive change. Of course, bringing in Darkerman to the mix as well, and you know, that's made a big difference to this roster. But last, Darkerman Cyclone today need this win. They've still in with a shot. It's going to be a big mountain to climb for them, but it's not all out of the mix for them. They can definitely make the results happen. But again, NaVi are a fierce team. Lars, of course, as we all know and love, got the mood lighting, and who needs sunshine, Trav, when you're a gamer, right?
Exactly. This is the pinnacle of gaming right here from Lars. If someone asks you what a gamer is, just take a screenshot of this and send it to him, because this is a prime gamer moment right here from Lars. But honestly, looking at Bax, I do think they're 3 individual mechanical players, but I don't know if they've been working as a team too well this year. They've had a few issues. They haven't made it as far as they'd like to in quite a few competitions, and I think that can be an issue. Having 3 players who, you know, individually play on their own and not as a team, it definitely amounts to some problems.
Yeah, and definitely a lot of roster changes as well. I mean, going back to the beginning of the year, they were 2.5 men and graduated towards then backs, and had NaVi at the beginning as well. We had Spen back in the very beginning of March as well. And, you know, this has gone through a lot of transition. And sometimes with transition, it takes time to be able to really find your synergy and learn each other's game style, and you really get those drafts down as well. So there is that to consider here. Whereas, you know, I've got to say as well, NaVi have got a huge fan following, man. I mean, like, the chat is just NaVi spam, and I love it. I mean, it gives you a boost. You cannot deny as a player to have that kind of support in the background. It definitely goes a long way for me. And coming off the back again of that huge win yesterday in Rush, 95%. That is the power of a fan following right there. Really? If there ever was one. Just, I don't think that for me it's nearly that close-knit, Trav.
I mean, I was going to say maybe 50-50 or 55-45, not 95-5. I definitely thought more people were going to be voting backs. And honestly, I was kind of torn. I almost did vote for backs just because, you know, of them being pretty strong players. It's definitely not 5% on their side. And I think, as you say, this is the power of a big following.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, this team backs as well, though. You got to remember, you know, back in April, they did get the win over SK Gaming. I mean, fair to say it was a very different looking roster back then, but they have had some good results along the way that we cannot really underestimate here. Bans are in, and Colette, Bell, and Penny banned out by NaVi. So we Colette, B, and Gale banned out by backs, and Julian beats us, of course, for Hot Zone being the map. An early draft to Janet for NaVi, and Stu coming in very quickly for backs, followed up by 8-bit. I don't know about that, mate. I'll be honest. I don't know about that. Julian Beatles.
Yeah, no, me as well.
Right?
I guess Stu Speed Zone can work with it. You put the speed zone down, it's like having that super, you know, extra movement speed and a bit more mobility, but I just don't really see it working. I think NaVi having 2 picks right now is going to be massive for them, just completely walking over an 8-bit. And yeah, you pick the Poco. If you can get up to the wall, what is an 8-bit going to do if you get control of this map?
I'm literally going through my notes, and it absolutely is Julian Beatles, just to ensure that there's no error on the UI. This is what it is. I know what you're saying. That was definitely, for me, the thing that I can make sense of the most. But it's such an early stage and such a risky, outlandish brawler to bring in, giving NaVi plenty of time to figure out how they want to face off against it. I guess the one thing going for NaVi is that they probably never have faced off against it in Julian Beatles. So it could be very well the thing that brings them by surprise and takes them, you know, off their game somewhat. But they've got Janet, they got Bonnie, they got Poco. I mean, it's hard not to love that draft. This 3rd pick from backs really needs to be a good one, I feel.
Yeah, and, you know, Colette's banned, B's banned, Gale's banned, there's Bell as well. So much banned at range and stuff that deals with these tankier brawlers as well. They're going to go with Amber, which I do kind of like, especially with Poco in the mix, Bonnie in the mix being so slow. Throw down those puddles, get some damage onto them. But I'm siding with NaVi 100% in terms of comp here. I think backs kind of messed up halfway through with the 8-bit, and it's not something you'd usually see.
See, I don't necessarily feel great about the Amber, although it can get great results. I think for me, it's a lot about not liking to play Amber, and therefore my brain kind of goes naturally towards the idea that it's there's stronger things. But I do think there is stronger things, to be honest. I mean, I'm going to float the Griff shout again around, and Lube and Pam and all sorts, and I just don't know about this draft from backs. I mean, I hope it works out for them because they've clearly intended it for it to be the case, but already NaVi with a good early pickup. Cubic as well is surviving on. Angel Boy forcing his way through and not going to get burned down. Dockham so low, and already that's a defensive placement there of the 8-bit turret, and Cubic jumps straight in. It's not looking good off the outset, Trav.
Not good at all. I think we've got to face the hard truth and say that if it was Javi playing Amber, you'd be all for it. And I feel like this is something that we need to work on with your mentality. Like, certain players playing certain brawlers is fine, but as soon as Darkin picks it, you're having none of it. But at the end of the day, NaVi, they're doing phenomenal off the start here. 50% already in comparison to 10. And another super's been placed, but what is it going to do? They've got full control of the map, and they're not showing any signs of slowing down anytime soon.
I love it how well you know me, Trav. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I didn't feel like the drop the base there was great. I mean, ideally, you just want to kind of place the pressure, I guess. But it's better to, ideally, you could have finished off last then if they were still alive in that position there. But Regardless, Bax have got the control now for seemingly the first time, and they've got the speed zone combined with that 8-bit power station in where they want it to be. This is kind of the approach. This is their their strategy going into this one. So let's see whether they can make it work. Cubic though, oh my word, just eradicates the whole thing in one jump, and that's the scary thing. But it has given Bax valuable time and control over the mid. 85% now with NaVi. Oh, it's gonna be close.
Yeah, Alex unable to get that heal off onto Angel Boy before he went down, and now they're starting from square one once again. Pinned in spawn, but Lars using some dashes. Cyclone not got his super just yet. Gets it now, and it's poorly placed. That should be a quick takedown for the boys on the side of NaVi. But Bax are showing some signs of coming back. Another one's going to be placed. Cubic with a terrible jump as well, going to fall instantly. Angel Boy's going to add a little bit more, but Bax is still sitting on the zone. They haven't got a lot of health, and they might need to back up with Alex pushing on.
Yeah, Alex needs super quick, and he's going to go down. You don't want that to happen at this stage of the game, but Angel with a really important pickup, and they will be able to secure the zone with the help of the body there as well. It was a lot closer than I expected it to be, especially at the start of that one. But NaVi were able to bring it back towards the end. I was a bit worried for them, because they did make it look a lot harder than I think it needed to be, actually. But nonetheless, I feel like the draft is still within their favor.
I do think so too, and you know, they had such good control, maybe 60% to 10, I think it was, something like that, and they kind of just let off on the pressure, and Bax started to come back and show some signs of life. But if NaVi can start off just as strong as they did in the last one, which it kind of seems they have done, as 20% to about 5, then they're going to have a pretty easy game again.
Oh, these jumps from Cubic needs to be a little bit... Well, actually, no, he got the pickup as well and the station, so I'll let him off on that one. It looked like it was a bit wide for me, but Angel Boy does go down, but gets to take down himself along the way. Tried to use the drop the base just to try to take some of the shots, but didn't quite pay off. And Alex there is running the Screeching Solo as well, so just opt to go towards damage there onto Cyclone on the top right. Darkham though is half HP and not in a great place against the Janet realistically here, as Angel Boy takes to the skies. 58 and climbing now for NaVi, and this is looking again like they're just going to take this first set quite comfortably, Trav.
Yeah, Alex picked up some really nice kills before he went down there, and Cube in this aggressive form behind that wall was doing quite well, but now did go down as he peaked a little bit too aggressively. Alex has that Screeching Solo in hand as well. We can't forget that. Gets some big damage down and gets another one as well. Takedown comes in from Angel Boy also, and Darkoon falls low as well. Cube's going to finish him off, and he's going to finish off the zone as well, which therefore finishes off the first set, and NaVi take the 1-0 lead.
Really convincing as well, and I've got to say as well, you know, NaVi have not, for me at least, been the greatest when it comes to their drafts this year so far. This looked for me a lot better when it came to, like, you know, choosing the right brawlers, especially off the back of a balance change. This was kind of my consideration for them, and just kind of my reservation for them as well coming into this month was, you know, we saw some questionable ideas against you know, teams that have, you know, already qualified for the World Finals in this region, and to get it right against Bax I think is very important for them. I don't want to put it all on the 8-bit pick, because ultimately it could have worked. And we saw in that first game how close that one came down to, and it was starting to get into motion. But I think for me, just like, if you're going to play like a risky approach like that, you've really got to kind of you've really got to demonstrate why it's worth risking in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the 8-bit pick, it had some good showings, but at the end, I just feel like it wasn't enough to be able to bring in the wins and didn't provide enough pressure. I thought the Amber pick was fairly decent. It did its work when it needed to, but also at the same time, it did struggle at some certain points as well. You know, when this when this Janet starts to go aggressive, that's when it struggles. Did get the trade there, but actually, no, it was Cyclone who got it and placed down multiple turrets. But it was the same again. Cubic was just jumping on these speed zones, jumping on these turrets, and just freely taking them down.
Well, Minecraft Madness is the next map. Just looking ahead on my notes, and that might not spell good things for Bax, but definitely a lot of sixes there on the kills. Just Lars there, actually, who had the greater of everyone across the teams. But again, it's like, you know, the objective that matters so much in Hot Zone, and just with brawlers like Poker with that survivor ability and wanting to be able to clear up the lanes, it just, I think it just helps a lot when you've got like just a staple comp. I mean, Janet and Bonnie, you can't really go wrong. You haven't been able to go wrong for the past 2 metas when it comes to those two brawlers, and Poker now coming into the mix as strong as he is. it's yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, but nonetheless, you know, Bax are a team that can bring things back. You know, they've got great results on paper against some really solid teams. There was, I think it was Queso Cup a few days ago where they almost knocked out Tribe. I mean, could be wrong, but I definitely remember a scoreline along those lines where they've been able to come back and do quite well. Nonetheless, though, Minecart Madness Trav is up next. I mean, that's not necessarily the best map and mode for when you're in this kind of position.
Yeah, I feel like Minecart Madness definitely just like heavily sways the way you go. And if you're doing really well, you continue doing really well with that kind of momentum. And if you're doing the opposite, then you get whatever the word for the opposite of momentum is, because you know, it's a mode that can really annoy you as well. If you get killed by minecarts or pinned against them and stuff like that, then your mentality is going to go further and further down, and it's not a position you want to be in if you are the losing team. Whereas if you win in and you do manage to get some early control, then it's going to go pretty well for you. Bans are in, Max, Bell, and Griff for the side of NaVi, so you won't be seeing that Griff yet again. And Bax with Max, Janet, and B bans, and an early first pick once more of Poco.
I was going to say as well, because I love Griff. You're able to break open so much value on this map, and combined with B, Griff and B is actually a very strong comp here for me. Poco as well, again, NaVi have just been able to get it, and I don't know why. I was watching yesterday in Rush, and I think Reply Totem gave them Poco, Max, and Gene. I'm thinking, I think that people need to realize that NaVi are relying a lot on Poco at the moment because it's giving them good results. But Colette is a solid first draft here from Cyclone, one that can work out exceptionally well on this map. The Janet ban as well is a good sign for me from Bax, because ultimately that's the brawler that can really take gems and just escape regardless of the minecart. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. There's definite signs of improvement here. Second pick coming in as well, and I'm assuming it's going to be Colette for the mid gem carry, but Crow is still available here. Crow used to be a very, very strong brawler on this map, and I don't think it's sort of dropped down the meta too much, actually. It's still kind of being utilized a lot by teams, just not as go-to as it used to be. Darkholm staying on the Amber. I don't mind it here, to be fair. Again, it's a brawler I don't mind. I just don't know whether... well, again, Travis, you know, it's not NaVi playing it, so I'm always biased.
Yeah, you know, I will say I actually don't like Amber here as comparison to Jewel and Beals. I'll say it for this time. I'm not the biggest fan of Amber on this map. I feel like it's just too open. If NaVi, you know, take a couple of long-range lanes and something like that, then it's not going to be able to do too much. If they take sharpshooters, Amber's going to basically be completely out the game. And I think it's a pretty similar story with this too as well. Just too much mobility for the Amber to be able to follow, and therefore a bit of a difficult matchup for now. But the Stu, you give speed zone. Poco's going to have their extended speed, ability to go a bit more aggressive. We know how Poco just loves going aggressive with this this newfound damage that he's gotten.
They are heavily relying on those walls, but I guess that's in the similar way that maybe NaVi read that idea with the Amber, knowing that they kind of wanted to keep the same idea. So, you know, Bonnie, Stu, Poco, I quite like this. You know, I feel like Bonnie is in a good place to be able to rival kind of like a Crow. And like, I was kind of wondering whether they might go for Crow, just simply because normally we're seeing a lot more variety and protective tunes for Poco to be able to you know, take away that slope. And if you kind of double down with those two ideas, then you're going to get that value that you want. Lars going in with Jesse. I mean, I don't know, Trav. I mean,
don't even try to vouch for it.
I mean, I want to like Jesse, man. I want to like a lot of what Bax are trying out and experimenting with, but I honestly don't know. Like against a team like NaVi, they got Poco. I mean,
You see, I think from the comps they're drafting, I feel like they're thinking they're like massive heavy underdogs, when in reality they're just not, and they could go, you know, the normal meta and try play absolutely normally, no risks whatsoever, and do a lot better than what they're doing at the moment.
Exactly that. I mean, they are tapping to their credit. Angel Boy now forced to heal and wait for the minecart to come through, and Cubic has got a gem, so if he goes down here, which is likely that he probably will, I'll go over to Bax as well, and Lars with the gotcha gadget didn't get the value that he was looking for himself. I'm still on the fence at the moment around this comp. Jesse can get some value, but like I say, I think you've kind of got to play this a bit safer. At the moment, though, it's pretty split in terms of the gems and a lot of utility on the side of Bax. Everyone has their super, but the minecart coming through now is going to slow that advance.
Picking up a lot more gems as well, now pinned against the minecart on the backside, but they're forced to back up. They don't want any of this Colette Super. In comes that Colette Super now, but not as many connections as he'd have hoped for there. Down goes the Jesse turret, and the jump came in from Cubic. Couldn't get too much done with it, and now the gems are even now as Cyclone and Darkoon pick up a couple more from that mid, and NaVi have no control now.
Yeah, really tough to get out this spawn, and Backs know it. Great connection there from Lars as well. Minecart though coming through. I like the way that NaVi took down the Jesse turret very quickly before though, and didn't expect necessarily for them to get the pickup when Cubic jumped in either. Gotcha gadget again from Lars, but Angel Boy is juking it relatively well. Cubic again going in, but the gems go down. Cyclone drops them, and Lars misses the super. This is a snatch and a half. This will bring NaVi to a match point, and they're escaping and walking away with it. It doesn't matter if Angel Boy goes down. That's why it's going so aggressive. 11 gems sit with Cubic and Alex with 5 seconds, so there is the chance for a reset here. The Jesse turret goes down. Oh, it is there. It is there. NaVi are not out of the woods, though. They can get Lars here. They can reset. Backs are running out of time.
Good reset from Bax, but it's nowhere near. Darkoon knows as well, especially with this minecart coming in. If he didn't get stopped there, he was getting stopped to the next place. Now they're going to be moving on to match point, and Cube's just getting hit a couple times by the minecart. Really solid plays and a great turnaround, really. Well, it was pretty even, but they managed to kill the gem carrier and get the gem, so we'll call it a turnaround.
I'm liking the fact that NaVi is starting to get more accustomed with Bonnie, because at the beginning of her release, I didn't feel that same way. I felt like they were kind of like missing a lot of the opportunities, but that was a prime example as to really capitalizing down on that moment that you had to hit, and Cubic doing a wondrous job with it. There's the hills going out there from Pogo on the tuning fork, and Darkon goes down. He will not be able to burn down Alex and keep the pressure on, and that's why Angel Boy's going in again, so aggressive, pinching Lars between himself and the minecart. Let's pop the gotcha gadget again, but no value. This is the thing, those gadgets need to bring you value, especially on Colette. It's such a strong one, but if you're not like needing to use it or just not connecting the shots to back it up, it doesn't serve to any avail, Trav.
Exactly so, and you know, he's got these brawls that are going to give him a lot of heals as well. He's against a Bonnie, he's against a Poco, but he's not getting the value that he wants. Lars going to get hit pretty hard by that Screeching Solo and taken out by Cube there. Angel Boy choosing to go aggressive, but the gadget is not enough to keep him alive. Maybe a Gassy heal would have kept him alive there, and that probably would have been the play to make, but regardless of that death, Alex is sitting on 8 gems now, and Backs only have 1, and they don't even have that much control regardless of the minecart coming in and it being a 3v2 for a good amount of time.
Lars goes through and does win the trade. Angel Boy low though, but I'm surprised the last didn't go for the mid there, to be honest, because it's quite a tough angle to get that, but get it he did, and goes in, gems drop, but straight into the back of the minecart. Oh no, not like this, Trav, not like this.
I mean, they've still got control. This Jesse turret was doing a lot of work, to be fair, but that minecart really did cut him off on that super, and nobody could have read that, to be fair. I think it even came out after he used the super, so a little bit of an unfortunate play from Lars there. But NaVi looking to try and finish this one off. In comes the jump, and they take down Cyclone, but it's still a 2v2 in the mid. Now pushing up a bit more aggressively. They do have 7 gems, though. Angel Boy's going to pick up the 9th, make it 9-7, and NaVi, I believe it spawns on their side as well, and this minecart should block off Backs.
Alex can heal up Angel Boy as she goes for the aggressive heal. And that's just Dark. I'm going to go down here to Cubic surely, and if there's no super to hand, it doesn't really matter either way. NaVi are running away with it. They've got the takedown, but the 10 gems there continuate the countdown. NaVi are through to the semi-finals for the first time this year.
They've finally made it out, and Backs yet again have been cut short of moving on and progressing to the later stages of the monthly final. We've had, you know, a few upsets, but this one was expected by all of us, I believe. NaVi taking home the win. Backs just taking too many unorthodox comps to be able to actually stand a chance here, I feel, and just being too unusual with it. If you stick with what you know, stick with what you've scrimmed with, you'll have more of a chance.
Yeah, I feel like that is like kind of the approach. I know I love to see, I don't want to discourage it though at the same time, because I love to be proved wrong. There's nothing that I enjoy more than seeing a comp that just makes me turn my head and I learn something from it and just remember it. You're much more likely to remember that kind of daring idea than you are anything that's kind of just traditional meta that you would expect to see. But I do I'm with you on your point. I think that in the circumstances that Backs were in, you just kind of had to play it just a little bit safer and just go with what is known. Some ideas that were nice on paper but just didn't quite translate into the game.
Disappointing for Bax though, but I'm sure NaVi will be very pleased about it, and especially guaranteeing themselves points when, you know, teams like Queso and stuff like that, who are ahead of them, are losing in the early rounds. Getting these points and getting closer to the World Finals qualification is the name of the game today for teams like NaVi, and it was the name of the game for a team like Bax, who might even be out of the running at this point just because of them losing in this first round. Not the worst statistics though from Bax, 4-4-4. Very similar across the board, whereas Alex really running away with the most kills on the side of NaVi, but also the least damage.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that you know, it's going to be dependent a lot around other teams, and of course the next qualifier now. So many eyes are going to be on how that one goes down, and you know, STMN, you know, they're still around. I don't necessarily know what's going on with them at the moment, but you know, Craze Clan as well, they're looking fierce at the moment with some roster changes too. But Bax are going to have to come back next time round, and all they can do now realistically is just make sure that they secure themselves in the qualifiers and give themselves the best possible chance and just prey on that bracket, I guess. And Alex, star player, the MVP of that series, and I think rightly so. Great to see NaVi back on top and looking strong, and this could very well lead to their first grand final of the year as well, to be honest. The way that they are playing at the moment, I feel, is exceptional, really is. I mean, it's Sampi tip sport in this lower part of the bracket for them later on, so not to underestimate them at all either, because they've already knocked out Team Queso, so keep an eye on that one later. But either way you look at things, a very big day for NaVi.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, you know, Sampi, you don't want to underestimate him, but at the same time, you kind of are going to regardless, you know, being the underdog team of the entire bracket, you are going to underestimate them, and I'm sure NaVi will go into that one feeling quite confident about making it to the finals. It's just there where the more difficult opponents will lie, because you can see Reply Totem versus SK Gaming will be our next game, and that will be a very decisive one.
Yeah, we've had so much, so many events happening today already. It's just like, you know, it really is quite tense in this region. Again, going into the stream, I'll reiterate what I said. Expect the unexpected, and we have already seen that in the quarterfinals, but we are now lining up for our semifinals. The first match of those semifinals will be Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. Quite the banger, I think we will all agree. But we're going to go to a short commercial break, and you're going to see the full version now, finally, of Behind the Brawl. So I'm very excited to see this. Let's roll it now.
Tienes que invitar, eres el que está ganando todo, ¿no? Hombre, mira quién tenemos aquí. Hombre, eso ahí, ¿cuánto tiempo, tío?
¿Qué dices, tío?
¿Cómo estás, tío?
Buah.
¿Cuánto tiempo? ¿Qué tal tu viaje de Murcia, tío? ¿Cómo estás?
Buah, pues muchísimo calor allí, hemos tenido que hacer transbordo, muchas horas, desde las 5:30, una barbaridad, pero bueno.
¿Y qué estás? ¿Cerca de la playa en Murcia o...?
¿Qué va? Lo que pasa es que, bueno, donde yo vivo tenemos la playa cerca, o sea, realmente coges el coche y tienes cualquier playa bastante cerca. Pero, ¿y siempre has vivido aquí? O sea, ¿no has estado en otro sitio que tengáis así la playa más cercana y todo eso?
No, siempre he vivido aquí en Madrid Centro.
¿Pero desde pequeño?
Sí, desde pequeño.
O sea, naciste aquí y te has criado aquí y todo aquí.
Pero tengo entendido que tus padres son de otra nacionalidad, ¿no?
Sí, mis padres son de Perú.
Vale, ¿y tú, Carlos, estás aquí desde siempre? ¿También has nacido aquí?
Sí, yo siempre he sido aquí. De hecho, mis padres se han criado en Madrid también. Y de hecho, mis abuelos también están aquí viviendo. Bueno.
¿Y tú siempre has vivido en Murcia?
Yo en Murcia, yo siempre.
¿De comidas y...?
¡Guau! Hombre, comer allí se come espectacular. O sea, que yo comer... sí que es cierto que comida así más como... Existe el paparajote, que es el meme de allí, ¿no? Pero no, hay mucha comida, embutidos espectaculares. La verdad es que se come súper bien. ¿Y vosotros por aquí qué?
Yo de Madrid no tengo nada en particular que
a
me
ver,
encante.
si yo vengo,
mucho, la
si
comida,
yo vengo y me
diría.
tienes que enseñar algo, ¿qué me enseñas?
La comida, diría, algo.
¿Sí?
A ver, yo te diría los platos típicos de Madrid, el cocido madrileño, los callos, exactamente. Y luego, pues, visitar pues, lo que es Gran Vía, Retiro, todas las zonas típicas. La Plaza España, Sol.
Me Retiro está guay. Y bueno, espérate, que el año pasado estabais jugando juntos, ¿qué? ¿Había pique o qué? ¿Hay pique ahora?
Bueno, a ver, al fin y al cabo siempre es bueno tener un pique sano, obviamente.
A ver, sí.
Sobre todo cuando son tus ex compañeros, pues puedes tener ese pique sano como con el que tengo con Josie. Y sí, el año pasado pues estuvimos juntos desde mediados, ¿no? De año puede ser, creo.
Más o menos, sí.
Ah, ¿solo estuviste medio año?
Sí, medio año. Que le
¿Pero
fichamos.
os conocisteis ahí o ya?
No, nos conocimos en beta hace unos 4 años más o menos, que él empezó a pusear así como en Ladder Warriors.
¿Sí?
Y se le empezó ahí a conocer.
Lo importante, ¿cómo fue ayer la competición?
Bueno, yo no tan bien, perdí en primera ronda. Al fin y al cabo son una racha que se pasa, diría, pero bueno, seguimos cuartos de Europa.
Nada,
Ni tan
bien.
mal.
¿Y vosotros?
Nosotros perdimos en semis contra Totem.
Buah, pero que Totem está bestial, ¿eh? Lleva ya 2 seguidas, o sea, una locura.
Sí, pero al menos aún seguimos top 2 de Europa, bastante cerca de
Ah,
Totem.
bueno, estáis súper bien, entonces. Al
Ni
mundial
tan
de
mal.
cabeza.
Sí, bastante bien, ¿no? Yo sí.
Bastante bien, bastante fácil los Worlds. Oye, ¿no tenéis un poco de hambre?
Pues la verdad que sí, que ya me da hambre. ¿Y qué os parece si recomendáis algún sitio, ya que soy de aquí?
A ver, yo os puedo recomendar el mercado de San Antón, que tiene buenas reseñas y yo creo que puede ser buena experiencia, la verdad. Así que
vámonos.
si queréis, vamos. Además que tienen varios puestos, mercados, así que
Vamos a
yo
ver
creo
lo
que podemos
abierto
comer
que
bien.
estamos.
Entonces, ¿la comida os ha gustado, gente?
Buah, buenísima, tío, la verdad que buena elección. Y bueno, gente, ¿cómo empezaste en el competitivo, tío?
Yo empecé hace 3 años, diría, que llevo ya, con unos colegas que jugaban al ladder siempre y pues nos apuntamos para ver qué pasaba. Y poco a poco fuimos mejorando en equipos y en tal, hasta que llegué aquí a Tribe.
¿Pero por qué equipos pasaste?
Pasé por la academia de Arctic Gaming, por Existence también estuve, por Class Academy y de Tribe, diría.
Y ya directamente, oye, pues para empezar así en plan a ver qué pasaba, oye, ha llegado bastante lejos.
¿Y tú, Caos?
Pues bueno, yo llevo ya 4 años en el competitivo. Empecé en Existence. Bueno, me ficharon porque clasifiqué la primera competición como en Brawl Stars, que era la Red Bull EMEA, con presencial en Alemania. Luego, después de eso, recibí una oferta de Mad Lions. Me uní con ellos, con Leopard y Nickers, no sé si la gente conoce quiénes son. Y eso, estuve alrededor de medio año y hasta que me contactó de nuevo Class y decidí unirme a ellos porque al fin y al cabo era un proyecto con amigos. Así que y con ellos me tiré 3 años y hasta que decidí cambiar de aires, que diga. Y ahora estoy pues en ese camino.
La verdad que, bueno, también otro que ha llegado lejísimo, oye. Poca broma, ¿eh?
¿Y tú qué tal?
A ver, yo en el competitivo empecé con un poco de suerte, la verdad. Me pidieron un ejemplo de casteo y los de Supercell, no se lo envié y directamente me llamaron para la primera competición en la que ya me pagaban algo y para ir empezando, oye, empezar a cobrar es una pasada, sobre todo en este mundillo que tienes que ir de una competición en otra. Así que yo muy contento porque no hice ni pruebas, directamente a
Claro, tú
castear.
empezaste como creador de contenido, ¿no?
Claro, yo primero era creador de contenido, ya me conocían de ahí y luego directamente con Spew, venga, a castear esta competición, para adelante. Y aquí estoy.
Qué guay,
tan
¿no?
mal, bastante
Ya
bien.
ves.
La verdad que en Europa, que es yo creo que de las más tochas, porque vamos, pasan muchísimos equipos a la final, hay un montón de gente española, o sea, yo creo que estamos petando.
Sí, al fin y al cabo, sobre todo en el competitivo, yo creo que del top 6 que van a los Worlds, actualmente creo que hay más de la mitad, de ya sea jugadores o staff españoles, así que yo creo que en parte somos España en sí como un país muy importante en lo que es en Europa, obviamente sin quitar mérito a Alemania, a Reino Unido o Italia, que también son grandes potencias. Y ahora que está Rusia, pues también metida.
Sí,
Pues,
y además hay mucha organización entre ellos, los equipos y tal.
por mala suerte solo tenemos a Team Queso, la organización española, pero
La organización, la verdad que hay escasas en España, diría, pero en cuanto a jugadores hay por todos lados, españoles.
Y no solo que haya muchísimos jugadores, sino que son de los mejores. O sea, muchos de los nombres más importantes son españoles. Por ejemplo, Caos, el mejor rico, lo tenemos aquí.
exactamente. Luego, al fin y al cabo, pues los jugadores nuevos que van saliendo, si os dais cuenta, en la Queso Cup, que tú las estás casteando
Sí.
de segunda división, ¿cuántos jugadores había españoles? Fácilmente la mitad, ¿no?
Sí, había un montón. Y fíjate, ¿no? En primera, segunda división, que tenemos
Sí.
2 competiciones, han estado dando muchísimo juego y ahí están. O sea, realmente creo que jugadores hispanos hay muchísimos.
Sí, exactamente.
¿Algo que
A ver,
añadir?
yo lo veo bastante bien, porque diría que en España se juega bastante al Brawl y por eso pasa tanta gente a competitivo. Bueno, ¿qué os parece si vamos a dar una vuelta por Madrid y después vamos a por un chocolate con churros?
Por mí, perfecto. Venga, vámonos.
Me parece buena idea.
Venga.
Venga, va. Bueno, ¿qué? ¿Nos echamos una partida o qué? Yo creo que estaría bastante guay. Vamos a echarnos una partida.
¿Tú lo ves?
¿Creas sala?
Vale.
Pues le damos un atrapagema o qué.
Dale.
Venga, pues vamos a darle. ¿Y qué os parece si el que recoja menos gemas, no sé, le ponemos algún reto? Algo.
Me mola la idea. Si le ponemos a que coja menos gemas un tweet, pero lo elige el que coja más gemas. ¿vale?
Un poquito de salseo ahí para la
Vale.
comunidad. Entonces, que quede claro, el que más gemas tenga al final de la partida ganando.
Vale, yo ya tengo 2 gemas. No sé vosotros. No me lo creo que Sobadillo no muera, tío.
¿Tú, pero qué ha hecho? ¿Cómo tiene tantas gemas?
No sé qué ha hecho, tío.
Vámonos, vámonos, Sobadillo, vámonos.
Que llevo 4.
Vamos, vamos, ganamos, ¿eh?
Quita. Cúbreme.
No me lo creo, tío.
Que me quieren matar,
No, 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 no.
¡He ganado! ¡Ha perdido Sobadillo!
¡Hombre!
¡Ha perdido Sobadillo!
Pero eso que ha sido epiquísimo, la verdad. Pero
Ha quedado de locura. Yo pensaba que había perdido ya, ¿eh? Yo había dicho ya, GG se había dejado el
eso
móvil.
no vale, tío, eso no vale. Buena gente. Mira,
Madre mía. Eso son milésimas, pero
o sea, la
literalmente.
partida ya estaba ganada, ¿no? Sí, que sepáis que soy muy tramposo, que yo tenía las de ganar y al final he terminado perdiendo. Bueno, pues ya me diréis que tengo que poner.
Yo sí.
A
¿Quieres que
ver,
elegirlo?
¿con Twitter?
Ah, pero lo pongo
Twitter,
ya. Ya, queréis ya.
Yo sí dije. Yo sí es
Venga.
el boss.
Es difícil elegir algo.
Tampoco te pases, ¿eh?
Y bueno, pues luego ya el mundial, o sea, vamos luego los Monthly Finals y queda nada para el mundial, o sea, que quedará un par de.
Quedan 2 meses, literalmente, de Money Finals. Y de hecho ya vamos a las finales mundiales. O sea, con altas expectativas, yo creo que todos los equipos que vamos ahí, al fin y al cabo somos los mejores equipos del mundo. Todos los que van a ir van a representar tanto a su región como a su país o lo que sea. Así que van a ir todos los equipos a dar al 100%.
Pero es que vosotros encima de todo, ya no solo eso, sino también vais como habla hispana, a pesar de no estar en equipos hispanos como tal.
Sí.
Bueno, yo la verdad que tengo compartido entre el español, tengo a Lenine, que es suizo, y a Draghi y a Tom, que son de Inglaterra, y a Javivo, que también es español.
Un equipo mixto de nacionalidades.
Eso mola porque tenéis apoyo, por ejemplo, a vosotros que os conocemos de
Sí.
siempre, tenéis siempre el apoyo. Yo sí también nos lo dicen mucho cuando estamos casteando. No, yo sí tiene que jugar, yo sí tal. Que, bueno, últimamente está un poquito más tal, pero tenéis un montón de apoyo de habla hispana, sobre todo en nuestros casteos siempre aparecen vuestros nombres. Y eso mola, tío, porque aunque os vayáis donde os vayáis, siempre vais a tener nuestro apoyo.
Se agradece bastante, la verdad.
Sí, la verdad, ir a un chat de una competición y ver a gente ahí apoyándote todos los días, al fin y al cabo, es algo que se agradece.
y sobre todo cuando ya no es solo en chats de directos, sino ya es en otros lados. Es algo que, al cabo, aunque no lo digamos mucho, se agradece.
De momento, a tope con el Mundial, ¿no?
Sí.
Bueno, chavales, ya hemos echado un ratillo.
Sí, un placer. A ver si nos volvemos a ver alguno de estos días que de verdad se echan falta.
Sí, hay que echar más ratos en la comunidad, pero bueno, veremos pronto. Igualmente.
Tú no digas nada, yo sí.
Yo qué sé, tío, ¿qué digo? Es que no paran de hablar, tío.
Welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way this one.
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl Base 3, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship EMEA monthly finals. I am once again joined by Teddy, and we were another 2 games down since you were previously here, Teddy. What were your thoughts on those last 2 games?
I mean, there was everything. Upsets, heartbreaks as well. And, you know, a bit more traditional was NaVi taking a victory, which I'm saying traditional, but it's their first in a monthly final so far this year. So a welcome sight as well, looking really good. And, I mean, lining up for some awesome semifinals, man.
NaVi getting back to old ways. We'll take a quick look at the brackets to see how other things have progressed and what we've got coming up. We saw Reply Totem take down Dogster, Lobster, SK take down Tribe Gaming. If you hadn't been here, then this is what has been going on. Team Queso did lose to Sampi. NaVi beat Bax, so we will have Reply Totem versus SK Gaming up next, and then Sampi versus NaVi up shortly after that. So we've got some very good games up and coming. Reply Totem versus SK Gaming first. What are your thoughts on this game coming up today?
Man, this is honestly a grand final worthy match, but to be fair, so was SK's match in the quarterfinals, and they won that one. So yeah, this is an exciting rest of the evening lined up for you guys and us watching as well, because Reply Totem versus SK, that's a heated semi-final, and there's still another one after that and a grand final. Can't wait to get to it.
Yeah, I love your point about this could be the grand finals because of these 2 incredible teams. This is usually what the grand finals would line up to be like. You know, we've got a best of 5 coming in anyway, so we'll have the same vibes. But, you know, with Reply Totem being the team that they are at the moment, I think it's quite hard to rule against them at this point. SK Gaming, you know, they're an incredible team, but focusing down on the Reply Totem roster, just of how good it is at the moment, when they've brought in Joker to the combination of Maru and Mori, it's really started to take off the ground.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, you know, I was talking to Enzo at MSI about it as well. No, actually, not at MSI, at the Snapdragon Split 2. And he told me that, you know, they went from something around 30% win rate to 94, which is quite a night and day difference. And yeah, that's what Joker brings to the table, you know, enabling them to play a wide variety of comps and bring a lot of different options when it comes to those drafts. And Maru also incredible players with top talent, and it does feel like now they are the powerhouse team of the region.
I mean, you know, not only Joker coming in and making the team better just because he's there, I feel like he's also kind of empowered his teammates to get better as well. But taking a quick look at SK Gaming now, Semantic, iChaos, and Guille VGX. Incredible players, household names in the Brawl Stars scene. If you don't know them, where have you been? Because they've been performing pretty well as well. They've just taken down Tribe Gaming in a double match point game in the quarterfinals, guaranteed themselves their spot in the World Finals and joining the team who they are against there as well, Reply Totem. So they're definitely not a team to just kind of glaze over at the moment. And Reply Totem, although they've been dominating them in SPS and BSC in the past as well, they should really not take this line down.
Definitely not. I mean, you know, again, similar to SK's previous match today, Tribe were the favorites. when you think about it. You know, they've had better results so far this year. Reply Totem here are the favorites, but that's the thing about SK Gaming. You can never rule them out completely. Even when they are fighting against the odds, they still stand very much of a chance of winning it. So yeah, I feel like Totem, they are the favorites coming into this match, but SK Gaming, they are gonna do everything they can to prove us wrong.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, when we've seen these two teams face off, it does just seem like Reply Totem kind of have the number. Their kind of playstyle directly counters SK's kind of playstyle, and SK are just so stubborn to not really move off what they're used to. They play so defensive. Totem play really, really aggressive, and it kind of rattles SK Gaming as soon as they feel the heat of Reply Totem against them. This is one of the closest predictions we've had all month long, 54-46, and I think that's fairly valid, to be fair. Maybe I'd sway it a little bit further in Totem's percentage side of things if I was the one making the decision, but the public has spoken and they've decided it's very close.
I think it's very close too. I'm very much with you, Trav. I would be more in line with like a 60-40, something along those lines. Totem is, again, coming in as a favorite, but SK Gaming have proven to us time and time again that those are the sort of high-pressure matches they thrive in. And so far, I mean, this is one of their best showings this year in the monthly finals. They've had a pretty rough year. They just got their spot in the World Finals. So I feel like this is their chance as well to just double down and, you know, maybe join the teams that have been going all the way so far in this region. But we got our draft lined up, quickly going through the bans. It's going to be Gene, Penny, and Janet banned out by Totem. SK taking out Max, Carl, and Bonnie. First pick, Ruffs on the side of SK, and then Reply Totem joining up was Piper. And now I have a double pick to go to as we wait to see for what the other response is going to be there to that Ruffs. And it's going to be a Poco. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Poco is going to be pretty solid, not usually paired up with the Piper, but this is kind of the power that the Brawl has been given with this recent balance change. It's just so much damage. I will say, I wouldn't have expected Piper to be Reply Totem's first pick end of. It's kind of drifted quite heavily out of this map, I feel, and been replaced with a more aggressive kind of play style, which the Poco does bring to the table. So SK Gaming going to have to account for that, but also going to have to account for the long-range sharpshooter kind of approach as well, because Piper is there also. Ruffs is a decent way of starting to do that. You've got the sandbags going to be able to tank some of those homemade recipes and stuff as well, but now they are going to take the B, which I think is going to be really solid, because now they're going to account for the tanks, and also it's going to do really well against the Poco.
Yeah, I think they have to, right? As you said, against the Poco, B is really good, because I like to say this, but it's quite straightforward. If you manage to take down your opponents before they get healed up, well, they're not going to be getting healed up. And that can really go a long way against the high sustainability that Poco brings to a comp. And as you mentioned, it helps out deter those tanks that are very common in final picks, especially when it comes to bounty. That final pick can be very threatening. And I mean, just looking at things now, it seems like SK are opting straight into that direction, as they will go for the Fang for the third and final pick. Reply Totem have a chance to answer. I would think they will either go for something like a Gale, or maybe a Colette, or something that, feeds into that tanky playstyle. So maybe something along the lines of a Buzz. But it's going to be a Sprout, never mind. An interesting approach, has a good matchup against both the Ruffs and the B. So it's mostly going to be about, trying to make sure your walls are used to keep IKills away, because he's going to be a threat on that Fang.
You see, this is where I kind of question it a little bit. They've just got no real damage output at close range. Yes, the Poco's had a buff, but when Fang comes in, you're going to be hung out to dry with a Sprout and a Piper. Maybe Joker's going to be using auto aimer, which I think probably would be the strategy to take when this Fang does come aggressive. But by the time you've pressed that auto aimer, he can be on you, and he can have already stunned you with that roundhouse kick, and you've got to be careful. But starting off strong, Maru down the lane, and he takes out Semantic with consecutive taps.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is, auto aimer has to be a must on Maru. I feel like there's no chance that they're not, going for that gadget just because it's way too risky. But I mean, he didn't use it there, so maybe I am wrong, and that is going to be a nice double kill for SK Gaming, which is going to turn things around quite drastically. With now a 2-star lead in their favor.
Yeah, good tap from Maru once more, though, and he has really been on form recently, hitting another one, Semantic to follow up as well. Can't quite get the finish off onto him, though. Gadget comes in from Mori, and now Chaos is pinned in, but he does use the super, and he's able to get out. Semantic comes in once more. I believe the auto-aimer was popped as he was slowed there, but still managed to get the kill. Mori's going to get the trade out. 7-7. Nice 4 stars collected by Joker there, but it's still the blue star that's going to be deciding it.
Yeah, SK still in the lead, not by much, but by enough. The walls get opened up in their spawn, trying to avoid getting spawn trapped for the final seconds of this game. Still some time until we get to that point anyways. SK setting themselves up, not willing to take the risk. This Reply Totem are hungry for an opening. They need a kill, but Mary gets tapped. He's low HP and might even have to jump out there. Not ideal. Surely Reply Totem will slow things down a little bit, heal back up, and go for a final assault here.
Yeah, the break comes in on the Sprout wall as there's no more walls to break or power-ups to give, I believe, for the side of SK. Maybe Fang needs it. He comes in aggressive, though, and that could be a risky play. Not able to be picked off just yet as they can't connect the shots, and SK continue the domination as as Chaos gets another kill. Nice little trade in there as well, but SK add to their tally. 15 stars at the end and take the first game.
I think that, you know, you kind of teased what was coming. You know, that lack of DPS is problematic, especially since they don't have a tons of different ways of dealing with that Fang, and the solutions they have, stuff like auto-aimer, just not really being used or timed properly, which gave away some free early kills to SK. Semantic already deep in the back line. Maru finds an opening again. He did so in the previous game too, but even that wasn't enough to win them the game.
Semantic straight down this round side now, trying to get some shots forward. Chaos might be taken down here, but in return, he gets Joker and Maru is there waiting in a tough spot. Auto-aimer does connect, and he gets some follow-ups as well. Jump away is there, and Semantic gets hit by it. Hit by a shot from, I'm not sure who it was, Joker or Mori in there as well to get the takedown, and they've made it 5-2 now.
Yeah, that was very interesting, but a nice kill for Totem. SK managed to find another. Semantic next try kills to claim the kill to Maru. Is looking quite good for SK now. 3-star lead again. And this is where that Totem comp starts to struggle a bit more. Semantic does get tagged up quite heavily, goes down. Blue star favors Totem as it got transferred out to their side, and High Totem take over the lead. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Joker now has this wall available and ready to be placed down, and no break from Chaos either, so he can't bring it down if he does want to. They need to try and avoid feeding Semantic as well, and pick off gear as he does come in, as that's Joker's prime target. Chaos getting hit pretty hard as well, though. 3K is going to connect onto Joker, bringing him low as well. Heal comes in from Mora, and he does have this burst damage to try and stop them as they come in. Great taps from Mora, and he follows up again, makes it 10. But honestly, it doesn't matter really, because now it's only really Joker who can go down, and he's going to be the one playing passive anyway.
10 seconds left. Final assault here. Wolves going down to Akios' supply drop. Maru jumping back as well. Playing in a very defensive position now, but low HP on the side of SK. And they lose the Fang as well, which means that Reply Totem was a 4-star lead. Will take this game. Looking much better than in the previous one, but still a couple scary moments in there. And yeah, it's a tough comp. It's bold, honestly, that they decided to not go for a proper anti-tank brawler. But yet they still managed to make it work. Let's see if they can do that again, or if SK Gaming can make the Fang work. And early on, at least, Guy is gonna get a nice pickup down in the mid, giving SK a single-star lead.
Still holding that 3K as well, and no longer holding it because he connected onto Maru. Joker pushing up this left-hand side. Not able to be hit by Chaos just yet, in a nice position now, getting pushed out. But Mori takes control of this wall. Semantic does have the super, which is something they've got to be wary about, because he can just swoop in on both Maru and Mori and get a quick takedown. 3K is going to connect onto Maru as well. Joker's going to get pinched in and brought down straight away. The lead flipped once more, and 5 stars and the blue star in the hands of SK.
Again, SK was the lead around the mid-game. In game 1, they were able to hold it until the end. Game 2, Reply Totem turned it around. At about this time, Semantic at the action claims 2, and that's SK now by an 8-star lead, taking over the advantage. And That's looking really good for them, especially if Gia is tapping like that. Getting yet another kill, 5 stars to his name now as well, and SK Gaming leading by 10.
SK looking strong, wall go down, and I believe Screeching Solo was maybe there. He brought Gia down. Chaos is going to get tapped though, and this is winnable for Totem. They just need to keep them in this pin position, not feed Semantic, get that kill, and then stay composed at the same time. Wall comes down from Joker. Maru has this jump as well if he wants to escape. Chaos is just feeding stars. He needs to try and deflate this push, but unable to do it. He's just feeding stars over and over again.
Yeah, low HP on Semantic. Maru can't quite get the final tap, but Maori will. Just a single star. Now Gia gets hit by the solo Screech, and this is where things can get dangerous for SK. If anyone goes down, it's the end, but Semantic comes in, finds 2, finds nearly 3, actually, and SK Gaming will be taking that opening set in the end. Close one, but Semantic is there to secure it in the end.
Semantic, clearly the savior of SK in that game, and it looked like Totem were going to take it. It looked like they really were, because they had them pinned in. Poker was pinching around right. We had the Sprout pinching around left, and they just looked so good towards the end. But Semantic respawns, he goes in, gets the takedowns, almost a 3-piece in the air there, in the end there, adding to those stars, and that was just a really, really nice play from SK to deflate the push and take the set.
Yeah, that was a solid job, because it can be difficult when there's so little in it and you have to hold on in a very defensive position, because Totem, they're very good at that, getting those final kills in the final seconds and stealing away those games, not leaving your opponents a chance to push and get a final fight of their own. Good work from SK here to prevent that from happening. And you know, it was a little interesting when it comes to that draft from Totem. They showed that they can make it work, but I don't feel like they had the impact that you kind of expect from a final pick, especially when you have stuff like Fang that has very clear counters. Sprout just doesn't cut it in my books, and they tried it out, didn't work out. We'll have to see if their drafts can be just a little bit more solid when we move forwards. When it comes to kills, it's clearly in favor of SK Gaming. In total, we have 12 kills, or about that on the side of Reply Totem, with Maru shining more than the others. Semantic and Chaos just already overtaking that with 14, just the 2 of them. So, yeah, they're looking really solid here in this opening set on the side of SK. But I do feel like there was a bit of an oopsie in that draft from Totem, which I don't think they're going to be handing to them in every single set.
I mean, you know, certain people will be arguing that SK are looking as good as they have been in a while at the moment. Honestly, you know, you've said it. That Reply Totem draft was just not it, in my opinion. No DPS, an early Poco pick, an early Piper pick, and then they just couldn't pair it with a tank because of the counters that SK had already got. And it just seems so weird to have those 2 brawlers which have next to no synergy as their first 2 picks, and that kind of just ruined the entire comp and allowed SK to walk away with it, in my opinion. We do have Bell's Rock up next, though, and it's going to be, I'd imagine, a pretty similar story in terms of how passive people are going to be and choosing those right moments to go aggressive.
Yeah, no mistakes can be afforded here by Totem. We have moved to a best of 5, so they technically can afford to lose this set, but you don't want to start a best of 5, you know, with a 2-set deficit. That's just a very, very tough way to get going here in the semifinals. Totem are aware of that, and I assume they will bring us a bit of a better draft, because that was a little while for our first set. Already our bans, and Sprout, Fang, and Pam are going to be banned out by Reply Totem. SK Gaming taking out Piper, Bonnie, as well as Max, and already a first pick, Rico, on the side of Totem, matched immediately by the Gene on the side of SK.
I like the Rico, but I honestly do prefer an early pick of Gene. I think it's just a little bit more versatile and able to do that a little bit more against a few different brawlers. Obviously, the pull's really clutch as well, and the Lamp Blowout or Vengeful Spirits can be extremely helpful too. SK going to add to that with the Bell. Gia going to be slotting onto that, keeping the range down one of these lanes, and maybe having Semantic on the other, which kind of leaves them open to having, you know, a mid-last pick or something to just completely counter these next 2 brawls from Reply Totem.
Yeah, I do like the Bell. It is Bell's Rock after all. But there are still plenty of options here for Totem open. SK will have the last pick, so Totem need to make sure they cover their grounds, and perhaps we'll see something somewhat anti-tank. I like the Janet. It's been one of the most successful brawlers in this month of the BSC. Maru is good hands to put the Janet into as well. And Carl, I mean, it's Carl. It's still really good. It did get nerfed a little bit, not quite as strong as it used to be, but it's still up there. It's still a very scary brawler that can put in a lot of work. SK Gaming now have a final shot at trying to take the upper hand, at least when it comes to the draft.
I mean, Maru is just straight up disgusting on this Janet, but I think in such a passive mode like Knockout, you have to be careful. And also with the balance change, it takes longer or more hits to get that super. Chaos can be taking the Griff, and of course Griff gets picked when Ark's not here. He rambles on about it all day, and then eventually SK Gaming take it, and he's not even here to talk over it.
Yeah, Griff is good. Griff is really, really good. He's getting in a place where not only does he counter a lot of brawlers in the meta, he's actually, starting to really find his own place in the meta. So he's in a great place, and I think it's a pretty wise final pick here from SK. I think that the draft seems rather balanced, with both teams definitely having win conditions when it comes to those picks. Now, obviously, to see how they execute it, how they manage to apply all the theory here now in practice.
Walls broken early on from EA, and this is very helpful to their comp overall. Chaos getting hit hard though by Maru, and following up once more, hit again, and reverse polarity coming in, and to no avail as it just bounces straight back to SK spawn. Samantha trying to get some work done, healing up GA alongside it as well, but can't over-aggress. However, GA will eventually need to try and break up some more of these walls.
Oh, the pull from Semantic is going to connect, and instantly Gia hits a super of his own, claiming the kill onto Mary and opening up that left lane. Joker trying to get some heals down, but I mean, although it will keep him alive, he's still incredibly low, and that pinch should end things here for this opening round. SK Gaming looking fierce so far. There's now a round on the board and a chance to keep that win streak up.
Mori has the super now, has the flying hook as well, but also can't aggress too much because Gia can just throw out the super in his face and deal vast amounts of damage. Chaos with super over the right hand side now as well, waiting for the prime target to use this mark on, and there goes drop the base, and not really getting too much value as nobody's really stepping into the zone, and if they are, they're at full health and they don't really need to really think about it or affected by it. But Chaos picks one up down the right hand side after marking it up and gets the takedown. Super comes in though, and Gia is going to fall low because of that. Luckily though, Semantic's there to heal him up, and Joker had to burn a bounce castle because of it.
Again, a 2v3. The pull is going to be missed this time around. Mari trying to find something here, but he's so low and gets shut down. Desperate final attempt on his part, and Joker is next in line. SK Gaming make it 2 games in a row now, as they really want to make it another set here.
Well, SK definitely starting off incredibly strong in comparison to how they've been performing as of recent. Reply Totem definitely not looking like the same team we've been watching over the past few months. Winner in a row, that is, the past 2 months, and now they are heavily struggling against SK Gaming, who are, don't get me wrong, a very commendable team, but haven't seemed to be on the best form as of recent.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, on the side of Totem, it's a little clunky. Not their best performance so far. Have some time still to wake up. As always in Brawl Stars, better soon than later. Kills very low HP. Eventually, Joker does get the kill. An important one as well. That man advantage should, in theory, be translated to a round here for Reply Totem. As, yeah, they're going for the gas. They know that gene pool. They could try, but they might as well keep it for the next one, not feed into anyone else's super, and try to kick things off with the upper hand. Let's see if that pull does pay off, though.
Well, we do have drop the base to tank it. We've got a spin to avoid it and everything like that. Now, taking flight. He needs to land as well, though. Guille's going to go down, and he doesn't really need to aggress too much more. Joker's going to get pulled in, though, and that even things out, making it a 2v2. But Mori flying hook forward. No knockback from Semantic. Vengeful Spirits thrown out, and maybe they should just focus him in here. They're going to get the takedown on Maru, and now it's just Maru left. It's a clutchable situation, but it's going to be a very, very difficult one.
Yeah, a bit of overextension there from Maru gets punished. See if Maru can pull off a miracle. Oh, he does find one. That's big, but Semantic does have the pull. Maru is going to try to heal up as soon as possible. Semantic gets the pull, gets the kill, and gets the round for SK. Now we're a round away from taking this set.
It's going to be a big one for SK, and Totem, like SK, have 0 supers. Need to try and work towards them. Semantic only going to be a couple shots off getting his back, as he did land 2 onto Maru as he got that one there, and Vengeful Spirit's going to connect as well. Joker falls low, has Bounce Castle pulls there, and no gadget from Mori. That could have been a risky situation, but now both in a prime position to be pulled, and they can honestly just walk forward and try get any member of Totem here. They've got no flying hooks, no supers, and they don't even have a drop the base to tank it either.
Yeah, this is looking scary for Reply Totem. Second set for SK seems more and more likely. Maru gets hit by the pool and instantly taken out, leaving Mari all alone now. That Joker falls to Semantic, and that should about settle it, unless we have a crazy clutch from Mari. We've seen him do it in the past. Carl is challenging Brawler to make that happen, and it seems like it's going to be the gas, but yeah, you can't, you know, it's not going to change anything. That's game and set. So an interesting decision there, but maybe showing that Totem, they've accepted that they lost the previous set, they lost this one too, and they're going to focus on the next one, making sure that they can, you know, get a bit more of a clean start and refresh their minds, because so far that's not it from Totem, and I have to say their drafts have not been nearly as good as they have been for the last couple of months too.
And I will say as well, I believe this is SK en route to their first grand final since they actually won in March. They've been knocked out 3 times in the quarterfinals, I think a couple of times in the semis as well. And this is, you know, one of the furthest runs they've had in a while, and they will not be letting this this opportunity run dry, because they need this. They need these kind of wins, guarantee themselves some points, because you, regardless of them already being qualified for Worlds, thanks to that game against Tribe, it's all about going into the World Finals with the highest level of momentum and confidence that you can, because that's what can decide games. If you go into a game scared because you've been losing in previous months, then there's a high likelihood you're going to do the exact same.
Yeah, I agree. I very much agree. It's still important here for Totem to make it work, and I mean, just, you know, momentum and bragging rights aside, there's still a good bit of prize pool in those monthly finals, and Reply Totem are very much aware of that. Don't want to give anything away. So far, they've given 2 sets away, so final chance here for set number 3. Otherwise, SK might just sweep it, and Semantic on 7. Maori, Joker, and Maru just quieter than usual. Less than what we expect from them.
Yeah, Chaos sitting on 4 kills on the dealing a good amount of damage with the bell as well. Guille kind of literally just there to break the walls and help out Semantic when he hits a pull. Other than that, not really too much to be done. But the side of Totem, they might have got, you know, the majority of damage on Joker, but I didn't see him do a single thing. I didn't see any of these players, except from maybe the exception of Maru possibly being able to make a play in one of the later portions of one of the rounds. They didn't really do much as a team at all, or as individual players. It was just all SK. And, you know, if they can't get the draft right, if they can't, you know, come back stronger, SK are going to finish out in the 3rd.
I mean, you know, there's something wrong when you're playing, you know, SK versus Totem, and SK is the more aggressive team. That just says a lot, you know, about how that draft went and how Totem's mindset is right now, just not feeling nearly as solid as it has been for the last 3 months. But Ring of Fire here is a chance to start afresh, clear their minds, and get back in focus on the side of Reply Totem, because there's not much more room for mistakes from now on. Already Lola, B, and Crow banned out by Totem. SK Gaming will be banning out Janet, Call, and Bonnie, the first pick Max on the side of Totem, which I do like. There are plenty of ways to deal with that on the side of SK, although Crow, which, you know, probably was banned out just for that reason by Totem, showing that they really intended on having that Max first pick.
Semantic picking Penny as their first pick, and I don't mind it. I don't think it's the best first pick, but you kind of got to give it a bit of value there because of the salty barrel and the mortar able to do so much and splashing through as well when they start to stack up on this hot zone. But I feel like that Max first pick is a lot better than a Penny first pick, just purely because they probably just had the greater first pick because they had the first pick. And how many times can I say first pick in a single sentence? I think that's got to be some kind of world record. But SK Gaming coming up with their second pick soon, and it's going to be Amber, and I'm honestly not the biggest fan of that as a second pick.
Yeah, no, I don't love Amber as much as many pros do. I feel like it's not in a bad place. I just feel like, you know, at a long distance, you can quite easily make it work if you're playing some sort of sharpshooter, and up close, it loses a lot of matchups as well. So it's a challenging brawler to bring into the table, but SK Gaming seem confident about it. Penny as well on this map is a viable option, but not the easiest to play either, because there is a lot of range, and there are going to be a lot of brawlers that will outrange you or be able to dodge some of those shots quite easily, like Max. Maru going for the Poco this time around, and Max Poco is a threat. So something that SK might have to be careful of, and if people are too bunched up, that Amber and the Penny as well obviously can find quite a bit of value. I do like that Stu pick too so far. I prefer what I'm seeing on the side of Reply Totem, but SK, they got that final pick on their side.
Yeah, this might be Reply Totem's best draft to date in this match, should I say. Because so far it hasn't been great, but I'm really liking the look of this one. Once you've picked up Max and Poco, it's probably the best combination in the game right now since those balance changes. Chaos going to go with the Griff once again, and SK are just hoping that it works once more. Break up the walls, abuse the Poco, try not to feed the Stu, and I guess kind of the similar with the Max as well. Try not to feed, because those speeds instantly take the hot zone back when you've got a Poco as well.
Yeah, definitely so. This is going to be an interesting one for sure. I like the idea here on the side of Totem. SK playing a bit more risky, I would say, was that Amber pick, but still something that, you know, does quite decently well on those open maps. And if people stick too close together, you can find some good value. And usually you want to be within the healing range of the Poco. Early on, Gia taking a ton of damage. Joker going to be sitting around the zone. He's able to get a pick onto Ikeos, has his super still as well, which can help get some assassinations. Well, not when you dash into a Griff super.
Yeah, Maru was low as well, but healed up quite nicely, and now SK getting their first signs of percentage, but Joker's going to start to go aggressive. We know what he's like on that Stu. Nice super again from Semantic on that Griff, taking down Maru on the other side of things. Joker now having those dashes back. Mori trying to get around with the pinch, and this is what you'll see. You'll see an aggressive poke every now and again. This time it didn't work, but usually it does.
Yeah, I like how SK are approaching it as well. Amber has an interesting matchup against the Poco, as well as it does deal a good bit of damage, can start hitting some shots before the Poco gets in range. Nice heal onto Joker, but not quite enough. Maru takes a lot of damage as well. Semantic has done a great job at just spamming those supers. And SK Gaming, what started off as an amazing game for Totem, has quickly switched into their favor.
SK looking really good right now. Maru's going to be low as well. Semantic and Guille trying to push on. They need to bring him down. Turret helps him out a little bit by pushing him out of that favored position. And Chaos just going for the auto aim against Mori. Got the salty barrel as well. Can't get the super off in time. A little bit of piercing damage from Guille there, but it's not enough to bring down Reply Totem just yet. And the mortar missing shots as well, as the speed's really helping him get out of these unfavorable positions.
Yeah, so much damage from those Griff supers. Joker doing a great job at staying alive, but they need a bit more than staying alive right now on the side of Totem. SK almost at 90% capture. The 1-for-1 trade on the top left. Mortar is still there to assist Semantic and Guille. Joker was a great assassination there. His low will burn down. Totem have taken over the lead. Maru is able to get a heal as well off, and That will be just about enough for Reply Totem to take the game, but not confidently so. That was incredibly close, and if it didn't work out, that would have been a match point for SK.
I mean, you know, Totem are just running on over and over again with max speed, Poco heals. Like, I don't even know if they got that many kills at all during that game. SK are getting kill after kill after kill, but they can't push on because every time they get a kill, there's another respawn cycle coming through, and it just seems impossible for them to get enough work done to be able to get onto the zone for a really solid amount of time.
Yeah, that's the big challenge. The reset is quick. A nice heal from Mari. He is burning down. Will end up falling, but a 3-4-1 trade is definitely beneficial to Reply Totem. Let's see if they can hold on to that zone a little bit longer. So far, building up a very nice early lead. We did see that SK later on in the previous game were able to overtake the lead for a big portion of that game, actually. And now that Maru is burning down to very low HP counts, SK have an opportunity to start catching up.
Yeah, they need to take this opportunity as well. Mori with the pinch once more, and it doesn't seem to be working again. Gets taken down. Maru and Joker pushing on, trying to get those Gasa heals through. Got the dashes, got the cycles, and definitely got the ping along with it. SK now slowing back onto the zone. Amber burn down, but Joker avoids it. Goes down anyway to Semantic, who absolutely bursts him. Super comes in as well, and Mori takes some hits from that. Going to try and take down this turret now. Heal comes in, and I believe Screeching Soul along with it, but he gets hit by the mortar, and he's going to be brought down by some burning fire.
Wow, the Griff Super getting the tanks at max range. Keeping Joker and Mara out of the zone, and the Reply Totem have a little bit of a lead still. SK was a nice pickup. Joker down to 90 HP. Things are lining up very nicely for SK Gaming. They don't need much more to get to that match point as they overtake the lead and now are in the final 20% of capture time required for that match point.
I mean, Mori's just been, he's putting pressure on, but it's been doing absolutely nothing. It was a 2v2 down here. He was just waiting, and SK were the ones on the zone. He had to maybe suicide a little bit earlier then and try his luck of coming back up once more. But SK Gaming are going to get this one, and they're going to move straight to match point. Reply Totem need this one, or they're going to be knocked out in the semi-finals.
Wow. SK Gaming was a phenomenal performance so far today. They took down Tribe, now on the verge of taking down Reply Totem, the most dominant team of the year in the EMEA region. The first ones to secure their spots to the World Finals as well. Despite a slow start to the year, already a nice opening from Semantic on the left-hand side. Joker quite low HP, doing a good job at staying up, however, and keeping Semantic at bay. Early 20% lead for Totem.
Not the best start for SK Gaming so far, but Mori's getting hit pretty hard by Semantic. In comes with the super as well, and that wall's broken. He can get some good value. Joker's burning down as well, but they get the takedown onto him. Nice little shot, nice face shifter as well. Salty Barrel goes down, but also brought to his knees as Chaos can't tank enough. Poco just working to get this turret down now and does just that. Chaos has another one in hand though, but 50% deficit is nothing to glaze over.
Yeah, this is an important game for Totem, and so far they are delivering as well, but at last Joker goes down. Mari almost joins him, but SK have 3 players in the zone and are catching up quickly. Still much wiggle room here for Reply Totem to work with, but again they lose Joker. Maru left in a 1v3, should get cleared up, but he's buying time, getting percentages too. That's 81 now in hands of Reply Totem. And that bought enough time for Joker and Mari to come back to the action. Mari to get a pickup onto Gie. 90% now for Totem. Good damage onto Mari. He falls. Joker trying to get the final percentages. Will get a couple. Not quite enough just yet. But now SK, they can't afford to get out of that zone. If Totem have any sort of access to it, it's over.
And one max speed and it should be over. Joker's taking some heavy fire though, and Semantic trying his best to keep the pressure on, stop Mori from getting in a position to get stuff done. Honestly, they might be able to win this one if they can bring Maru down here and stop him from getting a speed off to his teammates. Super comes in from Semantic as well, gets some shots off, but Joker and Maru are going to start pushing in now. Needs to try and avoid the Gasser heal, but gets them off. The shots come through. The tour is there though. They get the percentage done. Reply Totem just bring it back in 100 to 94 and stay alive to live to fight in another set.
That was incredibly close. Not much HP in it, but Totem still managed to take it 2-1 now in sets, and it's not like they're out of trouble yet. They're definitely not out of trouble yet. That is still a fierce-looking SK Gaming, nearly taking this one as well. But finally, some more signs of life from Totem 2, and welcome signs of life. A center stage in Brawl is going to be next up, and this is a chance for Totem to take it all the way, although SK Gaming, with players like Yi and Ikios considered as some of the kings of that game mode, I can definitely see them closing it out here in a 3-1 fashion as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of their titles last year, you know, with AQM. They were the Brawl Ball team that you'd think of if someone asked you who the best team on the game mode was. It was always AQM, and obviously that did consist of these players. So I'm kind of liking their chances of finishing out. I said the same in this one, and honestly, they probably should have done. They had just some awful starts in the beginnings of a few of these games, which kind of cost them quite heavily. The first and the last one, the one they won, was surprisingly the one where they had the best start. But moving on to 10th stage, they're going to have to really knuckle down again, or is Totem just going to get hold of all this momentum and flip it back with the reverse sweep?
Yeah, it's crazy. If the Max died there, that might have just ended, you know, the game and ended the match, as a matter of fact. But the decision to stay up with 500 HP, run all the way through his teammates, and manage to survive as well, will give them the game. And you were very much right, Trap. You said you didn't think Totem had many kills. That's only 5 compared to the 12 of SK, and yet it is Totem that take the set. It's not all about kills. It's more often than not all about kills in Brawl Stars. Kills help, don't get me wrong, but there are tons of strategies where you don't necessarily need to get the most kills. Impact kills are ever so valuable, and as you said, you know, the ability to respawn very quickly, that max speed, that 2 dash, get back into the action, and reset much faster than SK Comp could.
I mean, Totem, they're just walking forward. That's all they're doing, and honestly, it shouldn't be rewarded. Dying shouldn't be rewarded in a game, but with Poco, it always is. You get some heals off, you can just walk on, get a load of percentage, and then you die. You don't even need to get the kill because you'll come back again with a max speed and push on once more. And that's the kind of recycling that they're doing. First off, they got like 60% to 10, to be fair to them, without even going down in the first place. But as soon as it started dropping, SK started to get control. And then from there, it's just a cycle of the speed over and over again to get on the zone.
Yeah, there's also that ability to just hold on to the zone. Even when SK were contesting it, the Poco was just sitting there, you know? So interesting stuff all around. But we do have our draft kicking off here for center stage. Crow, Squeak, and Poco banned out by Reply Totem. SK Gaming banning out Janet, Carl, and Gene. All right, already the max first pick. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Totem like it. So I like it. I think it's a very solid first pick, and no matter what might be taken at the moment. I'd imagine SK, you know, they're going to have to try... Actually, no, the Crow's banned. I was going to say they're going to take a Crow or a Poco, but they're both banned out by Reply Totem. Smart stuff from them over there, and Semantic's going to go with the Roughs. Got the Sandbags, got the Meteors if you need those as well as opposed gadget, if Reply Totem do add something like a Penny or something that splashes through quite easily. But SK with the second pick now as well, and... If you see a Roughs from SK Gaming, you know they're going to be playing passive. They're going to be playing for the late game. They're going to play for all of their team being powered up and to overwhelm the opponents when they can.
Yeah, I do like the Roughs. Those wall breaks, ever so valuable to open up the map and get some free goals at times as well, when many comps struggle to commit and close out those fights, secure those goals. The Gale for defensive measure. One of the most popular brawlers on this map as well. Always welcome to any comp, try to deter some of those tanks as well to make an appearance, because a bushy map always opens up the risk of a tanky or very aggressive brawler to be brought in, and Totem going along that mindset as they have an EMS which is great at dictating the pace and slowing things down, well paired as well with the Max.
Yeah, I was going to add that if you didn't say it. He just pairs amazingly with the Max. His speed, super from Maru, and then he's going to be able to just completely dominate the map, scout out opponents as well if they're in the bush, and they're going to take the Nita as well. With those recent buffs to Nita, she's become pretty good, but only in a certain few game modes we saw. I think it was SK play in Heist earlier against Tribe, and it definitely paid off as they did manage to take the win there. But SK, it's going to be tough to really take something into this, because I feel like they've gone quite heavy with the tank counters, and Reply Totem have just completely ignored that route.
Yeah, this is interesting, because right now, I mean, EMS does well against tanks, right? But it has a limit to it. If it's something like a Buzz, okay, never mind. Well, it's going to be an Amber again, which I don't think is necessarily a bad idea on this map if you can, you know, burn down those walls. The grass. You can't quite burn down walls yet in Brawl Stars. But the grass, you know, you can get some extra information, catch someone off guard as well. And if it gets a little stalemate, he's just sitting next to your puddle, unlocking that super quite easily can go a long way, and opening up the amount of possibilities for your team. But here we go. Set 4 between Totem and SK.
Well, Chaos going to be running those meteors. No sandbags for him, as Mario could pierce through them quite easily, and same with Mori as well. We'll twist it down on the left-hand side to stop Mori in his tracks, but now it has run out. Semantic may need to place another one, or face being pinched in, and he gets pinched in really quickly. EA is low now as well, and Totem with full control of the map.
Things looking good so far for Totem. Should be able to get that kill. Mari actually will be burning down as well. Goes for the bear after going down, which is a risk, but does manage to buy a little bit of time, so that reset is a little faster on the side of Totem. Max speed, pop, only onto Maru and himself, obviously. So far, it has been Totem on the more aggressive side of things. A 1-for-1 trade here will keep things still quite slow, as neither teams can really overcommit just yet with just a 2-man.
I mean, it really is a disgusting strategy from SK Gaming, but it's competitive, so you kind of expect it. Throw it in the corner, wait 2 minutes and 30 until overtime, and hopes nothing happens until then. But something might be happening right now. Mori's got that shot through, and Guille's low as well. Chaos needs to try and defend, and he might be able to do that. But they also the dash through the shot, the follow-up shots from Mori, but they get the clear as Chaos gets the ball out. That's going to be placed there, but Mori throws the ball away, tries to get some shots through the heel. Can he slot it in the left? He can't. Goes for the trick shot, doesn't manage to get it. Samantha clears it off the line, and guess where it's going? Straight back in the corner.
Yeah, it seems like the safest way of playing, right? But there is a big risk to it, is if they manage to clear it up, which they will do right now. They're right next to the goal. There is nothing SK can do, and then suddenly, well, they have a big problem, because SK, they've shown they struggle with their comp to get any sort of aggression going their way. Now they have to do so, and they only have 25 seconds to break the defense from Totem. And Totem, they're not slowing down. They might even try to go for a second.
I thought Totem were going to go and put it in their corner for them there, but chooses to throw it back instead. 15 seconds on the clock. Mori's going to fall low. Maru as well is fairly low, but 10 seconds now. Not sure if they're going to be able to push this forward in time. Chaos gets the kill low. The passes through might be there. Semantic's there as well, but they can't get the super shot pass. Semantic, I don't think, is going to be able to get it. Mori cleans him up, and Reply Totem edge closer and closer to being able to get this reverse sweep really being alive.
Wow. It felt in hot zone like that might just be it. Totem might fall. They're not done fighting just yet, and so far I have to agree. I feel like there's not enough aggression, you know, on the side of SK to be that aggressive. But look at that. Off the bat, Akios was a nice bounce. Finds a first kill. Maru is next in line, and that surely is going to be a goal if Akios can help tank. Yep, we'll do just that. A 1-for-1 trade. Perfect for Semantic that has an open goal. And now, playing so defensive might just pay off for SK.
Well, I mean, every time SK have actually won a set or a game, they've been the ones going aggressive. They're taking Totem's game to them and taking them by surprise by doing it. It's working. So I don't know why they choose to switch up so often. They play defensive really, really often. And as you can see, they've gone aggressive in this game and they've scored early on.
An important goal here for SK. They don't want to go to 5th set. That would be way too risky. Sampi was a nice pickup onto Maru. Has a super available as well. That's always very welcome in a defensive setting. As now SK, they can afford to play time, and it's up to Reply Totem to make a push for it. Try to get that ball out of the corner and down in the net.
So we had ball cam then, but I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it because we're watching SK game. The ball's always going to be in the corner. Knockback comes in, but they might have a breakaway play here. Joker has the speed. Maru has the super. They're going to try and get it off, but the power-ups are in Semantic and Chaos's hands, keeping them back. Super available as well, throwing it down, stopping them in the treads, breaking some of the grass along with it as well. But Maru still got the super. Getting pinched in now, though, and he should fall down. Great place from SK Gaming to keep this ball here and keep the enemy players off it because they made the mistake in the last one, and they were punished for it.
Defense holds on for now on the side of SK, getting a puddle as well onto the ball, so even if someone goes for it, you can get a big burn. Covering a lot of ground on the left-hand side. 20 seconds left here for Totem to make a play. Speed has been popped. Maru goes for a super now as well. Should be able to find Chaos with ease, but more than that is really challenging. There's so much still to work with on the side of SK. Ball picked up by Joker, goes for the pass, but there's no one alive to receive it. And SK Gaming push things to match point once more. Let's see if Totem can beat it again and push things to a 5th and final set, or if SK close it right here, right now.
I mean, this is going to be some great realization for SK to realize we can just take it to them. We can get an early goal and then play our play style because that works. You've got the lifeline as well there, but Totem started things off strong and Mori's already down this side, getting slowed down though by the star power of Semantic. Can he get a shot off? He can't. The ball just rolls off him as Semantic gets the knockback at the perfect, precise time, and SK are in control once again.
Yeah, this is SK in a position they like. You can see that goal. It's in reach, but they do need a bit more of an opening. A kill from Ikios might be just that, as Maru is next to full. Maru also goes down, and there's nothing Joker can do to stop that goal from going through. SK Gaming a leg into the grand finals. Joker pops speed, trying to disrupt the pace and catch SK off guard, but they just seem completely unbothered as that Chaos clears the right lane, and so far Reply Totem are just not able to find any success here.
Yeah, well, Joker straight up just gave them the ball, provided them exactly what they wanted. Now they can play exactly how they always play. Ball in the corner, supers in hand, power-ups there as well. Kie picks his up, Chaos has got one, Samantha's got super. The knockback's there, there's oil on the ball, they've got defensive measures, and they're ready to win this game.
This match will end if SK are able to keep that ball in the corner and away from their nets. Maru with a super pushing forward, takes a lot of damage. Just not worth it in the end, as Maru is low as well, and more walls get removed, making it tougher for Maru to get in anyone's range, really.
Max trying to push forward, gets the speed as well. Knockback's going to be there for Maru. Samantha can't quite get the knockback, but gets it off now. Mori falls down, and Maru is almost joining him. Shots coming through from Joker, and it's him against the world. SK Gaming looking like they're going to be moving on to the finals. Joker can't win the 1v1 against Gie with this power-up. They're pushing forward. 15 seconds on the clock. Ball in the corner, and the goal in their favor. SK Gaming going to be knocking out Reply Totem in the semi-finals and moving on to the finals in such a great display.
Wow, SK Gaming looking absolutely incredible today. Totem, yeah, just not what we expect from them. They've been on such an incredible winning streak when it comes to the last couple of months. But SK, they break it, and oh, that is a Totem jersey. That's Mauri's jersey. And wow, Gie is walking away with it.
You just need some outro music to go along with that as he walks out the door. I think that's the trend going on at the moment, and Maury's just laughing. You know, they've qualified for Worlds. They're not going to be too happy with the semi-finals with the recent form they've been in, but I think at the end of the day, you know, he's pleased. He's lost against some of his friends. He's laughing about it, and they're happy with the position they're in at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the end of the world for Totem, because they're going to Worlds, as you said, you know, so it's a setback for sure. But SK Gaming, it's good to see them in such a shape, man. Like, they've been quiet this year, and by any means, they've still been a really good team, just not the sort of powerhouse that we expect when you see the roster Gie, Ikeos, and Semantic. And today, they are absolutely delivering. They're going to the grand finals, the first team to do so today as well. So great stuff all around from SK Gaming, looking much more in line with what we saw from them last year as well.
16 kills from Ikeos, 11 from Gie, and even the lowest on SK Gaming has equal with the highest on Reply Totem. That just shows the kind of gameplay they've provided there, and even with Reply Totem winning a game as well, the statistics are just nowhere in comparison to SK's 11, 7, 16 with Chaos with 43% of team damage. It's just a ridiculous statistic to have, and you know, if he's not an MVP, then I'm going to be worried.
Especially on the roughs, right? Like, he was playing the roughs. It's a support brawler. Sure, it's still good in plenty of 1v1 interactions, but you shouldn't be able to get 16 kills in a set, and he's just that good. Totem struggling to find an answer to it. And Ruffs has been one of the most popular brawlers of the last 2 weeks. Gie actually gonna be getting the MVP, so I think you may have jinxed it there, Trav.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I think that's the caster's curse coming back to haunt me once again. But you know, if not Chaos, why not Gie? He played very well, and to be honest, you know, he was a lot of the reason, and a lot of the plays that were made were him defending the ball.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, SK Gaming looking fierce today, looking absolutely phenomenal, and Totem, we're just not able to shut them down. SK, they are riding off that momentum. First strike today. Now, Totem, I mean, you can't have much tougher of a bracket in the region, right? And yet, they're making it work beautifully so as well. And this leads us to our final semi-final of the day, Trav.
Sampi versus NaVi, and I think it's going to be quite a good one as well. I honestly do have my money quite heavily on NaVi. Sampi made it through really nicely through this bracket, which we're actually going to take a look at now as well, through the bracket. Sampi managing to defeat them in a very, very nice quarterfinal against Team Queso, being victorious 2-0 in probably one of the most convincing semi-final we had, except from that final one of NaVi, who they will be playing against Bax. So I think it's going to be a pretty good game. I'd imagine maybe a 3-1 in favor of NaVi if I had to predict, and I do think Sampi have a pretty good foot in the door, though, and there is some potential for another upset on the cards.
Definitely. I mean, we didn't expect Team Queso to get swept by Sampi. Sampi looked very, very strong in that quarterfinal match. Now, I'm not sure if it was Sampi that, you know, looked phenomenal, or Team Queso that to a certain extent was just not playing their regular level. So this is our way to find out, because I would not be, you know, completely shocked to see NaVi dominate here against Sampi, and that would maybe prove the latter. I don't know. Sampi, this is their chance now to prove that to us, you know, show us that it wasn't Team Queso that were having a rough time, or maybe they did, but that Sampi deserved to go all the way to the grand finals, and this is their chance to do so with this matchup.
Vajdik, Salty, and Kaja being the roster of Sampi really made a big impact on this monthly final, I will say. Huge upset against Queso, and yeah, as you said, they do still need to prove themselves, in my opinion, and I'm sure yours as well, as them just being a very solid team, rather than Team Queso being on an off day or having a bit of a bad experience in that first quarter final, because it's the first time we've seen them in a monthly final ever. 2020, 2021, and the second last monthly final of 2022 is their first appearance ever in a monthly final. So they have still got a lot to prove, and I think beating NaVi and progressing to a finals would be the ultimate way to do that.
They are a solid roster. They've definitely been grinding for a while as well. But NaVi, man, they're looking really good at the moment. They beat Totem not once, but twice yesterday. So MMA, Angel Boy, and Cubic, definitely a team on the rise. And it seems like the end of the year is where they tend to shine the most. MMA bringing out the highest quality cam we've had on the show so far, I think, and living up to his name as well.
Yeah, highest quality camera, highest quality punches is what we have on MMA's thing. And we've seen him sub in as well. He didn't actually play. Oh, wow. 93-7. I was going to say he didn't actually play in the quarterfinals. So it is a different roster that NaVi are fielding. And I'm intrigued to see if that changes something up or whether they'll still be as dominant as they were previously.
I think those are quite biased predictions because on the one hand, you have Sampi, which is a team that not a lot of people know in the first place. And then you have NaVi, which has like the largest fan base in the Brawl scene at the moment. So it's the extremes facing each other here. The odds are not that drastic, but NaVi, I mean, I don't think a lot of people are going to be arguing that they are not the favorite in this sort of matchup.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the percentage chances of winning, I'd say it's a lot closer to maybe 60-40, 65-35, but when it comes to the percentage of people who think NaVi are going to win, is probably a lot higher, and obviously the percentage of fans are a lot higher as well. Drafts in, no bans, are quickly coming in fast, and the picks as well. This is one of the fastest drafts I've ever seen. We've got Amber, Squeak, and Bonnie banned, Colette, B, and Penny. Karjar with the first pick of the max, followed by 2 picks from NaVi of Gale and Griff.
All right, I mean, so far, NaVi staying in their comfort zone. Poco is also a brawler, by the way, that they've been playing more than any other team. Like, so far, I think every set where Poco wasn't banned, they had it on their team. So maybe something they will bring out, if not now, later on. Obviously, Kaboom Canyon, not necessarily the most Poco-friendly map, although back in the days, we did used to see it during blind picks. We'll see the Crow as an answer here from Senpai. One more pick to follow up, cover their grounds, and try to catch NaVi off guard. Want to make sure that there's no common patterns either where NaVi can just counter too many brawlers just with one pick.
Majdik with the roughs, and I kind of like it. Not every day you see roughs on a map like Kaboom Canyon, though. Yes, it's got some good power-up abilities. I think the main reason they take Crow is just so their opponents can't and pair it with the max and not able to negate, you're not able to negate the speed that's going to be pumped out. So NaVi with this last pick here now. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a Daryl, to be honest with you. I think Gale, Daryl, pretty solid. But then again, Griff's going to be breaking up the map. So they've gone with that call.
Fair enough. I mean, I think, honestly, that Daryl would have been a great idea in this situation. But NaVi, their drafting has been really solid recently. So I'm not going to judge it before actually getting game. But so far, I mean, it seems viable. They don't have the most DPS on safe, to be fair, and not any range either to really get a lot of damage on the safe, unless they actually, go very aggressive. So I'm assuming there's going to be a somewhat more passive approach on both sides here, with just a bit more mobility options available in the set of Senpai.
Good shots early on from Griff. Angel Boy's getting a nice super out as well. Salty's going to get hit on the return. Cube's going to go in as well and should take down Karjar. Does just that. And now he's going to slot into this little gap here. He's going to have to be pinched in. And in that time, he's going to get some damage on the safe. And his teammates are too.
Yeah, 18% lead early on. Looking to ban here. Angel Boy going for a super. Will catch Vajdik on the return. Cube is creeping his way up the mid. Does get tagged a little bit. So far, things are starting off quite nicely for NaVi. Skaja pumps a gadget and supply drops by a little bit of time and space. Salty trying to create an opening down in the mid, but he's the one that ends up going down. Chance perhaps here for NaVi to get some follow-up damage, although they have two somewhat low HP players that can't quite commit to their lanes just yet.
Cube going up aggressive, and they actually forced a slow out there as well, only on the Carl to stop him from getting into that position. And he still managed to get some damage down, and his teammates are going to join him as well. Varsity going to fall low, 18 HP, and we see MMA pick up another kill. They're in firm control of this map, 36% damage done, and Cube's just going up again.
Yeah, his positioning has been key to NaVi's success because they have a defensive comp on the side of NaVi, and they haven't had to defend yet, which, you know, is a statement and a half here. As Salty and Kaja are able to get a nice elimination down the mid, but again, Cube just free to roam around, get some damage on safe, and play the right corner, which probably needs to be destroyed. But they've used supply drops and piggy banks, not on that position. That has been, and again, not on that position. I'm not entirely sure why.
I'm not entirely sure how this has been so dominant, but now the super comes out from Angel Boy, that's going to finish it. And NaVi have started this off so flawlessly. They didn't rush it. Yes, they were going aggressive, but it was controlled aggression. They only got damage when they knew they could. Cube going aggressive with that Carl, and then the Gale actually dealt a lot of damage to the safe just by his teammates, opening up different possibilities for him to actually go and deal some shots to the safe.
Yeah, that was a stomp and a half there from NaVi. I feel like Sampi need to deal with that corner, remove those boxes, make sure that there's just no position like that Cube can take, because he's from far the most aggressive brawler on the side of NaVi. The rest is much more defensive. It's a better start here from Sampi. They actually take the early lead and have a lot of mid control. Let's see what happens now that NaVi go for a retake as they find a nice kill into Vashtik. Angel Boy will be traded out, however, and a nice follow-up as well from Salty. MMA goes down next. Good chance here for Sampi to build up an early lead.
17%, not the end of the world for NaVi, but now they're getting melted off spawn time and time again, and Cube can't make the same aggressive plays as he was in the last one. Because of how well they're holding this mid, they're not letting him pass, and if they are, he's going to get melted down by a crow jump or some shots from some powered-up opponents. Vajdik going to jump in now as well, and Angel Boy has to clean up. MMA trying to do the same, but Salty going back now as Cube aggresses, and just this one push has almost brought it back.
All right, a 20% lead now in favor of Sampi, still looking so much better than in the previous game where they barely even got any sort of aggression, but a nice double stamp from MMA follows up with a chain super. That's going to be a pickup on his end, and at last Cube gets into the position he was so threatening in. Will not get the most out of it this time around, as there's still 12% in favor of Sampi.
Angel Boy throws out a super though and gets the kill along with it. Vajdik trying to defend, has the super as well. Needs to try and make a calculated play. Doesn't want to aggress too early and does actually go down because his thinking time took a little bit too long. Cube goes in aggressive, but actually backs off a little bit as well. Jump comes in, but he avoids it, gets around the wall and spins back. What a play from Cube. He's just delaying the inevitable now. Gonna go down, but he gets another shot off as well. 20% in the lead now. And they've got to push through. Karjar got a super on safe, which closes it down a little bit, but 10 seconds left, and all three members of NaVi are there to defend.
Yeah, one got shut down, another one now too. Cube is actually going for the save. He's not defending anymore, knows that he can get some nice bounce shots, and not even required at this point, but just securing it as well. And I have to say, Cube was a hero in this one. Absolutely phenomenal plays from him, and that one play really secured the game as he got an important pickup and some nice damage. At the meantime, distracting the Crow too. So really having two fully committed to him, one of them that he takes down, the other one that is just using all his ammo onto him, eventually gets the kill, but just not worth it on the side of Sampi. NaVi with some great plays and an important first set to pick up.
I mean, this is why Cube's got so many fans in the chat. You see so many people spamming that Cube's their idol and stuff like that, and rightly so. These are the plays that make you people's idols, guys. Other pro players watching, you need to learn from Cube. Make these Carl plays, and you will have people idolizing you as well. NaVi, though, they just looked so strong. MMA played this Gale really nicely as well, defended when he needed to, but also he got good damage on the safe regardless as well. And I think NaVi are just looking a little bit too strong for Sampi to kind of fight against right now.
Yeah, that was a strong showing from NaVi. Sampi much more competitive in game 2 than they were in game 1, but still not quite enough to make the difference and make anything happen in that opening set. We'll have to come out strong in set number 2, as you don't want to give too much momentum to NaVi. They are a team that thrives. Once they get too much momentum, they become nearly unstoppable. And stat-wise, it's better on the side of Sampi, but NaVi just able to, you know, take the fights where they want to. In the game 1, they were fighting pretty much only near the safe of Sampi, which means that sure, Sampi get the kills more often, but NaVi, once they respawn, there's just no time for Sampi to take control and be there in the mid or around the safe. In game 2, it was better from Sampi. They addressed that much better as well, taking the fights closer to NaVi safe, but Cube did Cube things, and still was not enough from Sampi to shut that down.
Yeah, you know, I will say it's a common thing. I'm not sure if in EU, but in the NASPS, if you get more kills and more damage on the opposing brawlers in Heist, you near enough all the time do lose. And it's these kind of compositions and players who just focus the safe, focus the objective in Heist, that always seem to take home the wins. Talking about objectives though, Backyard Bowl is going to be the next map, Brawl Ball, and the clear objective is just to shoot the ball in the goal. And that is what NaVi will be aiming to do here, to carry on their momentum. But Sampi will be wanting to cut them short. They need to bring a game back, because if you go 2 sets down, I don't think they're going to be able to claw it back from there.
It's going to be challenging, but our bans are here for basketball. It's going to be Penny, Stu, and Squeak. Side of Sampi, NaVi will be banning out Janet, Max, and B, and already a first pick Barney on side of Sampi. It's a threatening brawler on this map. It's not the easiest to play here either at times, just because I feel like the speed gear helps out a ton on the Barney, and there's not the most bushes obviously on basketball, but still can be great, and obviously filling that sharpshooter role, but also as a bit more of an initiator, opening things up with that super and getting unstuck when in tricky defensive situations. And is that an 8-bit pick from NaVi here on basketball? Not something we see every day, Trev.
It is, and you know, you'd have thought they'd learn from their opposition playing 8-bit on in this meta and getting beaten by NaVi, but no, they've clearly got a little bit more faith in it in Backyard Bowl than they did on Julian Beatles and Angel Boy coming in with the Crow. Now they had it opposing them in the last set, and this time they don't really want to deal with the slows, the reduction in damage, so I think it's pretty wise to take it.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. I mean, I'm not sure yet. Very slow approach already, you know, with having both a Bonnie and an 8-bit here on basketball, and already a slow-paced map. Pro also there to slow things down with the slowing toxins. The Roughs here will be providing some buffs and wall breaks to his ranks, perhaps also some defensive sandbags. So far, a very slow-paced approach, it seems like, from both sides. There are still 2 picks, 1 on each side, to determine the outcome of this draft.
Yep, Sampi with their last pick now. I'd imagine it'll be something long range once again. Wouldn't mind a Bell or something like that, considering they're playing against the 8-bit, but they do go with a Carl. Well, actually, they're going to be slotting onto that. So NaVi with the last pick now. I don't know. I'm not sure about Sampi's comp. I feel like it's pretty weak in certain areas. They're going to have to play Bonnie mid, and that kind of leaves them susceptible to, yeah, something like that. MMA's going to slot on the Colette, counter the Carl, counter the Bonnie, and I think this is 2 sets to NaVi.
This is a good draft for NaVi. I wouldn't quite say unwinnable for Sampi either. You have brawlers as well that can pop off, you know, and you have win conditions if you manage to get a good assault and siege near that goal area, and the supply drop that can free up some space, remove some walls, and get you an easy access to the net. Then you can make some magic happen with that Sampi comp. But looking at individual matchups, it is NaVi that has favorable ones.
all day long. Cube already aggressing, got this as well, and they might be able to push this one forward and score, but they choose to pass it backwards instead of passing a direct pass and supering the ball in. A little bit unusual. MMA gonna get hit by one of those meteors, but they do have a Colette super. They have an 8-bit super. The Crow jumps there as well. Gonna go for a play, and how are you gonna go for that and not the one before? It doesn't make any sense, but they have broken up one of their walls as well and got a power up on Salty.
Yeah, that's a bit of a throw and a half there from NaVi. I mean, they're not in too much trouble yet, but it feels like unnecessary trouble mostly, because now they've lost all map control and even maybe a chance to score. Yeah, the timing is perfect. Vashtik clutches it up, and that's going to be Sampi with the 1-0 lead. And I mean, I was talking about the win conditions. That's exactly what I was talking about.
I mean, I'm not really sure what NaVi are doing at this point. Yes, that was a really nice goal from Vashtik, but they shouldn't be in a position like that. They've just costed, they've costed a goal beforehand and then gone aggressive when they didn't need to. And if you're not going to go for the goal, don't go for the goal. But also after that, what a super as well by Cubic coming in there, getting serious damage down. Angel Boy comes through, but the little flying hook from Karjar to defend. Really nice play from him, and Cube continues to aggress. But NaVi in a great position once more.
Yeah, not for long though. I don't know. Those pushes are just a little bit underwhelming, to be completely honest. You know, like they're starting off the push right, and then some oopsies here and there on the side of NaVi that enable Sampi to punish them. And punish them they have so far. A bit of a missed super there from Cube as well. Ends up getting shut down. Used a gadget there too. That's a lot of utility to get no value out of.
25 seconds left, and a defensive turret as well from the 8-bit who's going to be coming back out the spawn, and I'm really not sure how they haven't got more done with this composition. MMA got the super now. Cube's going to have a body jumping in on him, and ball is there, but not able to do too much, I wouldn't imagine. Jumps in, going to get the takedown, but at the same time, he's brought to his knees by the super and supply drop of the Roughs. Karja's going to go in, finish off Angel Boy, and Sampi, they're going to take a win in this one.
Wow. Well, I mean, I'm with you, Trav. Like, I do think the comp from NaVi is better. They have really good matchups. They just choked, and then, I don't know if, you know, it was a little too much mentally to handle afterwards, and they kind of gave up for that one game. Seems like we have some SK fans on the side of NaVi too. But early on, again, some aggression from Sampi. Salty does get shut down. It's a good 1-for-1 because Cuba is low, but he does get the super and follow up onto Kaja. And finally, Cube with a triple there as Vashtik falls next.
MMA aggressive once more, and it seems they do overextend a lot when they get this control. MMA's putting himself in an unfavorable position, jumps in, does get the takedown now, and they're going to need a turret here. Go aggressive with that, just throw it forward, use it to tank, force the goal in, but now the meteors rain down and he can't get it off. The super comes in and gets the cycle as well. Might be able to walk that one in. He could have just walked it, but they get the goal anyway. I was going to say, if they'd have choked that one, I would not have been happy with NaVi, but they managed to secure the goal, and they bring the one goal back.
At last, the NaVi goal. They've had plenty of opportunities to score, but they do finally manage to actually close one out. Not out of trouble just yet, though. A minute and 20 seconds left on the clock here, and Salty was a nice pickup. Kaja, if he got that pass, that could have been a troublesome situation, but it will be prevented here, as NaVi get a nice team wipe and slow things down. A minute left on the clock, and they are seeming to want to play quite defensive now.
Yeah, taking the SK strategy, throwing the ball in the corner after being 1-0 up, and can't blame them for it. They're going to have a Bonnie pushing towards them. They're going to have a Carl pushing towards them. And to play defensive into that kind of comp is probably the smartest thing to do. Vertical jump comes in from MMA and 1 HP, and Karjar does go down. Jump comes in from Salty. He's going to return. He's going to land directly where Q returns, so not the best super from him, but Vashtik unable to do anything on his own as well. And 30 seconds on the clock. NaVi just going to wait this one out.
Yeah, this is looking like a bit of a lost cause here for Sampi. Probably gotta reset and focus on that next game. Try to still convert this into a set. It seems quite inevitable now that NaVi will be picking up this game and really turning up the pressure against Sampi. Not much room of mistake now for Sampi, as they don't want to hand the second set to NaVi.
Well, there you go. NaVi have managed to bring a game back, but don't get me wrong, Sampi is still only one game away from tying things up and bringing it back to 1-1, but NaVi, they've looked more convincing in both of the games. The first one just didn't go their way, and the second one definitely did. Firmly in control of the goal they scored. Well, actually, they weren't in control of the goal they scored, but firmly in control of the ball after they'd scored the goal.
Yeah, so far, it's been looking quite all right for NaVi. Some little mistakes here and there, not the cleanest set from them. Sampi have shown that they are able to punish them if they make mistakes, but already early on here, it's NaVi with a much more dominant setup. Already a damage booster in play as well. Let's see if Sampi can break through and take back some control if NaVi find a way to break the defense.
Maybe they will be able to as well. They've got this damage booster, so they're just going to wait it out. Wait for Sampi to make a mistake, and surely they're going to do so. They're going to get impatient, want to push out, possibly Carjar with a flying hook or something like that. Need to take advantage of that situation, but Cube has the super as well. Looking to try go in. Now Salty picks up that super. MMA's going to go down, and it's actually NaVi who are the ones who are making the mistakes. He got the ball out the corner, though, and TP'd back to his turret, which is probably a very solid play to make, but they can't get the pinch off quite yet. Cube eventually gets it. Vajdik, and trying not to feed him any of this gotcha gadget so he can heal up.
Yeah, none of it got any sort of connections. So some missed value there on the side of NaVi. Let's see here if NaVi can finally find that opening. They have good positioning, but no real win factors just yet, as MMA does take down Kaja. Can go a long way. Gadget is spotted by Salty, jumping in onto Cube. That's close, but Angel Boy doesn't quite have the movement speed there either. So no chance for him to walk it in. It seems like Sampi at last managed to fend off that siege.
Playing things slow then, waiting for this overtime where they're not going to be too weak, to be fair. If they can get another 8-bit turret for overtime, they're still going to be fairly strong. Aggressive super thrown up from Vajdik there. Don't have the power up because of it. Cube trying to work for a super and will probably be able to get a lot of value as Sampi members are very piled up. In comes the super now from Angel Boy and playing it quite defensively once more, waiting for this overtime and then going to be trying to take advantage. Power up going to be provided to Salty this time, and they just ignored the one up top and replaced it.
Jump from Salty. Cube gonna dash away. Still ends up going down. The jump in here from MMA. Kaja trying to make a play. Does have his super. Oh, nearly gets it in between them. But now suddenly what was a big opportunity for Sampi might be an opportunity for NaVi to close this set out. So we're towards the final 40 seconds of overtime, and NaVi have the positioning to score. All they need is a kill or a super or something to open things up here.
It's got to be turret move further up from Angel Boy. It is going to almost fall down. Cube gets the ball and he pushes back. Gets the knockback and the stun onto Vajdik there. Gets the ball in and NaVi secure themselves the second set. What a play from Cube. I didn't see that coming, to be fair. And honestly, I didn't even know you could make a play like that.
Wow, that was impressive, for the least. Exactly what they needed on the side of NaVi, and they close it out cleanly so as well. 2 sets now in a row in their favor. 1 more to go. Sampi, they can't mess things up now. Goldarm Gulch might just be the final set unless they are able to, you know, reverse the trend and start winning some more games.
I mean, they've won a game in that one. So they've gone from 0-2, 1-2. So surely now they've got to win it, right? Just to follow the trend, they've got to be able to win this set of Goldarm Gulch. But I mean, to be honest, I don't think they will. I think NaVi will probably close it out right here. They were dominant in that one, regardless. They had control of near enough the entire game, regardless of losing the one. They seemed pretty much on top of that one as well. And then the ones that they're not, they were very much in control. So I think it's probably going to be fairly similar across Goldarm Gulch coming up next. We've got some highlights as well, throw up in the background here. And I must say, you know, NaVi are looking a little bit questionable in Brawl Ball. They played well, but they had some very odd ways of scoring.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like sometimes they went for the harder way, you know, than the easy way. But in the end, a win is a win. And so far, they've been winning much more than anyone else here as they close out the second set. And stats-wise, I mean, MMA had a fantastic set of Brawl with 14 kills, only 23% damage, but the kills have been his. Done a great job at blocking those in, because damage is great, don't get me wrong, but actually taking down the player just creates so much more space.
Yeah, I mean, 14 kills from MMA is really very, very solid, and 9 and 8 from Cubic as well, very commendable. 14 to 8 is what he got down there on that Crow, 137 DPS, which honestly isn't bad in Brawl Ball, especially Backyard Bowl when you've got to play so passive, the DPS is definitely going to be lower. Didn't get much team damage though, that's the thing, he managed to finish off the kills, maybe burn down damage or just having these right jump in moments, but he didn't do too much to really earn them by the looks of things.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, you don't expect Crow in general to be the highest DPS, right? It does struggle a little bit to get high consistent damage, but it provides so much utility, right? Resetting those heals and making it slower as well. As the poison ticks, you're not going to start healing up for a couple extra seconds, and those slows are still incredibly good despite getting almost nerfed by half of the duration. We move to Golden Gulch now, and our bans are going to be Fang, Penny, and Piper on the side of Sampi. NaVi will be banning out Bell, Penny, and Janet. And already a first pick of Rico for the side of Sampi.
Well, first pick of Bonnie for NaVi, and they followed up with a Max as well. Nice and quick back-to-back picks from NaVi. Clearly very prepared of what Sampi were going to kind of bring out of the bag and play when it comes to Golden Gulch. And I think, you know, Bonnie and Max are pretty household brawlers when it comes down to this, but maybe not Max so much. I feel like it's not the best map for it. Salty going to go with the Gene, and yeah, we know that's going to be extremely good on this map, and it's near enough always picked, if not banned.
Yeah, definitely. So great option. Also, just keeping it away from the hands of NaVi can go a long way. See what that final pick is going to be for Sampi. Will they opt for something more aggressive? There is some room here for something along those lines, although they did ban out the Fang themselves, so that might be something they want to avoid. And they will see a bit more traditional with the Sprout on their side. Sprout, that is a great brawler here, and it's a good response to go for a Brock. Remove those walls that are going to be problematic if you have a Sprout to face.
It's going to be late game, I feel, for NaVi, but early game, Sampi are going to be the ones running away with it because they've got the Rico as well, and they're going to be benefiting off walls. Vajnik's going to be benefiting off walls with Sprout, but as soon as Cube gets them down and MMA can get super and actually jump on these opposing players, it's going to go the way of NaVi, but it's just going to be Sampi who've got to finish things off quick, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see how this all works out. Now we have that third set starting. And off the bat, some walls removed by MMA. Follows up was another set of walls. Trying to take the advantage by shaping the terrain to their suiting.
Yeah, complete stalemate left to right here between NaVi and Sampi, but just working towards these supers, trying to burn some gadgets on the side of MMA as well. And working for this jump, which is going to be so necessary for Cube, but end game, it can go the way of NaVi here. If they wait too long and not getting the early entry shots from the side of Sampi, then NaVi are going to be the ones walking away with this. More base HP, higher DPS as well if they manage to get the Rico down.
Yeah, that Rico might be the win factor instead of Sampi, but it's locked in a tricky situation. Still staying up for quite a while, actually, but it's only Salty left alive. 1v2, not much he can do. Cube, just too much HP. And has a super now available off the bat. Things are lining up very nicely here for NaVi as SMP trying to catch them off guard by switching over to the right side this time around, but that seems to have caused more harm than benefit so far.
Kaja traps down this right side now, unable to move. Salty has this pull, which is why NaVi are just kind of waiting, not overextending. but also they need to be in a position to capitalize on them pushing out. So they can't play too far back, but also can't play too far forward. Vajdik has got this super as well available, ready to block something off, and he's going to need this wall, whether that be late game to block off an avenue, or, well, I mean, he's going to throw it down there, and I'm not sure if that's honestly the best strategy.
Yeah, Kaja goes down, and was that the chances for Sampi? Jumping from Cube will settle it as he finds the last, and NaVi now move on to match point. A game away from their first Grand Finals appearance of the year.
NaVi looking very, very good, and now just one game stands in between them, and as you say, the finals, the grand finals of the monthly final of September. It's looking very good for them at the moment and don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Sampi are going to be absolutely crushed when it comes to mentality, and having to come back from this is going to be such a difficult feat.
Definitely is. Cube, very aggressive off the bat. Does get punished for it quite a bit. Nearly taken down. Oh. If there was overgrowth on that shot, things could have gone very badly for Cube, but is still alive for the time being, and that means that NaVi have the man advantage.
Very low as well, down on this bottom right-hand side. 3v2 also. Gadget going to be popped, and he does place another wall, blocking off MMA's route through, and Salty trying to pinch down now, but he's going to be putting himself in a position to get pinched, and now it's going to be one round for NaVi to go on to the finals to face SK Game.
This is Senpai's last chance. No room for mistakes whatsoever now. They have the gene pool, but then they need to use it and connect it. So far, no big opportunities yet, besides Kaja taking down MMA on the right-hand side. Might be just what Senpai need. Still 2 supers available for the side of NaVi. Could be troublesome. Let's see if Senpai can make something happen here. They have the man advantage. Angel Boy pumping speed. Nearly gets taken out. Somehow gets out of there, but Cube will not be as fortunate. Eventually, Angel Boy falls, and that's going to be a round for Senpai. But NaVi, they're still carrying over some nice utility for this final round.
Vajdik and Salty do have those supers as well, though. So it's pretty much going to be Cube trying to aggress Kajar or Vajdik, I'd imagine, over on the Sprout. Speed available as well. Sprout wall down to stop that avenue through, and they are getting pinched in. Sampi are definitely doing a lot better than they were in that in the early game.
Yeah, Cube still sitting on that super, and he's gonna go for the jump now. Vajdik does lock him up, but it ends up being a 2-for-0 encounter, and at last Vajdik is gonna fall as well. NaVi take down Senpai and proceed to the grand finals.
Great plays from NaVi. Do manage to make it forward. Here we go. We got a NaVi. I'm not sure what that was. I think he's trying to do an impression of what Guy was kind of trying to do on his camera, but they have made it to the finals. And I mean, you know, it's impressive muscle as well, MMA. I'll give you that. You've got the muscles, you've got the finals, and your life's going better than mine at the moment.
Yeah, things are looking great here for NaVi. Just for context as well, for those that haven't been following the BSC quite as much. This is their first actual grand final appearance, and they've been behind in points so far this year. Not far behind, but enough that they can't lock in the spot for the grand final, for the world final, sorry, today. Next month, they might just do it, but every single point they manage to steal from other teams today goes an extra long way, because, I mean, you know NaVi are hungry for the world finals. You guys know how they performed last year at the World Finals. They're going to do everything in their power to make sure they're there this year as well.
And with performances like these, I'm sure they will be. If they can continue this on into next month through the qualifiers and the finals, then I have no doubt that they'll be making it to the World Finals at the end of the year. Because the performances they're playing right now are just absolutely incredible, and it would not even surprise me if they go on to really contest against SK, who have been, you know, who have been struggling throughout this year and really only just showed up today and played the best they have in a while.
Certainly. So that was an impressive NaVi that showed up today, and the stats are all going in their favor. 12 kills in total for NaVi, only the 5 for Sampi, and NaVi showing off some dominant rounds all around and just the better team in this best of 5. Sampi, they definitely surprised us with that performance against Team Queso, but again, you know, maybe Team Queso having a bit tougher of a day or not being in their best form, whereas Sampi were able to just abuse that and get their spot to the semis. Not gonna go any further though today, as EMEA will be your MVP as well for this match.
3 kills, 2 deaths, and possibly the lowest DPS we've actually seen all day, but it is obviously a knockout, so we can't really forget that about the game mode obviously being so passive and only hitting a shot, you know, every 10 seconds or something like that, if that at this point, because it's just so difficult to actually get hits or kills in the game mode of knockout. So a very good statistics regardless, getting 3 kills and only dying twice in this game mode against, you know, a pretty decent team like Sampi is quite good anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great performance overall, and I think today was very much just a team effort so far from NaVi, not just one player really shining more than the others, as much as it was, yeah, a team effort with every single player doing their part, being their own brick, you know, in the wall.
Well, there you have it. NaVi take the win. EMEA is the MVP, and we also have a new person joining us. Ark is back, and he is ready to talk about the finals. Or, at least, I'm going to ask him how he felt about the semi-finals first. How do you feel about the semi-finals, Ark?
Very, very happy. I got to see Griff. I don't know which I'm happier about. Griff being seen for the first time, or seeing a grand final, which we've never seen as well for the first time. That's going to be very exciting stuff. But yeah, I've been banging about that Brawl run all day, and it just had to happen whilst I was away, didn't it? Let's be honest. But very cool stuff. I mean, honestly, Sampi can be so proud of themselves, and I look forward to seeing more from them as well, because I think they've had a really commendable day, in all fairness to them. Here's the bracket and how today has gone. If you are just joining the stream, you have missed out on a fair bit, but we have got a banger grand finals lined up for you. Totem looked so good for their quarterfinals, but the scoreline there, honestly, Dogster Lobster did it tremendously well. It doesn't do it justice at all. But that big, huge upset, which I watched from the sidelines, oh my word, SK Gaming looking so much better against their matchup. 3-1 to make it to the grand finals again, first time since March. Great stuff from them today. Tribe Gaming EU, the first time this year, went out in the quarterfinals to SK Gaming. So big, big upsets there, but not arguably as much as the upset of Sampi against Team Queso. Team Queso would have locked in their World Finals grand, golden ticket today had they got to the semis, but now they're going to have to get through just one round of the qualifiers next month to do so. And NaVi as well. I mean, hadn't made it through the quarterfinals before, with that big win against Bax, and then continuing it so forwards into today's grand finals. I cannot wait for this one. I've been looking forward to seeing a matchup like this in the grand finals all year long, and finally, I get my way, and hopefully you've had your way in the predictions so far today on the event.brawlstars.com website, where me and Trav have been it's been emotional for us. We're not doing great. Teddy's out there in front after going for SK earlier, but I'm sure at home, predictions-wise, very much the same. But again, make sure you sync your game up to the Supercell ID there as well. Get yourself through the tiers. Get that Tara pin along the way. Before we go into the rosters as well, guys, Teddy, I'm going to ask, who are you voting for in this one? Where's your head at when it comes to this matchup?
Man, it's a tough call, because SK, they've had a terrible bracket. They really did. They had to face Tribe and Reply Totem, and they managed to make it work. But NaVi, man, NaVi are looking fierce today. I'm gonna be cheering for them and predicting that they take it all.
Well, SK got a phenomenal roster, as we know. Semantic, Chaos, and Guille have looked on top form today. Honestly, a lot more like their former selves. And we did question going into today how it was going to fare. Was it going to be another quarterfinals exit, or was the prospect of qualifying for the World Finals, gaining that golden ticket by getting through the semis, going to be enough for them? And we've seen this happen across the regions. We saw it just last week with Chazmac. When a team are faced with that prospect, it gives them just the adrenaline to do wondrous things. And SK today are looking really, really fierce, I've got to say it. And yeah, I think NaVi might have their work cut out for them, but it remains to be seen so far. NaVi are looking great as well. I mean, again, we've kind of anticipated this. It's been a long time coming for them to reach the grand finals, looking far, far better than they started off, Trav. And where's your kind of mind at when it comes to their roster?
I mean, NaVi have been playing so well today. I will say, you know, they've pretty much walked through their bracket, had a pretty easy run. Whereas SK, you know, they've kind of had the hardest run possible. NaVi's roster obviously being MMA, Alex, and Alex, by the looks of things, we've got double. Well, no, it's Cuban Alex. There we go. Cubic will be coming in once more with the same roster we have just seen as. It was very dominant, but you know, I've made my prediction and I went with SK. I think they've just had too much of a tough bracket to fall at the last hurdle.
I do tend to agree. I kind of put NaVi in kind of prematurely as well, just because of that semi-finals match and how comfortable they looked in it, and also because, again, I kind of always have been rooting for NaVi because I feel like, you know, my sort of helping hand definitely has something to do with it, right? But yeah, you're the only one that deviates away from it. Me and Teddy going with NaVi here, but genuinely, it could very well be SK that take this one. A bit of a coin flip, though. I imagine when it comes to the polls, we're going to see pretty much a massively sided with NaVi, as you know, they've got such a huge fan base. That goal earlier from Cubic, my goodness me. I was surprised that we didn't see something earlier from him with that pushback, you know, gadget, the star power in play there. But then he just made it count so well, and the ball just trickling over the ball. Great stuff from them. But Trav, going to be waving goodbye to you for this one. Unfortunately, we'll get you back in at the end. Only if production let it happen. I mean, I'm going to do my best to try to prevent it, but no doubt we'll be checking in with you shortly after. But yeah, anything you want to say before you leave?
I mean, you know, now you've said this, I was ready to just be going. I was ready to be going after you said this, but now my last thing is I'll be back at the end, guys, when SK have reigned victorious and you guys are wrong and I'm right.
Yeah, it just had to happen that we transitioned back, didn't it? So he had a final word, and I didn't want to leave it being awkward. You know, we thought we'd give you a little sign off there, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be a close one, Teddy, for sure. It's going to be tough to know which way this one's going to go. I think when it comes to the draft, it's going to play a really key moment here. NaVi have been drafting a lot better recently, I think it's fair to say. But as Traveler already says before he leaves us, that SK have just had a really, really tough bracket today. They've knocked down Tribe Gaming EU. They've knocked down SK. They've knocked down Reply Totem, sorry. So it's going to be a very close one to call.
It's a very, very tough matchup to call for sure. And honestly, if I didn't watch NaVi play yesterday in the Rush Stars finals, I would probably vote SK just from SK's performance today. Because I would have said, I mean, you know, if you look at the previous two monthly finals, I predicted against NaVi every single time. Just, I didn't feel like they were there. But right now, I think this is their chance to, you know, go all the way and win a monthly final, because I feel like they are at the level to do so, and this is the month where it's going to happen.
Well, Trev, one goodbye is just not nearly enough. I'm going to give you a second, mate, and we'll look forward to checking in with you after the match. But again, you know, keen to hear your thoughts when you come back. Let's get into the next map, or the first map of this series, Teddy. The Gem Grab, a Steep Diner, and actually, got to be honest, I was expecting actually kind of more of a percentage for NaVi, just simply because of what we've seen as a bit of a pattern recurring through the day. But 31% with SK, I actually think this is far closer to a 60-40 at best. I mean, 55-45 for me would be looking about right if you're going to kind of side on one of them, but it's basically a 50-50 as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. For me, it's near enough a 50-50. I would even dare to say closer than a 50-50. But really, I think it's going to come down to the draft and how they play, because both teams are some of the dark horses of the year that have struggled, and those drafts are going to be very important to, you know, bringing the success they need. Already, Poco first pick met immediately with the Crow from Semantic. Just going through the bans real quick. Janet, Penny, and Jean banned out by SK. NaVi will be banning out the Ruffs, the Bee, and the Griff.
Pains me, Teddy, to see the Griff ban, but we have seen NaVi utilize that brawler particularly well, and I think they realize with the coin toss that they can't take their chances. It is a really great pick here to ban out, but alongside that, I do agree with a lot of the bans that we are seeing. Does still leave Bonnie up for grabs here if they want it. Semantic showing some love, as we love to see. But yes, some aggressive ideas already with the Stu for Guille. NaVi, though, have got the Poco, which they've been relying on a lot. So I kind of wonder whether we've got through this first set without it being banned with the SK. Depending on how this goes, of course, consider whether they want to ban it out for future. but they're going to be pairing it with the Nita, and I really like that. No wall break on the side of SK Gaming so far, so that might be a consideration for their third pick, depending upon what this one is from NaVi.
That is a valid option. I mean, Nita has showed to us that it can get some results. I'm not still overly convinced by it. I feel like it's been pretty hit on or miss still, and I kind of want to wait a couple weeks to, you know, see if it's really, you know, that meta. But paired with stuff like Max, it can really mitigate for the lack of range and get you close up in the action, utilize, you know, the effective way of shooting around walls, and just run down your enemies with the extra DPS that's been added to her recently. So I like it from NaVi. Max and Poco, you can't go wrong either. SK gonna go for Barley, which without wall break can actually get some pretty decent value here and be a pretty dominant brawler. Although there's a lot of speed and you know, solo Screech potentially as well that can reach him behind walls. So he still has to be very careful about how he plays that one out.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a factor here with no wall break, and it's kind of interesting because Deep Diner seems to be, aside from Hot Potato, one of the only instances that we really tend to see Barley, you know, coming out of the woodwork. And I kind of always ask myself the question, why? Simply because I really do like Sprout. Actually, here I think it can get so much value, but I mean, it is a team player brawler. Obviously, you know, providing that you are running the healing tonic gadgets on that front side of things, and I imagine that's what he will be running, simply because it wouldn't make much sense for Sticky Syrup Mixer under the comp that they're facing. So there'll be some additional heals to keep SK in position here, but so far it is NaVi that have really come out aggressively so, and Cubic with 3 gems. Now, though, that Alex goes down, that might change things a little bit, but MMA is in a great spot here as well, and looking to get Bruce really onto the map as quickly as he can.
Yeah, so far the Poco's been paying off. Going for the Sticky Syrup, actually. Not able to get that kill, end up getting shut down. The solo Screech, I don't know if Icos dodged it with that jump, but either way, just barely survives that encounter. And it gets SK's gem count a little bit closer, although not quite as nicely centered around the gem carrier, as Cementing and Icos are carrying the burden of those gems.
Well, Semantic there does get the takedown, but he's dropping gems himself. Alex will pick them up now, but that's not too optimal to have them with the max. But at the same time, Poco is relatively able to go on the aggressive now since the buff has come in, and that's exactly what Cubic's doing. But at the same time, SK are ready for it, and look at that. He's already about to trickle down. Clutch Hill will keep him in the mix, but the gems are very much tied up, and MMA can't really contest us in the position that he's in. He's struggled a little bit all game to Guille, because ultimately you're always going to win that matchup with a Barley in the right circumstances, and yeah, it goes down again. NaVi are in a bit of trouble now, and the gems are falling as quickly as that. Countdown for SK, and Cubic can do nothing about this.
Yeah, this is looking great for SK. 10 seconds left, and all they need to do is keep IKOs up. And Cube just knows he's not going to be able to make this work. IKOs or is going to secure that countdown. SK Gaming to take game 1. And I have to say, man, IKOs on that Crow has been instrumental to SK's success in that first game, because that anti-heal against the Poco goes such a long way. Usually when the Poco gets his super off, he's just back in the fight. You know, he's back to pretty much full HP, or his teammates, and the fight is instantly reset. But here was the anti-heal. He healed up 1,500 HP. That's nothing as a Poco, and it cancels his regular healing too. So it absolutely slowed things down and made sure that you don't have that harassing Poco that is so often so problematic at the moment.
And I'm surprised as well, no protected tunes on the side of Poco, at least none that I've seen so far, so that Crow Slow is going to gain a lot of value. Seems to be that NaVi are preferring to go with the heal approach, and got to shout out as well to Gear, because he's really been hassling MMA this entire time and not giving him a look in at all. And so far, I'm kind of feeling like Trav could be right. I mean, it's definitely a rough draft. It's still early days for NaVi, but SK want this. You can just see it in their approach so far. Fully in control of the situation, haven't really skipped a beat along the way, and yeah, this is a tough one. NaVi need to really start to push more as a team, get some more utility alongside this, but they haven't even got the time now, as this 10th gem is about to spawn. I just don't see how SK lose control.
Yeah, this is looking great for SK Gaming. Akios jumps away from the action. Does get chased a little bit, but what can Cube do on his own here? Not very much, knows it as well. SK Gaming to take a pretty clean first set here, and I don't know. I love the Poco. I love the Max. In my opinion, the Nita was quite underwhelming, and I have to say again that the Crow did such an amazing job at shutting down that Poco idea that it made it really hard to really make it work on the side of NaVi. So I think that was a better draft from the side of SK, and especially just a very clean execution of that draft too.
Yeah, it was a very smart draft from SK again, because I think these can get some value there. I mean, especially with no wall break, the ability to push forwards is there, but you know, SK just had that locked in the bank. It was really just very good awareness from them to think through the situation, and even with Poco there, just didn't really serve to any avail for NaVi. And again, that's a brawler which they kind of have been, I want to say depending on, but they've been utilizing a great deal, and SK know that. But SK are a team as well that do like to do a lot of research, as we know. I mean, Pedro's always got an answer for everything, and you know, SK are always aware of teams' kind of likings towards certain things, and normally if they're not banning something, it's because they didn't necessarily fear it, and that seemed to be the case there. And you know, if NaVi got the win with that Poco, maybe they might change things moving forwards, but they didn't really necessarily value it in Deep Diner, and the stats would kind of say a similar story as to why EMEA there struggled a lot. You know, but again, it's always going to be a matchup that's you're never going to necessarily win, and I guess the Barley as well has a lot more ability to be accurate with those shots and land them. And yeah, he just struggled the entire game, really. But you know, the next set will bring a different draft along with it. So I think Cubic did pretty well to get that much percentage damage. But I think under the circumstances of EMEA not being able to really contribute, it was kind of like quite a normal thing to see there. But one thing's for sure is that SK are looking like SK. But SK on a good day, SK back to where we saw them in March. And, you know, that's always a great thing, especially as we approach the World Finals. Teams need to get back into their former glory and be at the best when they go into those World Finals.
Definitely so. Those final monthly finals are so important for that as well, to scare away your opponents and show them how dominant you are in your region. That you want to be one of the main representatives of your region as well at Worlds. And I do think that the Crow not banning it out was a mistake, because I know NaVi loved the Poco. They played it so much recently. Ever since the balance changes, it's possibly their most played brawler. But leaving Crow open when you're also going to be picking Max just seems risky. They will be banning the Max on the side of SK, as well as Carl and Bell that gets the honor of being double banned, as NaVi takes it out as well, and B and Colette will also be a part of their bans. Already a quick draft, as Bonnie is picked instantly by SK Gaming. The response from NaVi is going to be the Griff and the 8-bit. A lot of 8-bit today, which is a brawler that we weren't seeing much recently, besides maybe Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, I definitely prefer it in Safe Zone, which is where we are going. We saw the map fly over there as well, and Griff as well here. Definitely going to help out a lot to break open the lanes immediately here. And again, I don't need any excuse to just vouch for that particular pick. But at the same time, SK are getting things that they really like under their thumbs secured. Penny is really a very early pick for them often. Bonnie, if they don't ban it, they want it for sure. And the way this draft is shaping up to be, it's looking quite daring for me from SK so far. And just kind of what they want to add to it. I'm just trying to think realistically here, because they got the Griff on the side of NaVi. So Rico, which could be something which they might consider, but it might not be necessarily the one they go for now. Going to double down with the Brock and have the wall break advantage to themselves along the way. But we have seen a lot of this strategy. I mean, more so in the North America and LATAM North region with the 8-bits in Safe Zone. And, you know, it gets great results. But it also comes with a lot of potential collateral. Obviously, 8-bit is such a slow and sluggish brawler. In a game mode like Heist, where it really helps to get up the field, it can struggle just a little bit sometimes, and especially if your opposition are really focused on getting down the damage booster. Lola coming in for NaVi, I quite like that as well. I think that is a good brawler to have on this particular map. So okay, I mean, SK's comp is strong. NaVi's comp is equally as strong, but just a bit more risky. I'm kind of favoring SK's here, to be completely honest, Teddy. Curious to hear your thoughts on the draft.
I think I'm with you here. I also think that Lola into Penny is a bit scary. Like, a lot can go wrong here. Penny, very, very strong against the 8-bit too, especially without a turret. But even when there is a turret, it can get taken out quite quickly with the mortar. So, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. But here we jump in, as you mentioned, safe zone, not quite a deep diner for this second set. And we see mostly just max range on both sides so far, not taking too many risks. And Guy is slightly starting to move forwards as he gets a nice connection or two onto MMA.
Really important breaks as well to point out there from Guy. That's a little 4-tile piece there. Is exactly where you want to place your 8-bit damage booster when you're up in an aggressive position. So, not wasting or hesitating any time around doing so. But now, SK pushing forwards. Cubic, though, able to stay strong on that right-hand side. And MMA doing his best in the mid. But he is going to struggle a little bit in this matchup with Guy, as we've already seen. Guy getting pretty much that super off the back of the shots against him entirely, but Semantic will jump in as well once NaVi had too preoccupied in the right-hand side, providing, of course, his HP is there. Shot still connecting as well onto MMA there as well. But meanwhile, it's still stalemate in terms of the scoreline. It's still anyone's 100% on both sides. So realistically, here's how SK like to play and wait for those final moments before they make that damage count.
Yeah, no damage still, and we're heading towards the final minute of this game. Surely at some point someone will be taking a risk, but there's already another damage booster, and the previous one took so long to be taken out by SK. Kill's getting outranged by Cube. Cube being wise to not place that ego anywhere near him, because he knows that any collateral or piercing shots from the Penny will be very, very costly.
Yeah, definitely best preserved in the event of a final push to be able to throw the ego on towards the safe and just get that damage in. And at the moment, though, I feel like SK are going to start to make their play in just a minute here. But Chaos is really struggling, but rightly so. I mean, he's against Cubic, and the ego's down now, but then immediately you just see exactly why he was holding off this entire time. Semantic jumps in, the damage there. 14% for SK, but on the other side of things, there is damage being dealt by NaVi, but not quite enough. It is enough for SK to take this game. Whew. But it took a while for us to get there, in all fairness.
Man, it's crazy because when you think about it, this is the safest way to play, but at the same time, it's the riskiest because it comes down to one interaction all the way at the end of the game. But SK, they know that more often than not, they win those. And NaVi are playing their game. Plus, it's a gamble that SK can afford to take because they're set up. Worst case, NaVi catch up. Best case, SK Gaming. Suddenly it's a 2-0 lead in the grand finals, and there's not many teams that can recover from that.
Well, a bit of a different game this time round as SK decide to take some risk and get 10% as well for their troubles. But Semantic, he's going to have to juke this well, and well, he does. And immediately just shreds through the damage booster. I mean, that's a bit of a miss for me on the side of NaVi, because Semantic now is just going to be able to get back into the mix and go back into tank form as well. And it's still at 10% that NaVi didn't manage to get in their push. So back to the mid and back to a chance to reset. But so far, I think SK are feeling that they've just kind of felt out NaVi in that first game enough to be a bit more aggressive this time round and take a few more chances.
Again, a slow approach, but this time off the bat, SK have the damage lead. Yeah, could go for a super, will do just that. Gets a couple of connections, not the most, 20% now, in favor of SK Gaming, and eventually NaVi need to find some sort of an opening, because so far they haven't been able to really make it past the mid.
Same stalemate situation with Chaos, just waiting for Cubic to make a move. And again, like, I kind of wonder at this point whether it may have been an option for NaVi, probably too late in the game now, but to sort things around just a little bit so Cubic can get some more value out of things, because until that Ego goes down, you know that Chaos is going to be ready for it. Salty Barrel as well, still to play so much utility still available for him in the final moments. Samantha connecting onto Alex and MMA doing his best, but to be honest, it's just really SK that are in the controlling seat as we approach the final 25 seconds. Kubik now pushing himself towards the mid, and then it's the way forwards, but the Ego's there, but somehow he still takes the shots, and it's the same all over again to the deja vu.
Yeah, they're getting some damage though. They're not far behind, but they are behind, and that's the problem. And jumping from Semantic just increases that lead. The mortar is there to double down, and yeah, this is rough here for NaVi. Final chance, but they will find anywhere near the damage they need. SK take a second set, and I'm gonna make a statement here, Ark, but that Lola was a big-time mispick on the side of NaVi, because you know your Lola pick is bad when it's your final pick and you use one ego in the entirety of the set. Like, that just says a lot, in my opinion, because you play Lola, for a big part of it is for that ego. And he didn't get to use it because he was laning a penny for the entirety of it. And that Lola was the last pick too. So it's not like he didn't have a global overview, or, you know, he knew the penny was there and still ended up facing it with the Lola, which is just such a weird interaction to me.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, you know, if you're going to be bold enough to pick it, you know, you either kind of need to be, you know, comfortable going against that matchup or change it. I just don't get why they didn't do that, to be completely honest. It wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world to put Chaos against something else. And, you know, it just would have been a tough thing for Semantic to deal with a little bit on the side of the Bonnie as well, because you can just kind of pop the Ego gadget and just allow it to take a lot of shots. Bonnie takes a while to recharge, and, you know, it can be quite a strong way to push back on that side of things. And, you know, even if Semantic decides to jump on to the Lola, you can just kind of use your Ego to work around it and have that body block there. But realistically there, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, it was a brawler which they took the risk to draft, and the risk just simply didn't pay off. And you can't really make those kind of mistakes in the second set, because this is exactly where you do not want to be. It's a very tough thing, especially against a team like SK, to turn this around at this point.
Yeah, stats-wise, it was fairly even, but SK just always got kills with great positioning, and most of the time, a lot of the kills that were fed to NaVi were from Semantic jumping onto the safe. And by that time, he's gotten a lot of value. The kill, sure, defends more damage from coming onto that safe, but there's no follow-up. NaVi can't just counter-push from that. They don't have a max to, you know, pump that max speed and take a whole lot of map control. They have to work from scratch, and by the time they get back to the action, so did SK. So it was a very complicated affair for NaVi, and I do think they messed things up in the draft here. SK playing it very slow and patient, but they played it right and made it work. Second game much more confident as well as the previous one. Brawl might be a chance here for NaVi to make something happen and bring some more nervosity and aggression to the mix.
I'm enjoying the SK draft there, I really am. I mean, you know, that Brock pick, you can just see how much value it gave just to eradicate those walls early on. And, you know, EMEA was really struggling in their match. We can see in the stats there as well as the bands come in for center stage. Griff, Janet, and Ruffs for NaVi. It's going to be Gene, Carl, and Squeak for SK, who win the coin toss. The first pick will be theirs, and yeah, going straight in with Gale. It makes a lot of sense, really, here. I mean, it's not only a great thing to have and a great thing to be able to place the ball in the pockets and just kind of protect it. And, you know, when you're against a really strong push, those tornadoes can really go a long way. But it's going to be Nita and Ems. I do like this from NaVi. I think Nita here is a map where she can work really well, but again, it didn't work out for them in Deep Diner. SK seem to have a decent response for it and are kind of aware to the effectiveness of Nita at the moment. Let's see how they deal with this and what they want to follow up with. But I don't think necessarily they're going to be too deterred so far. I think the max is still available here, so that could be an option as well. Colette coming in as well. Nice.
Yeah, I think that Colette pick is very wise because it's also one NaVi just love to overutilize, and now it's out of their hands into SK's. Still a very strong brawler at the moment. Gotcha Gadget carrying it quite a bit too. Let's see what the final pick is going to be here for SK. As they already have some very good anti-tank measures, but they will bring the Amber, remove some of those bushes. And I mean, brawlers like Nita do rely quite heavily on that speed gear. So if you can remove the bushes, it's going to be hard for her to get, you know, in range to hit any shots on our opponents.
Exactly that. Yeah, and that is the plan here. I felt like Amber's a very, very smart pick here for SK. I mean, and Ems as well, you know, just really thrives in the back of being able to close that gap. And sure, later on the controller's there, but needs to going to be a sitting duck, you know, realistically here. Once those bushes are burned down, it is going to be max for NaVi, and I think that's probably the best option for them because they need that speed when those bushes go down. So I'm still feeling SK are just like they're just thinking outside the box a bit more. They're just kind of seeing NaVi a little bit more ahead of the wave a lot of these drafts so far, and I feel like at the moment the way they are playing, I don't know whether we're going to be going any further from Brawl. Looking at the draft that I'm seeing in front of me, I mean, NaVi are really going to have to bring this into a different level of aggression than one that we haven't seen them playing against so far in this matchup. If they do that, then there's still a bit of life there to be seen, but so far I feel like SK have got exactly what they want.
Yeah, from the draft, I feel like NaVi are playing their own game, not focusing too much on their opponent's draft. And SK, they're a team that does their homework, and they will abuse that. And so far, the early start is definitely leaning on the side of SK Gaming. Alex trying to make a push. Won't get stunned, actually. Cube will, but Alex is the one that goes down, and surely Semantic scores this one in. Getting a step closer to a match point here as SK Gaming is just looking so much better right now. And again, I think the draft here has a big part of it because SK Gaming are dominating that draft, just letting NaVi play their game and just making sure that SK counter it.
Exactly that, and Semantic just get the pickup, so Bruce is not really going to be much of a problem there. Nothing to tank behind her. It's also the freezing snow star power that Semantic's running, which I think makes perfect sense considering the max on the side of NaVi. Chaos can't quite connect the shots. That could have been crucial. The pass was, oh, he's going to score it anyway. Okay, SK doing SK things, it seems. And moving on to match point, looking so good, Teddy. NaVi are really going to have to up their game now. They've got no more chances left. They've made the grand finals, which honestly is a commendable thing, considering that they've exited in the quarterfinals every month so far, leading up to this point that they've been in the monthly finals. But I just don't know whether they've got enough, or have shown enough to us, at least so far, to be able to turn this one around.
Well, better start from NaVi, more aggressive as well. The early game is when they are going to be shining the most. So that's definitely what they want to utilize the most. But Gia gets a nice burn off. Alex is solo HP, does get the kill. Only survives with 90 HP, and Semantic is there to clear that up. Now, it's a minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. A great super from Chaos. Gets the double tag on both players, which means that he instantly regained his super as well.
Good aggression there from Guille. Gets the takedown. Semantic quite low here and is forced to use those shots onto Bruce, so won't be able to heal up for a while. And that's going to lead to the hasty retreat. I think that's fair. Stun there, but again, no knockback stun on the side of the Gale and the star power, but it looks like a pretty easy clear up for me. It's just Alex left alone. Chaos can get the ball, pass it through to Gear. He's max HP, and the max alone cannot shred that down. That is one goal to SK, and if nothing changes or they get another goal, which I think at this stage could be quite likely, SK Gaming will take this month.
Yeah, this is looking great for SK. They've had a troublesome year, but so far this is some of their greatest success in 2022, and they're going for the corner, playing it safe, and I don't blame them. 45 seconds left until they are your monthly finals winners of September. And NaVi, if they want to put an end to that, they need to find a goal of their own. So far, unable to get anywhere close that goal, and the defensive prowesses of a Colette and a Gale offer plenty to shut that down. MMA getting up closer. Semantic is low as well. The 1-for-1 trade. The reset on MMA's heal as well makes it even tougher, as Cube is going to be the sole member remaining here for NaVi, and I don't think this is a scoreable situation for NaVi. I think SK Gaming are going to be your champions.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what SK do best. Not a chance they're going to be able to get to the ball now. SK Gaming bring back the Feist of March to be your monthly final champions of September. And boy, oh boy, it's been a rough road this year for them to get back to this stage. But flexing the Chaos Cup, reminding us of a better time. They've been just going from strength to strength, honestly, not just in the BSC, but in other tournaments as well. And it's been a long time coming. Yeah, he's just flexing the code in the shop, and I think he's earned it. If you're looking at getting any SK pins from the shop, that's the code to use. And yeah, a rough day for NaVi. I think they can still be proud of their performance today. They've definitely, surpassed expectations from what they've had in previous months. It's been, quarterfinal exits for them. And today is the day that SK break their quarterfinal exit curse.
Yeah, and they broke it with great strength as well, because not only do they go past the quarters, they go past the semis, and they sweep NaVi in the grand finals. That's a 6-0 in games. It doesn't get more one-sided than that. And I mean, Trav said earlier that we would look like fools. It seemed like he may have been a little bit right here.
Even more so because I am all out on my predictions. They've gone completely out of the window. I've got 3 right today, and that's probably my worst performance of the year so far. So we'll get a giggle out of that when Trav comes back and rubs it in. Absolutely. So I expect nothing less as far as that's concerned. But yeah, I think that in hindsight, NaVi were looking great today. It really was looking very good so far. But I think SK was just on another level, to be completely honest. And considering the bracket that they had and the journey that they had to get to that stage, I think that they were very thoroughly warmed up and prepared for all eventualities. But again, drafts are on point, the plays as well to back it up, which you've got to say, got to be there. The draft is not nearly enough to suffice. But yeah, SK Gaming back on top 30 in the EMEA region.
Definitely so. I mean, I think they counter NaVi so nicely as well, more than other teams too, because NaVi, they rely on, fast-paced comps that catch you off guard. And with a lot of zone damage, a lot of max, a lot of poke, a lot of heals, and they play their own game most of the time. They very often do not bother to adjust to your enemy's comps and your enemy's play style. That's the thing with SK. They prepare so heavily for those matches, and they read NaVi like a book. They were there like, you want to play Poco? Do it. Please do it. Poco was one of the reasons that NaVi swept through Rush Stars yesterday. And SK Gaming were just able to answer to that with ease today. Absolutely reading NaVi like a book and having a solution for everything that NaVi threw at them and making it work. I mean, just beautiful stuff all around from SK. Gear ending up as the MVP of your choice as well. And overall, I mean, I think SK, everyone on the team had a phenomenal performance today. Great drafts too. SK had been slacking when it comes to the draft, and it feels like today they were outdrafting everyone with ease.
I thoroughly agree. I do. I mean, honestly, the way that SK approach things, they, like you say, they don't ban out brawlers which are coming into the meta. They face them head on. They get their prep in, and we're going to go straight to Semantic on the line for an interview as well to find out directly from him how he feels about today. Semantic, great to have you back here. Fantastic always to share the stage with yourself, and a huge day for you and the team. And I'm going to start at the beginning. I'm not going to ask you how you feel to get your world qualification and your golden ticket, because I think it's quite honestly fair to say we all know how you feel. But talk us through what today meant to you guys to be back on top in the EMEA region, and congratulations first and foremost to you and your team for getting that golden ticket. It's been a huge day for you guys all round.
First of all, thank you for having me here, and thank you for your words. It has been an insane last weeks. We have been not performing the best, I will say it. We had some changes, and the most important thing, we had only the world qualifications in our eyes, and that meant winning the quarterfinals. And winning the quarterfinals was just beating Tribe there. And literally, I don't think we did it ever, but we only scrimmed quarterfinals again, only tried to beat them. We managed to get through with literally the words of Pedro. I don't know what you want to do. I don't care what you do, but I need 20 minutes of your best performance. We gave it. We won. We made Worlds. I'm so fucking happy of getting to Worlds now, having the secured verification, and it's just insane. And the rest as well. GG's to Totem 3-1. We have changed our playstyle a bit as well, that we go more aggro. It worked. It helped. And then GG's to NaVi as well. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, clearly very over the moon. That's why I didn't ask how you feel, because I think we can already see it's just within you, and you're just like struggling to sit still. It's great to see, honestly, because it has been a tough year for you guys. But talk us through like the current meta, because that's one thing that we kind of really picked up on today, and just the way that you guys approach a meta shift is quite unique. Because a lot of teams across the regions will look to ban out the heavy hitters, but it just seemed from what we were watching that you guys had spent a lot of time preparing for what had come into the forefront of that. Talk us through a little bit behind the scenes as to what you guys do in that respect. When you come to preparing, obviously you've already mentioned that you didn't even scrim past the quarterfinals, which is quite amazing, honestly, in hindsight. But in regards to your prep towards the Brawlers, how have you guys approached that?
The thing with the draft is that some people might think the coach does everything. That is not true for our case. Pedro does a lot, definitely, but the input we have from Gia, Chaos, and me, and also Kiwi sometimes, is there. And we basically build a comp completely depending on us. And as we saw, the meta is more aggressive, unfortunately. Our playstyle of playing completely defensive, it doesn't work that good, because if you do one mistake, the enemy just rushes with Max, the enemy just rushes with Poke Heal, with a tank, with a Kai gadget, with anything, and it's super annoying. So we try to adapt more, we try to go more into the aggressive ourselves, which we saw in Hot Potato against Stripe, and it worked. And yeah, it's just, what can I say?
Well, dude, when it works, it works. Absolutely. So you mentioned already a little bit about what that win meant to you and the team against Tribe Gaming, of course, and your rivalry has been so enjoyable to watch on that front. But let's talk about Reply Totem as well, because, back in July, it was the semifinals when you guys went out to them. It was the 3-1 scoreline. And, having watched how they've developed and really started to dominate the EMEA region, what does it mean to you guys to get the win over them today? Because you did it in striking fashion. I mean, I was watching from the sidelines, so enjoyable to watch. Considering, of course, that you didn't even kind of prepare past the quarterfinal stages, going to that semifinals, how did you feel and how did you nail it when it mattered?
Difficult to say, I would say. I think us playing aggressive comps helped us a lot, because we caught Totem there off guard, and it is amazing as well to throw off Totem off their throne, because they won the last 2 monthly finals. I'm not sure how many wins they have, but we have at least 2 now as well, so it's kind of even now. And the matches against them were, in my opinion, kind of one-sided if you look at the result, like 3-1. But it's definitely a really, really tough match. We do one mistake, Totem punishes us immediately. You saw it on center stage, actually, the first game of center stage. We do one small mistake, the Max pushes through mid, grabs the ball, and the other lanes just push us up, and we lose complete pressure in the first 5 seconds. And it's just, Totem is an amazing team, and winning against them feels amazing.
Yeah, honestly, I got to commend you on how you did it, because not many teams in the entire region can say that they have. But it's been a joy to watch you guys progress. And again, in other tournaments as well, you've already been clearly putting in a lot of work. So please pass that on to the team. And I know they will be watching. And it's very, very visual from our side how much you are putting in. But any kind of final thoughts, any shout outs to your fans and following before we sign off?
Thank you, everyone, for supporting us so far. If you want to support us more, there's code VGX there. If not, you have SK Modus pin now in the shop. And yeah, as I said, thank you. It's been an amazing year, amazing 2 last years. Esports itself is just a dream.
I've been flexing, and I encourage everyone else to go and do the same. Thank you, Semantic, very much for your time again. Pass on everything to your team. All our congratulations for you guys, and looking forward to seeing you again in the months to come. And of course, at the World Finals. Congrats once again, mate.
Thank you. See you.
Well, Trav, you did say before we parted ways that you were going to come back and just want the fact that your predictions were the one that count. And mate, credit to you, you were spot on the money.
I mean, the last one, I got it bang on, but I will say I think me and Teddy are even overall, and just to rub it in, I think you're the one who's lacking behind Arc. I think me and Teddy are out there today. For Europe, getting, I don't know, 4 or 5 predictions, whatever I got right, I think that's pretty solid, to be fair, considering how volatile this region is.
You're all right. I am way behind. This is my worst month so far, but I think the viewership can kind of share with me that the predictions today were quite hard to nail down. But yes, you did redeem yourself. Teddy, got Player of the Day coming in thick and fast. Any thoughts as to what that may have been, and talk us through it when we get to see it?
I'm not entirely sure just yet. I think it may have been from NaVi against Sampi, and it is indeed earlier on, Cube clutching up that goal when Senpai seemed to be waking up and being a bit more problematic towards NaVi. Cube decided to just shut it down, get the pickup, and the knockback as well. Ball just going straight through the line into the goal and securing that second set for NaVi in overtime.
It was so nicely done, wasn't it? I mean, often you tend to see the collectors go with the push hit to star power, and the kill was there, and the ball just trickling over. Oh, salty stuff for them. But yeah, it was a really incredible play. Here's the bracket, guys. If you're just joining, you have missed the stream, but the VOD, of course, will still be available to you. And it was an eventful day in the EMEA region. Big win because it was very close. Actually, that 2-0 scoreline doesn't nearly do it justice. But then SK Gaming, against all the odds, were able to return the favor of that month in July when Reply Totem did get a 3-1 over them to make the grand finals. Tribe Gaming EU exited in the quarterfinals for the first time this year, and Team Queso as well had similar misery against Sampi there, and that game would have actually locked in the golden ticket. Now they'll just have to go for the qualifiers one round, and they will do so there, but definitely a big miss for them, no doubt about it. NaVi took the 2-0 against Bax, and then went on to get a 3-0 sweeps all round for them until the grand final. And there, the sweep was had by SK Gaming, back on top in this region. And oh no, we have to look at it, don't we, Trav? We just have to look at it. I'll go to you, Trav. Talk us through the predictions, because I know you want to, mate.
Yeah, well, to start things off, I think it was pretty self-explanatory with Totem. Then SK come in, and they play better than they have in the past few months. So that's why my explanation for you and me, we obviously didn't get that one right. Teddy clutched up with that one, though. Predicted SK, so we don't all look like idiots in that one. But Team Queso, I think anybody, I think it was like 95% to 5 thought they were going to win this. NaVi after that, pretty self-explanatory again. Totem, by all three of us, messed up. And SK did reign victorious, but NaVi, once more, seemed very acceptable for everybody to vote on that one. But the last one, I mean, that's where the real casters bring their knowledge out.
Yeah, is this so? Is that so? Right. I was going to say that I'll stick to the draft, but I can't really even do that, can I? But here is the leaderboard for this region, and there has been a pretty substantial shift going on here as well. Reply Totem, of course, still sat out on top, but their lead against Tribe Gaming has definitely widened here. As again, Tribe didn't make it past the quarterfinals. SK into third, Team Queso into fourth, NaVi in fifth. Craze Clan are still in a good spot despite having not qualified this month. If they do so next month, they will be in a good place. But Dogster, Lobster are on their tail. Look at that. 317 points to 318. Now it's really around that 6th, 7th, and 8th position there. STM EU as well. It remains to be seen how they fare in the next upcoming qualifier. But the locked-in teams are Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, SK Gaming, and Team Queso. That 5th and 6th place still up for grabs in this region, and that does get me incredibly excited as we're going to have that resolved next month. Trav, talk us through the leading teams across the regions and who's locked in and who's yet to be able to secure themselves.
Well, we now have 3 locked-in teams for EMEA, and we will say Team Queso only need to win 1 qualifying match to secure their spot as well. So we got Reply Totem, Tribe, and SK locked in for Worlds. Team Queso need 1 singular point. NaVi and Craze Clan up after that, and Dogster, Lobster just sitting 1 point below Craze Clan as well. Just remember that. That's the difference between coming through the upper bracket and the lower bracket of qualifiers, which could be huge if they both lose in the quarterfinals, if they both qualify as well. Both Zetas are now locked in. Tribe Gaming NA locked in. Vanguard Gaming and STMN still fighting for their points. AC Milan Clash, Chaz Mac Gaming both secured as well. Zero Zone not yet, but Star Wars Esports have also secured their spot.
Yeah, we're getting now to the real nitty-gritty, and a lot of change from last month. You know, big developments. So many teams this month have locked themselves in, and I think rightly so. When we swing it back around to EMEA, Teddy, you know, did today go the way you thought it would? I mean, it's been an eventful one. There's been a lot of upsets along the way. I mean, talk us through some of your favorite moments, and what really stood out to you today?
Well, I mean, if it went the way I expected it to go, I think, we would all here have had more accurate predictions. But, it's what we expect from the EMEA as well, is that everything switches over so often and teams are so quick to adapt to, the meta and to each other as well. And having teams that come out of nowhere make it to the semis, teams like NaVi that have had a very tough year so far, make it all the way to the grand finals. And teams like SK that, we'd forgotten a little bit about SK. They were the team we talked about all year long in 2021. This year it was much more Tribe in the early stages than Totem, and finally SK back, you know, where they belong, and that's always somewhere around the top. So excited to see how it goes down here, and obviously in every other region of the BSC.
Yeah, for me, I always love to see things just develop and shift along the way. And yeah, big day for SK. Congratulations once again to them. We're not done yet as far as monthly finals are concerned, guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the North America and LATAM North monthly final from 2 p.m. PDT. Mark that one in the calendars. That's going to be a really big one. Trav, before we sign off the day, any final thoughts from yourself?
I mean, my final thoughts are just a massive congratulations to SK Gaming. They've thoroughly deserved it today. Great performance, and NaVi as well, coming back to some similar form to what we saw them in last year. I'm honestly just really looking forward to these qualifiers because, as I said before, you know, like 1 point is separating a couple of teams, and you know that 1 point can be decided through upper bracket or lower bracket qualification. And then getting to the finals, if they both lose in the quarters, then that will be literally the decider of who goes to Worlds. So, I mean, the qualifiers are just going to be so intense to see who actually makes it to the monthly finals and also Worlds.
Exactly that, Teddy, as well. Any final thoughts? It really is starting to get grueling for a lot of teams when it comes to those final spots.
I mean, as you guys saw from Trav's explanation earlier of the regional leaderboards, there's still plenty room for other teams to qualify in multiple different regions. So I'm really excited to see who makes it, who doesn't quite make the cut, and, you know, have that global overview and get excited and hyped for the World Finals.
Absolutely that. Absolutely that. Guys, got to say a huge thanks to yourselves for being alongside me. It's always a pleasure. My brothers in arms, as I like to call you, for the EMEA region. Great cast from yourselves, and it's been a pleasure to do so alongside you. Big thanks as well, of course, to Esports Engine in the background for the production and keeping all the cogs turning over in the esports machine, as it's a lot of people that put together to do these shows. Of course, the Superset as well, because Brawl Stars is pretty great. So all the teams, to all the players, to all the orgs, and to everyone watching on the viewer side as well. But the chat wouldn't be the same without all your spams. We love it. Keep it coming, and we hope to see you again for the North America and LATAM North monthly finals tomorrow. Again, that time is 2 p.m. PDT. You don't want to miss it because there's a lot of spots there still up for grabs. Tribe Gaming, of course, just need to show up, but those other two, they are going to be fought over tremendously. So make sure you tune in for that tomorrow, and we'll see you guys again very, very soon. Bye for now.
Goes down, Drage is quite low HP, gets addressed as well with very minimal damage onto the save. Semantic drops in, that could be what gets them to the World Final, and I think it is our SK Gaming. They have done it. They take down Tribe Gaming in the quarterfinals.
And that's just Dark. I'm going to go down here to Cubic surely, and if there's no super to hand, doesn't really matter either way. NaVi are running away with it. They're good the takedown, but the 10 gems there continuate the countdown. NaVi are through to the semi-finals for the first time this year.
For SK Gaming, going to be knocking out Reply Totem in the semi-finals and moving on to the finals in such a great display.
Wow, SK Gaming looking absolutely incredible today. Yeah, Cube still sitting on that super. And he's gonna go for the jump now. Vashtik does lock him up, but it ends up being a 2-for-0 encounter, and last Vashtik is gonna fall as well. NaVi take down Sampi and proceed to the grand finals. I don't think this is a scoreable situation for NaVi. I think SK Gaming are going to be your champions.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what SK do best. Not a chance they're going to be able to get to the ball now. SK Gaming bring back the Feist of March to be your monthly final champions of September.